Chapter 1, Get a salary refund system directly bound to the star goddess Zhao Liang. Wang Hao, let's break up. You can't give me what I want. Li Jia, you'll regret it. Don't you know who Han Xian is? How many girls in school have been with him? Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, Li Jia got into the passenger seat of a Mercedes-Benz E300. Then he drove off with Li Jia in style. This man is really pitiful. His girlfriend ran away with someone else. Brother, you probably don't know, this person is our school's dog-licking king, Wang Hao. He delivers breakfast to Li Jia every day, and whenever there is a new model of mobile phone, he works part-time to buy it for Li Jia. In short, he is just short of delivering burp suits to Li Jia and the second generation when they play sports. Holy cow, it turns out it's this guy. I was quite sympathetic towards him, but now I don't know. Exactly, if it were me, I wouldn't be a dog licker. Come on, you, I'm afraid you'll hate it more than anyone else. Wang Hao listened to the sound of the surrounding discussions, and the whole person lost his soul and walked back towards the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Hao lay on his own bed. Recalling everything he had done for Li Jia in these past 3 years of university, his heart ached. Haozi, what's wrong with you? Wang Hao's roommate Chen Zhe walked over to Wang Hao's bed and shook Wang Hao, who was lying on the bed. Wang Hao said with a slightly hoarse voice, "It's okay, I'm just tired, just rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhe didn't say anything and silently returned to his own bed. In fact, Chen Zhe could guess what had happened. They all know this woman Li Jia. It's not that Li Jia is very pretty, but because Li Jia is a sea queen who casts her net everywhere. But she is also quite pretty. Wang Hao pulled the quilt over his head and sobbed under it. He had spent 3.5 years in college, and for 3 of those years he had spent all his energy on Li Jia. He never expected to end up like this. He hated it. He hated that he had no money. If he had money, Li Jia would definitely be his lapdog. When Wang Hao woke up again, it was already 7 p.m. He looked around the dormitory, his roommates were all gone, and he was a little hungry, so he thought about going out to the snack street to buy something to eat. Wang Hao changed into a short-sleeved shirt, washed his face, got his phone, and left the dormitory building. When he walked downstairs, Wang Hao still felt a lot of people looking at him. Seeing this, he quickened his pace. He arrived at the snack street next to the school, which was bustling with people at this time of day. However, when he arrived at the snack street, many people who were eating and drinking there started chatting. "Hey, did you hear, the dog-licking king of our school got dumped today?" "I know about that, it's that senior Wang Hao and that senior Li Jia, right?" Yes, it's them. Today I saw that Li Jia get into a Mercedes-Benz. Not just today, I saw Sister Li Jia come out of a hotel with someone a while ago. Holy cow, what a big deal. Yes. Wang Hao listened to the discussions of his classmates and lost his appetite to eat at the snack street, so he turned around and left. He took a taxi and went directly to the mall in the Magic City. Alas, I didn't expect things to develop like this. I think I was really stupid to waste the past 3 years of college like this. It's too late now. It's now the second semester of his senior year. He has already applied to dozens of companies, but has not received an offer from any of them, which has directly labeled him as a graduate unemployed. Not only has he not found a job, but his girlfriend has also cheated on him, putting a colored hat on him. He swears that if he becomes rich, he will make women earn money for him and let them be his lapdogs. However, as soon as the thought of Wang Hao sitting in a taxi appeared, he heard a voice that surprised him greatly. Ding, the system has detected the host's strong desire, and the salary refund system is being bound. Ding, the salary system binding is successful. Wang Hao thought he was hearing things, so he asked the driver, "Driver, did you hear any strange sounds?" The driver, who was driving, looked confused and replied, "Young man, have you been hit by something? What sounds are there in the car besides the sound of my navigation?" Hearing this, Wang Hao understood that he had really bound the system. He usually reads novels, so naturally he knows about systems. At this point, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Fortunately, the driver was driving carefully, otherwise everyone would have thought that Wang Hao had a seizure. Wang Hao had read a lot of online literature and began to learn to try to communicate with the system in the way described in the online literature. System, are you really a system? Ding, host, please do not doubt, this system is a genuine system. Hearing the voice of the system, Wang Hao's entire blood pressure soared. He was really excited. With this system, he could turn the tables and show Li Jia and Han Xian. System, what are your functions? This system is called the salary refund system. As the name suggests, the system can bind a goddess, and then the host will receive a certain multiple of the goddess's salary each month. Just as the system finished saying this, the sound of the system rang out again. Ding, a goddess that matches the binding has been detected. May I ask if you wish to bind her? Wang Hao, who was sitting in the taxi, was dumbfounded. There was no time to think, so he said directly, System, bind me. Ding, binding goddess Zhao Liying in progress. Ding, binding successful. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Zhao Liying, isn't that the big star? How did he end up here? And he even let his system bind him. He looked out the window in shock. He happened to see a G500 driving by, and he looked specifically at the driver's seat, and instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that the person driving the G500 was Zhao Liying. Wang Hao wondered why he was able to bind Zhao Liying, and realized that she was just passing by and he had taken advantage of the situation. But that was fine, as long as he was bound to her. Since they are bound, that means that in the future, as long as Zhao Liying makes money, he will be able to receive multiple times Zhao Liying's salary. This is simply too good to be true. After Zhao Liying's G500 was far away, Wang Hao began to study the system. After all, just now he only heard whether it was bound, and he still didn't understand it, so it was bound. Chapter 2, If only I had known not to bind Zhao Liying in the first place. System, can I see Zhao Liying's data? Ding, you can. Open Zhao Liying's data panel for me. Ding, generating data. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Face value, 97. Favorability, 0 stranger. Height, 165. Weight, 44.5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiple, 10 times. Total amount of funds received this month, 1,625,000 yuan. Time remaining until cashback is paid, 3 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. Wang Hao was very excited when he saw Zhao Liying's income for the month. But when he saw the note at the end, he was dumbfounded. He could only say to himself in his heart, if I had known, I would not have bound myself to Zhao Liying. Even if she is a big star, she can still make money. It's not that Wang Hao didn't want to bind himself, but by binding himself to Zhao Liying, he would have to meet her after getting a cashback. If he couldn't meet her, he would have to unbind himself in time. This is not a concern anymore, and Wang Hao continued to ask the system. System, are there any requirements for this binding partner? Ding, the binding partner must be a woman with a face value of no less than 80 points. How many people can I bind? Ding, the current host has no more binding times, please complete the host to obtain points to redeem binding times. Ha! Wang Hao, who was sitting in the back of the taxi, suddenly yelled. Instantly, he startled the driver, who was concentrating on driving. Young man, why did you suddenly make such a loud noise? Do you know that it can scare people to death? Wang Hao embarrassedly scratched his head and apologized to the driver. Sorry, driver. The driver didn't say much, after all, he had already apologized. Afterwards, Wang Hao and the driver didn't speak again. Wang Hao continued to communicate with the system, while the driver focused on driving. System, how do I earn these points? Ding, the host will earn 1 point every time they get 100 million through salary cashback, and they can also earn 1 point for spending 100 million. 100 points can be exchanged for 1 binding time. Please work hard, host, and strive to get more goddesses to make money for you. Wang Hao roughly understood the rules of the system. What it meant was that he could bind women with more than 80 points, and then the system would double the money these women earned each month and return it to him. If he bonds with more women, then the more money he can get. If he can bond with tens of thousands of women, then there will be tens of thousands of women earning money to support him. This is simply too good to be true, right? However, there is a drawback. Every month after the woman returns the funds, Wang Hao has to meet with the person who returned the funds to maintain the system bond, otherwise it will be automatically unbonded. In that case, it will be a great limitation on him. But this is pretty good, it's better than being unemployed after graduation. And there are still 3 days left before he gets his first cashback. It's still 10 times the 1.625 million. And I don't know how this multiple increases. Just as Wang Hao was about to continue asking the system, the driver's voice reached his ears. "Young man, we're here." Hearing this, Wang Hao said to the driver, "Thank you, sir. It's fine, just give a good review." Wang Hao nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll give you a 5-star review in a moment." Wang Hao looked at the shopping mall in front of him, which was flashing with neon lights. He had originally wanted to go back after finishing his meal in the snack street, but as people there kept talking about him, he thought about having dinner somewhere else. It just so happened that he hadn't spent the money he was going to use to buy Li Jejia a mobile phone. He decided to treat himself to a nice meal. So he took a taxi to Baolong Square. After arriving at Baolong Square, Wang Hao didn't rush inside, but instead found a public seat and sat down. He wanted to ask the system. Wang Hao found an unoccupied public seat, sat down, and pretended to close his eyes to rest. But in fact, he was communicating with the system. "System, do you have a Newbie gift package?" "Ding, congratulations, host, you have received the Newbie gift package." Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao froze. If he hadn't asked, the system would have probably pocketed his Newbie gift package. "System, open the Newbie gift package." Ding, the novice gift pack has been opened, and the host is congratulated on obtaining binding times 1. Seeing this, Wang Hao was dumbfounded once again. This is the novice gift pack? 1 binding time? What is this? But after thinking about it, Wang Hao felt that it wasn't bad at all. This binding time was also very precious. Just after opening the novice gift pack, Wang Hao's stomach suddenly started grumbling, and he opened his eyes. He was ready to go in for a meal. However, at that moment, he suddenly had a whim to check his data panel. So he said to the system, "System, open my data panel." Ding, data panel generating. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid capital, 10,521 yuan. Fixed assets, none. Goddess of salary rebate bound, Zhao Liying. Time remaining until cashback, 3 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. Wang Hao took a look. The panel was a little different from Zhao Liying's, but not much. After looking at it, he turned off his own data panel. After obtaining the system, Wang Hao also decided not to save any more money. Previously, because of Li Jejia, he had been suffering, eating instant noodles for all 3 meals a day for nearly 3 months before saving up the 10,000 yuan. He was going to buy Li Jejia the latest fruit phone. But now he didn't need to. Now he was going to treat himself like crazy. It was to make up for the 3 years of suffering in college. Since you Li Jejia are blind, then I, Wang Hao, will definitely make you regret it, not just you Li Jejia, but also Han Xian. Wang Hao arrived at the entrance of a hot pot restaurant. "Handsome guy, are you here alone?" A woman in her 20s asked, standing in front of him. Wang Hao looked at the woman in front of him. Her appearance was mediocre and did not meet the requirements of the system's binding. I'm here alone." "Handsome guy, did you place your order with a voice assistant or something? Can I go in and order?" Upon hearing this, the woman laughed, "Sure, handsome guy, you can come with me." The waitress was just about to lead Wang Hao in. Behind him came a voice that made Wang Hao angry. "Yo! Wang Hao, you dogskin plaster, I can meet you everywhere." Han Xian mocked. And Li Jejia, who was stopped by Han Xian with a thin waist, also yelled at Wang Hao, "Wang Hao, I already said that it's impossible for us, so don't follow me anymore." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and the waitress were also dumbfounded. Chapter 3 The Self-Satisfied Li Jejia. Wang Hao was dumbfounded because he had just come here to eat, so how was he related to Li Jejia? The waitress, on the other hand, looked like she was enjoying the show. "No, Li Jejia, I just came here to eat, and you came even later than me." "You think I came here for you? Are you kidding me?" Wang Hao now realized that Li Jejia was actually such a woman. He has been so devoted to her for the past 3 years. His true feelings have really been thrown away. But it's a good thing he has seen Li Jejia's true face. Although he is reluctant to let go of the past 3 years, there is nothing he can do. He has to accept it. And now that he has access to the salary rebate system, he will definitely have a place in the global rich list in the future. He may even become one of the top people. Li Jejia is not particularly pretty, although she is passable. With the system, he doesn't need to worry about not having women. The most important thing now is to quickly find the next goddess who can bind his salary rebate. This way he can get even more money. With money, he can do whatever he wants. Wang Hao, I didn't realize that you were someone who dares to do but not to take responsibility. I thought you were a man who dares to take responsibility. You don't think I don't know that you only came here after deliberately investigating my whereabouts, do you? Let me tell you, there is no way between us. I am now Han Xian's girlfriend, so please don't harass me anymore. Han Xian looked at Wang Hao with contempt and then mocked him. Wang Hao, did you hear what Jia said? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. This is no place for a poor loser like you. And don't bother Jia again in the future, otherwise I'll show you what pain is. After saying that, Han Xian even gave Wang Hao the middle finger. The waitress didn't know what to do when she saw this. But when the waitress saw the Mercedes-Benz key on Han Xian, she immediately knew what to do. She said to Wang Hao, I'm sorry, sir, if you have something you need to resolve, please resolve it first, not in front of the store, we still have to do business. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was furious. Just now, after hearing what Li Jia said, he really felt that Li Jia was very self-satisfied. And for a woman like Li Jia who is not very pretty, there are quite a few prettier women in school than Li Jia, not to mention Zhao Liying, who has just been bound. It's just that he doesn't have much money on him right now. If he had money, he would definitely buy this restaurant. Let this couple of dogs not be able to eat. I don't know them, take me in to eat. The waitress looked at Wang Hao, then at the handsome Han Xian and the glamorous Li Jia. Sir, please come in. After saying this, the waitress was about to take him in, but Han Xian stopped her again. We too also want to go in to eat, please arrange for us first. Upon hearing this, the waitress no longer had the reluctance she had just now when she was dealing with Wang Hao. She said with a smile to Han Xian and the lady, Sir and Madam, please follow me. After saying this, she turned to Wang Hao and said, Sir, please wait a moment. There are no more seats available now. I will call you when there is a seat available. On hearing this, Wang Hao was about to explode with anger. This waitress is also a snob. Wang Hao clenched his fists. If he had money, would this waitress still treat him like this? And there is only one hot pot restaurant, how much can you spend on a meal? He still has more than 10,000 yuan on him, and the waitress just looks down on him. After Zhao Liying's cashback salary is credited to her account, he will definitely be the first to buy this hot pot restaurant, and then make this waitress regret it. Wang Hao watched the waitress walk in with Han Xian and Li Jia. He lost his appetite for dinner. He turned around and left the hot pot restaurant, but on his way out, he silently wrote down the name of the hot pot restaurant. As soon as the cashback salary arrived, he came over to buy the hot pot restaurant. After that, Wang Hao just randomly found a self-service hot pot restaurant, ate a little bit of whatever he wanted, and then planned to go back. After all, the school will check the dormitories at night. If he is not there and it is checked again, he will be marked. Sometimes he feels like the university he is attending is fake. After leaving Baolong Square, Wang Hao took a taxi directly back to school. The entrance to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Wang Hao got out of the taxi. Looking at the people coming and going at the entrance to the school, he was a little embarrassed to go in, mainly because he was now so famous. As long as he was at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, he would be recognized wherever he went. He really wanted to put on a hat and a mask now. Then quietly go back to the dormitory. But he doesn't have a hat or a mask. So he has to pluck up his courage and walk towards the school. But when he passes through the turnstile, his name appears on the screen above the turnstile, and he is immediately recognized by the students behind him. Holy shit, isn't that the dog-licking king? After the male student said this, he seemed to realize something, so he quickly shut up. The wait for the turnstile to open seemed like an eternity. During that time, he could only pretend not to know what was going on. Once the turnstile opened, he quickly left. However, as he was leaving, he could still hear the rustling and whispering behind him. After finally leaving the most crowded place, he went up, but ended up in an even more crowded place, the playground. There were even more people here, and there were couples everywhere. A young couple sat on the playground in the middle of the night, cooing and flirting. There were also a lot of people exercising, full of youthful vigor. Wang Hao, however, was out of place with them, like a maverick loner. Wang Hao's strange appearance also attracted the attention of one of the students. Upon seeing Wang Hao, he instantly exclaimed, "Holy shit, isn't that the dog-licking king?" The male student nudged the person next to him and pointed at Wang Hao. Upon hearing this, the person next to the male student also looked curiously in the direction of Wang Hao. Instantly, everyone screamed in shock. Holy shit, it really is the dog-licking king. Not only the male students, but also the female students. The male students were basically mocking Wang Hao, and the female students were basically flirting with Wang Hao too. Female student 1, lick the dog-licking king, you lick me. I want to buy a bag, you buy me a bag, I'll hold your hand. Female student 2, lick the dog-licking king, you lick me. I want the latest model of phone, you buy it for me, I'll give you a chance to eat with me. The male classmates burst out laughing at the girls' bantering, and Wang Hao felt like he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He walked quickly towards the dormitory building, but when he finally reached the door, he heard something that made him furious. Chapter 4, Searching for the Goddess of Cashback. Wang Hao stood at the door of the dormitory and heard a few roommates discussing things about him. He didn't rush to go in, but stood at the door and listened. Alas, do you guys know where Wang Hao went? No idea. No idea. You guys send him a message first and ask when he'll be back, I have some explosive news. Okay, I'll ask in the group. As soon as the voices inside the dormitory stopped, Wang Hao's phone received a message. Seeing the message in the dormitory group, Wang Hao quickly replied that he would not be able to go back for a while, at least not until 10 o'clock. It's only 9 o'clock now. He'll have an hour to hear what they want to say. After Wang Hao replied in the group, he heard the dormitory continue chatting. Licking Dog King said that he won't be able to come back until 10 o'clock. That's good, let me tell you, today I heard a lot of people discussing Licking Dog King. It seems that Licking Dog King was cheated on by Li Jejia. What? Chen Zai, that's not the right word to use. What do you mean, he's been cheated on? Li Jejia obviously never even went out with him. It's just that Licking Dog King himself was willing to lick her. Exactly, I'm ashamed to be his roommate. You have no idea that Licking Dog King, for the past few months, has been eating instant noodles every day, and in the mornings he even goes to the cafeteria to work part-time. In the afternoons, when he doesn't have classes, he goes to find a part-time job. He says he wants to get Li Jejia the latest version of a fruit phone, it's so funny. And also, last time, the dog-licking king even asked me for money. Luckily, I was quick-witted and lied to him, saying I didn't have any, when in fact I had 30,000. Ha ha ha. What do you call that? The dog-licking king has over 10,000 yuan in his phone, and he can't even afford to eat well. And yet, he lives in the same dorm as the dog-licking king, and I'm the one who gets teased every day. Those girls won't even add my contact details when they find out I'm the dog-licking king's roommate. If only he would move out. I feel the same way. It's really embarrassing to be in the same dormitory as him. Wang Hao outside the dormitory heard their words clearly. He had originally thought that after obtaining the system, he would have to take his roommates with him and make a fortune or something, so that they could also experience some of the life of the rich. It was just that Wang Hao never expected that they would be the kind of people who say one thing in public and do another behind their backs. Wang Hao looked at the time and it was already past 9:50. He should probably go in soon. So he knocked on the dormitory door. He deliberately shouted inside, "Guys, I'm back." In a moment, the dormitory door opened. It was Chen Zai who opened the door. When he saw Wang Hao come back, Chen Zai's face instantly changed. He came back with a smile and said, "Haozi, where have you been?" "It's nothing, I just went out for a meal and came back after eating." As soon as these words came out, the 5 people in the dormitory were instantly a little surprised. And Wang Hao had no intention of chatting with them again. If it were before today, Wang Hao might have considered them his good brothers, good roommates, and even a good adoptive father. But after hearing the words they discussed tonight, he no longer felt that way. The people in the dormitory saw that Wang Hao didn't want to talk, so they didn't ask anymore. After all, they all felt that Wang Hao was a bit bad in this dormitory. Wang Hao returned to the dormitory, tidied up a bit, went to the bathhouse to take a shower, and then returned to bed and lay down. Seeing this, Chen Zai and the others glanced at each other. They were a little surprised, but they all just thought it was about Li Jejia. So they didn't think about it too much. Wang Hao lay on his bed, thinking back on what had happened today, and felt very unbelievable. First of all, Li Jejia had put a colored hat on him. It wasn't that he had come to his senses. He had come to his senses from 3 years of licking dogs. Then he had bound a system called salary refund. And he had also very luckily met the big star Zhao Liang and bound her. The most important thing is that there are only 3 days left before the cashback ends, and after today there will only be 2 days left. Now he has one last chance to bind a goddess for cashback. This time he must choose his target carefully, at least someone he can see often, otherwise once he binds them, after the cashback, there will be no more, and then he will be finished. Wang Hao understands that if he binds Zhao Liang, he will probably automatically unbind after this cashback. So this remaining chance to bind is very important. When he has earned enough points to redeem the binding opportunity once, he must ensure that he can see the bound goddess once a month. He must also ensure that the bound goddess of salary rebates meets the system's requirements in terms of appearance. Wang Hao plans to go out tomorrow to look for a place to rent, and then find out if there are any suitable goddesses of rebates to bind. Thinking about this, Wang Hao picked up his phone and started swiping. He can't sleep now. Wang Hao opened TikTok and started swiping. The first video that appeared in Wang Hao's eyes was a beauty video. In the video, the beautiful woman was dressed in light clothing, showing off her jade-like feet, which were so white and tender that you couldn't help but want to take a bite. And the beauty in the video wasn't bad looking. Suddenly, Wang Hao had a brainstorm and communicated with the system. System, can this woman be bound? Ding, detecting. Detection complete, name, Zhao Simon, appearance value, 70, not eligible. Ding, warning host, meeting the goddess of cashback must be offline. If it is online video, the binding will also be cancelled. Hearing this, Wang Hao dismissed the idea of binding to an online host. However, Wang Hao did not put down his phone. Instead, he continued to watch videos. At the same time, when he came across a beautiful woman, he would occasionally let the system detect whether the symbol met the binding requirements of the goddess of cashback. As long as it met the requirements, Wang Hao would follow it. If he gets the chance in the future, he might bind it. However, after half an hour of browsing, he had viewed no less than 40 or 50 live broadcasts of beautiful women, and only 2 of them met the requirements. The rest were basically just using funny sound effects and beauty filters to deceive people. The appearance ratings were either 60 or 70 points. There were very few with an appearance rating of over 75 points. After following the 2 female anchors whose appearance ratings passed the threshold, Wang Hao put his phone down and fell asleep. Time passed quickly and it was already the next day. Wang Hao opened his eyes early, subconsciously wanting to buy breakfast for Li Jia. But he suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. System, are you there? The host should not call the system if there is nothing to do. Hearing the system's response, Wang Hao's face broke into a smile. He then went to wash up, changed his clothes, and left the dormitory. Next, he was going to look for a house and a goddess of salary rebates suitable for binding. Chapter 5 Renting a room. This time, Wang Hao was prepared when he went out. He wore a mask and a hat. After all, when he returned yesterday, he felt that the 3 years of life of licking dogs had made him famous in the Magic City. Now he simply dared not go out without a mask and a hat. Wang Hao secretly vowed that he would definitely wash away the title of dog-licking king in the future, even if it meant being the most affectionate person in the Magic City or a Casanova. He didn't want to be a dog licker anymore. By then, he must make these people at school envy him, not laugh at him. Wang Hao slowly walked out of the school gate. He arrived at the community opposite the school. He planned to rent a house here first. But before doing so, Wang Hao once again opened his data panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 10,311 yuan. Fixed assets, none. Goddess of salary rebates already bound, Zhao Liang. Time remaining until cashback, 3 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you have bound to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. The top of the panel is more or less the same as before, the only thing that has changed is the funds. Yesterday I went to Baolong for a meal and spent more than 200 yuan. I don't know if I can rent a house in a big city like Shanghai with 10,000 yuan. He knows that even if he can rent one, he can only pay 1 month in advance, otherwise the money is not enough at all. The community opposite the Shanghai Fortune Plaza is called Fengshan Community. It's not considered very high-end, but it is considered a school district. Wang Hao went directly to the bulletin board in the community and looked at the information on it to see if there was any rental information posted by the landlord. Generally, for this kind of school district housing, the landlord will post rental information on the bulletin board in the community. There was no choice. Wang Hao didn't want to use an agent, but he had to save a little money now. There are only 2 days left until Zhao Liying's salary is returned to him. Once those 2 days are over, he won't have to worry about money anymore. Wang Hao looked at the bulletin board for a while and finally found a rental ad, but it was for a shared room. Wang Hao was a little surprised. But Wang Hao didn't mind sharing a room, as long as it wasn't with someone from school. And from the ad, it seemed that the person looking for a roommate was a woman. It just so happened that Wang Hao also wanted to see if this woman met the requirements for a bond, then it would be best to share the room. He would be able to meet a woman every month. Maintain a bonded relationship. That way he can make money. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Hao picked up his phone, entered the number on the rental ad, and pressed the dial button. With the sound of the beep, Wang Hao looked at the phone screen with trepidation. It was just that after a long time, the person still didn't answer the phone. Wang Hao was also slightly helpless. He had wanted to see if he could find a suitable goddess of salary rebates for a tie-up, and a suitable place to live. If the person looking for a roommate in front of him was suitable, he would pay a little extra rent. He just didn't expect that person not to answer the phone. After a long time without a connection, Wang Hao pressed the hang-up button and hung up. After that, Wang Hao continued to look for roommates on the bulletin board. Although there were still some roommates available, they were all men, which was completely out of Wang Hao's consideration. So Wang Hao planned to give up the idea of sharing a flat. The main reason he wanted to find a roommate was to bind a goddess who would give cash back on his salary. Sharing a flat would also ensure that he and the goddess met frequently and maintained their binding relationship. He didn't care whether the goddess gave a lot of cash back on his salary or not. After all, the system said that the cashback multiplier can be increased. If the cashback goddess's salary is relatively low, then he will find a way to increase the cashback multiplier. That'll work. It's just that the idea is good, but the reality is harsh. It's not easy to find a beautiful roommate to share a flat with. Even if there is one, the beautiful roommate will have already found their own flatmate. And such women are generally very wary and won't easily share a flat with someone they don't know. If there is, then there is probably a reason. So now he can only choose to live alone. Alas, when the cash from his salary arrives, he will buy a flat first, and then see if there is a chance to meet Zhao Liying. He really doesn't want to just dissolve the bond like this. After saying this, Wang Hao picked up his phone and called the person who posted the rental information on the bulletin board. As soon as the first call connected, the male landlord directly said that the house had already been rented out. Wang Hao had been standing next to the bulletin board making phone calls all morning, but none of them had been suitable. Either the place had already been rented out or it wasn't suitable. Around noon, Wang Hao's stomach started rumbling. He planned to go eat first to fill his stomach. If he couldn't find anything this afternoon, then he was prepared to look further afield. The reason he wanted to look near the school was because he wanted to be more convenient, because he needed to go to school a lot during this time and there would be all kinds of things going on there. Although it is already the first semester of his senior year. But there are still a lot of classes. Another thing is that the housing here at the school is relatively cheap. Once you go to the prosperous areas of the city, the housing prices just keep going up. Right now he doesn't have a lot of money, so he needs to consider these things. If it really doesn't work out, after he finds it, he will wait for his salary to be deposited into his account, and then pay for it. It's not like it's going to be for more than a few days anyway. Wang Hao was not very anxious. The most important thing right now is to fill his stomach. For the past 3 years, Wang Hao has never been able to afford to eat well. Now it's different. Wang Hao found a stir-fry restaurant and went in and ordered a dry pot of beef, shredded pork with green peppers, and a soup with egg flowers. One person eating 2 dishes and a soup. This is very luxurious for Wang Hao. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Liying's cashback wages haven't arrived yet, he would have been so eager to go and eat Australian king crab. No, don't get carried away. Boss, these are the 3 dishes. Okay, just a moment, it'll be ready soon. Thanks, boss. The boss of the stir-fry restaurant is a man, and quite a few people come to his house to eat. Wang Hao sits in his seat waiting for the boss to serve the food. In a short while, the boss arrives with the steaming hot beef in a dry pot and shredded pork with green peppers. Of course there is also a soup with egg flowers and a bowl of rice. Enjoy your meal, handsome. Thank you, boss. After placing Wang Hao's meal on the table, the boss went to attend to someone else. Wang Hao looked at the 120 renminbi meal and sniffed. It smells good, not like pre-made food. Wang Hao picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating, tasting the beef in the dry pot. Instantly, he felt full of happiness. This was much tastier than the instant noodles he usually ate. He had been eating instant noodles for months and was about to throw up. After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Hao was ready to continue searching for a house in Fengshan community. After paying the money, Wang Hao left the restaurant. Chapter 6 The new goddess of cashback, the beautiful woman Wu Ya, who shares the flat. Just as Wang Hao was leaving the stir-fry restaurant, Wang Hao's phone rang. Wang Hao looked at the incoming number and was very impressed. He had been looking forward to this number before, and it was also the first number he had dialed, so he was very familiar with it. Yes, it was the number to find a roommate to share the flat. Wang Hao waited for a few seconds before answering the phone. The call was connected, and a very pleasant voice came from the other end. Hello? Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback by the woman's seductive voice. From the voice, Wang Hao could roughly guess the person's age. It should be around 27 or 28. Hello? It wasn't until the voice came again from the other end of the line that Wang Hao came back to his senses. So he quickly replied, Hello. What can I do for you? I'm calling in response to the message you posted on the community bulletin board. You want to share a flat with me, right? Yes. After that, there was a moment of silence at the other end of the line before the woman said, Do you have time now? Can we meet in person and talk about it? Sure. Where should we meet? How about Baolong Square? Can you come? Wang Hao looked at the time and said, Okay, but it may take me a while to get to Baolong Square, at least 20 minutes. The woman on the other end of the phone replied, That's okay, I'll wait for you to come over. When you arrive, just come straight to Rising Coffee and find me. Let's add each other as contacts, and I'll send you the address. Okay, my bubble number is my mobile phone number. After saying that, Wang Hao received a friend request. He didn't hesitate and directly approved the friend request. The woman's avatar is very pretty, of a woman dancing in a white dancing costume. I don't know if the person I'm sharing with is the person in the avatar, but if they are, then they definitely meet the requirements of the system. The person in the avatar is really good looking. After Wang Hao and the woman in Bao had exchanged greetings, the woman sent him the location, and Wang Hao immediately hailed a cab and headed straight for Baolong Square. 20 minutes later, Wang Hao got out of the cab. Looking at the Baolong Square so close at hand, his heart began to flutter with anxiety. He wondered what if the woman didn't want to share a flat, and also this was the first time in the past 3 years that he had met a woman alone. Before, he basically didn't want to get in touch with girls for fear of making Li Jejia angry. As a result, he now doesn't even have many girlfriends. With a nervous heart, Wang Hao walked towards the location the woman had sent him. Soon, Wang Hao arrived at the Rising Star Coffee that the woman had mentioned. Wang Hao pushed open the door of Rising Star Coffee with some excitement and walked in. There were quite a few people sitting in the cafe, and everyone was well dressed. At this glance, he seemed to be a bit out of place. After all, Wang Hao didn't often come to the cafe before. After arriving at the cafe, Wang Hao's eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a woman waved at him. Wang Hao looked in the direction she was pointing and was instantly stunned. It wasn't that the woman was ugly, but that she was so beautiful and charming. The woman was wearing a long black dress with suspenders, and a pair of black high heels with red soles. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't have surprised Wang Hao so much. After all, he had seen many good figures, but what struck him most was the woman's appearance, which was simply too beautiful. The woman's figure could be described as impeccable, and her face was also one of the best. After coming back to his senses, Wang Hao quickly walked in the direction of the woman. He couldn't look bad in front of the woman, otherwise the whole idea of sharing an apartment would be ruined. Just as Wang Hao arrived in front of the woman, the system's voice sounded. Ding, a goddess of cashback matching the criteria has been detected, generating data now. Name, Wu Ya. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 10 stranger. Height, 172. Weight, 46.5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. A string of data appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. This also surprised Wang Hao a little. But he calmly sat down anyway. Wu Ya was also slightly surprised to see that the person she was going to share an apartment with was actually a young man. but she didn't show it. After Wang Hao sat down, Wu Ye spoke first. "Hello, my name is Wu Ye." "Hello, my name is Wang Hao. What would you like to drink?" Hearing this, Wang Hao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I don't drink coffee often, and I don't know what to drink either." "How about I have the same as you?" Wu Ye didn't laugh at Wang Hao, and directly ordered him the same drink as her. After ordering, Wu Ye said, "Wang Hao, I can see that you're not very old. Are you still a student?" "Yes, Wu Ye, I'm a student at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. I'm a senior this year." "So you're almost graduating, but why do you still want to rent?" "If you want to rent here, you have to rent for at least a year." "Sister Wu Ye, I don't have a choice. Something happened recently, and I had to move out." "Can you tell me about it?" "Don't blame me for asking so many questions. After all, I'm a woman, and I can't just share a place with someone who has bad character or is dangerous." Okay." After that, Wang Hao told her about what happened last night. After listening to this, Wu Ye felt that there was nothing major wrong with Wang Hao. He doesn't smoke or drink. Wu Ye then asked Wang Hao some questions. After chatting for nearly an hour, the two of them finally ended it. "Wang Hao, you're moving in tonight, right?" "Yes, Wu Ye, I'll come over tonight." "Okay, I'll take the contract back tonight, and we'll sign it then. I won't be off work until 5:30 p.m. "Okay, then, Wu Ye, you go ahead and take care of things. I'll go to the community after you finish work." "Okay, I still have to work for a while, so I won't chat with you much. We'll talk again tonight. I'm leaving now." "Okay, bye, Wu Ye." As he watched Wu Ye twist her body and leave, Wang Hao's heart suddenly began to race. This came as a bit of a shock to Wang Hao. He was only 23 years old, and yet he was actually attracted to 32-year-old Wu Ye. It was really crazy. But when you think about it, it's not a big deal. Wu Ye not only has a great body, but she's also very pretty. Who wouldn't like a woman like that? The most important thing is, isn't the age of 30 the most attractive age? Wang Hao shook his head and tried to shake his thoughts off. Then he left Rising Coffee Shop. Wang Hao had originally planned to continue looking for a place to rent this afternoon, but now there was no need. The house had already been found, and he would be able to move in tonight. But there was still one more thing he needed to take care of. Chapter 7, Applying to live off campus. At Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Wang Hao took a taxi back here. After saying goodbye to Wu Ye, the first thing he had to do was to tell his tutor about his decision to live off campus. However, this was not something that could be done in a day or two, so during the few days it took to apply, he planned to take some time off work, a week's leave, and he believed that by then his application should have been approved. And he wasn't going to just sit around during those 7 days of leave. Tomorrow he will receive his first salary refund, and by then he will go buy a car and a house, and see if there is a chance to meet the big star Zhao Liying. If there is a chance, that would be great, and if not, he will see what he can do to increase the multiple of the salary refund. At noon today, because he was not sure if he could share a room with Wu Ye, he did not hurry to bind Wu Ye. So he will find an opportunity to bind Wu Ye tonight. As he thought about it, Wang Hao arrived at the office of the counselor at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Wang Hao knocked on the door and then pushed it open. As soon as he entered, he saw the counselor Lin Shui. Lin Shui was a counselor who had just been transferred, and she was only 6 years older than Wang Hao. Lin Shui was also very pretty, and it was not clear whether she met the system's requirements for binding. Ding, a goddess who meets the requirements for binding salary rebates has been detected. May I ask if you wish to bind her? Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao didn't find it strange. After all, Lin Shui has a great figure and is very pretty. Although she is not as good looking as Wu Ye, she is considered a beauty. Lin Shui saw that Wang Hao had come and also asked, "Wang Hao, is there something wrong?" Wang Hao did not hesitate and directly stated the purpose of his visit. "Shui Jia, I want to ask for some time off from work." "What do you need time off for? Has something happened?" Lin Shui knows more or less about Wang Hao's situation. These 2 days, Wang Hao's situation has also caused a bit of a stir in the instructor's office, and many teachers are also gossiping about it. Lin Shui was still thinking about asking Wang Hao to come over and talk it out, but she didn't expect Wang Hao to come over on his own. "Teacher, I want to go out and adjust myself." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui, who had just been thinking about not letting him take leave, now felt that she couldn't say no. "Wang Hao, don't think too much about some things. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours is not yours no matter what you do. Do you understand? Wang Hao knew exactly what Lin Shui was afraid of, that he might do something stupid. Lin Shui, it's okay. I just want to take a few days off to go have some fun and relax. Lin Shui was also relieved to hear Wang Hao's words. Okay, how many days off do you want? A week. Write a note. Afterwards, Lin Shui took out the leave slip and handed it to Wang Hao, who started writing after receiving it. It was done in no time, and Lin Shui signed her name. Then she handed one of them to Wang Hao. Lin Shui thought Wang Hao would leave after getting the leave slip, but she didn't expect him to still be standing there. She asked doubtfully, "Is there anything else?" "I'm moving off campus. I'll be living in Fengshan community, right across the street." What? Lin Shui was not calm anymore. He is going to move off campus? No, I can't agree to this, and you shouldn't think about it either. I've already given you the leave, so you should go quickly. Shui, here's the thing. Wang Hao explained the reason for everything to Lin Shui. After listening to Wang Hao's explanation, Lin Shui finally understood why Wang Hao wanted to live off campus. If it were her, she would also want to live off campus. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Shui finally agreed to Wang Hao's request. Write an application, I'll hand it in for you at the school. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was overjoyed. He had originally thought that it would be good if he could get time off this time, but he never expected to get both things done. Afterwards, he wrote the application and was about to leave, but before he left, he still checked Lin Shui's data. System, check Lin Shui's data. Ding, data is being generated. Name, Lin Shui. Age, 29. Face value, 88. Favorability, 6'2", just a friend. Height, 169. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, university counselor. Lin Shui's data is indeed a bit worse than Wu Ya's, but once there are more binding opportunities, he can also bind Lin Shui. After all, as long as he can make money, it's fine. Moreover, Counselor Lin Shui is very nice to him, and when he becomes rich in the future, he can take care of her too. What are you daydreaming about? If you're fine, go home first. If you're having any problems, just give me a call, my phone is on 24/7. Hearing Lin Shui's gentle words, Wang Hao felt very warm. At that moment, he wanted to bind Lin Shui as a tutor right away. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. He still had to bind Wu Ya, after all, he would be sharing an apartment with her and would see her every day. It would be nice to have a way to increase the cashback multiplier. On the contrary, if he binds himself to Counselor Lin Shui, it may not be as convenient. That's why he just gave up. After doing these two things, the purpose of his visit to school today has been accomplished. Wang Hao picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. He had just spent nearly 2 hours in the office talking with Lin Shui, who had been enlightening him the whole time. In Wang Hao's eyes, Lin Shui was a beautiful and kind person, and Wang Hao really liked such people. Wang Hao thought about it, and it was almost time. He didn't want to go to the dormitory and meet those hypocritical roommates, who say one thing in public but do another behind closed doors. He might as well just go to Fengshan community and wait for Wu Ya. After he's done, he can go to the supermarket and buy some groceries. With that, he set off, wearing his hat and mask, heading outside the school. Fengshan community is very close to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, just across the street. After arriving here, Wang Hao took off his hat and mask. Then he looked at the time again, 4:40. There are still 20 minutes left. He simply squatted down and watched some beauty videos for a while, waiting for Wu Ya to come back. As soon as Wang Hao turned on the app, he was pushed to one of the two beautiful female anchors he had followed last night. The anchor's name was Milk Bottle is Not Sweet. Wang Hao clicked directly into her live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room of Milk Bottle Not Sweet was 10,000. Milk Bottle Not Sweet was currently dancing, which was very pleasing to the eye. Many people had rewarded gifts. Milk Bottle Not Sweet was awesome. This bottle is really white. Holy shit, I love it. Milk Bottle Not Sweet, how many carnivals have you eaten? The live broadcast room was full of comments, and Wang Hao casually looked at them. The comments were all about how this bottle was really white. Just then, Carnival flew wildly in the live broadcast room of Baby Bottle Not Sweet. It seems that a big brother has appeared. Chapter 8 Binding Wu Ya and the surprised Wang Hao. 10 carnivals flew out of the live broadcast room of Baby Bottle Not Sweet. It instantly set the whole place on fire. The barrage of comments also started to increase. My goodness, which big brother is this? He gave out 10 carnivals in one go. Yes, a carnival is worth 3,000 yuan, and this one shot gave away 30,000 yuan. That's outrageous. What do you know, the young girl killer is a real god among millionaires, and 30,000 yuan is nothing to him. Yes. Milk Bottle, hurry up and throw yourself at his feet. Yes, Milk Bottle, if you don't seize the opportunity, then when the time comes and you fight in a competition, you'll lose without him. This brother upstairs, you're wrong. What do you mean lose? The people across the way are working for our benefit. Do you understand? You're a girl's man. I suggest you go to the live broadcast room next time. Wang Hao watched the live broadcast for 10 minutes and felt that it wasn't interesting, so he exited the broadcast room. A nobody like him, even if he exits, no one will know. And there's not much time left, I guess Wuya should be back soon. If he watches some more, it won't be easy to explain to Wuya later. However, what Wang Hao didn't know was that after he had exited the broadcast room, the pace in the broadcast room became even more outrageous. Of course, it had nothing to do with Wang Hao. After all, now that he had no money, he could only be an ordinary person. After tonight, he would become rich. By then, what he had lost, he would definitely get back by himself. Whether it was Li Jujia or Han Xian, he would make them regret it. Just as he was pondering, a beautiful figure appeared before his eyes. The woman was wearing a long, black, fishnet-bodied dress with a matching pair of black high heels with red soles. Her tall figure was incredibly attractive. Her beautiful face was unforgettable. She was carrying a small bag. Her eyes were as bright as jewels. Her red lips were even more enticing. One couldn't help but want to take a bite. Wang Hao looked at the beautiful woman standing in front of him, Wuya, in a daze. Unconsciously, he swallowed. Wuya saw this and smiled politely. She was used to this kind of thing. When those men saw her outside, they would have the same expression as Wang Hao, or even worse. Their eyes were full of lust. Such looks made Wuya very annoying. Wang Hao's eyes, on the other hand, were not like those people's. Although there were some, there was more surprise. Wuya gave a small smile. This smile made Wang Hao, who was already stunned, even more confused. She is simply loved by everyone, like flowers blooming and cars bursting tires. A woman like Wuya is really something. Still looking? Go back and sign the contract. Wuya's magnetic voice reached his ears, and he came back to his senses. Sister Wuya, I'm sorry, you're so beautiful, I'm mesmerized. Upon hearing this, Wuya smiled with pursed lips, you're so sweet. In fact, Wuya often heard what Wang Hao had just said, and when she was walking on the street, many people asked her for her contact information. But she felt that those people were hypocritical. Subsequently, Wang Hao followed behind Wuya and walked together towards Wuya's home. Along the way, Wang Hao listened to the sound of Wuya's high heels clicking. His whole heart followed the rhythm and started to beat. It was as if every time Wuya took a step, his heart followed and beat. When they arrived at the security booth, the guard greeted Wuya warmly. Welcome back. Ha! However, Wuya's attitude was a bit indifferent, obviously not wanting to have any more interaction. After saying that, Wuya quickly left. Naturally, Wang Hao followed behind her. After a while, they arrived at a building in Fengshan community. The two took the elevator to the 9th floor. The whole way, Wang Hao felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. The sound of the high heels was unbearable, and he wondered along the way if he had some kind of fetish. Wuya went to 901, entered the code, and the door opened. As soon as the door opened, what caught her eye was an entrance hall with a shoe cabinet and a place to hang clothes. Wuya put her bag on the cabinet above the entrance hall, then squatted down and took out a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet, taking off the high heels on her feet. And changed into the slippers. After changing herself, she continued to take out a pair of white slippers from the shoe cabinet. The style of the slippers was obviously for women. Wang Hao, you wear these first. Well, thank you, Wuya. While Wuya was crouching down, Wang Hao seemed to vaguely see some benefits. Well, they're very white. He took off his shoes and put on the ones Wuya had brought him. Wuya put his shoes away in the shoe cupboard. After changing his shoes, Wuya picked up her bag and walked into the living room. Wang Hao closed the door behind him and followed her in. As soon as he entered, Wang Hao was captivated by the warm decor of the house. The house wasn't very big, but the decor was very warm and milky white, and there was a large French window on one side of the living room. Wang Hao really likes it. But when he sees the underwear hanging on the hanger, he instantly withdraws his gaze. Wang Hao, drink some water. Wu Ye gets him a glass of mineral water. Thanks, Wu Ye. Let's sign the contract first, just as we discussed this afternoon. Your rent is 2,000 yuan a month. Then you get one bedroom, and the remaining 2 are mine. Okay. And you can use the bathroom during the day as you like, but at night when I come home you have to check if I'm there or not. Sister Wu Ye, I know. I know what to do. And, you can't bring anyone home, understand? Okay. After that, Wu Ye gave Wang Hao some reminders and some things to watch out for. After Wang Hao signed the contract, Wu Ye told him the code for the door. Sister Wu Ye, can I ask you why you want to share the flat? Wang Hao really couldn't hold back anymore, so he asked. Wu Ye didn't hide it either, and directly told him the situation. My ex-husband owed a lot of debt because of gambling. Although I am divorced from him, he used my identity to borrow the money, and I also need to pay some of it back. That's why I want to find a roommate to reduce the pressure. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao kind of understood. Every family has its own difficulties. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman like Wu Ye to encounter this kind of thing. She really is so pitiful. Wang Hao secretly vowed that once he received his salary back from Wu Ye, he would help her in any way he could. And when signing the rental contract, Wang Hao also communicated with the system. System, bind Wu Ye. Ding, binding goddess of salary back in progress. Ding, binding successful. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao couldn't wait to open Wu Ye's data. Chapter 9 Accident. Name, Wu Ye. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 60 ordinary friend. Height, 172. Weight, 46.5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiple, 50 times. Accumulated funds received that month, 23,000 yuan. Time remaining until cashback, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye's cashback multiple and fell into deep thought. Why is Zhao Liying's cashback multiple only 10 times, while Wu Ye's is 50 times? Thinking about this, he checked Zhao Liying's data again. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Face value, 97. Favorability, 0 stranger. Height, 165. Weight, 44.5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 10x. Accumulated funds earned this month, 2,625,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary is cashed, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. He compared the differences between the two and found that only the like column was different. The other differences were not significant. In other words, the multiple of the cashback is related to the like column. In that case, if he wants to increase the multiple of the cashback, he needs to increase the goddess's like for him. Wang Hao felt that this should be the case. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. And, it's only been 1 day, and Zhao Liying has already earned another million? That's incredible. He is looking forward to tomorrow's cashback. Even if it's the lowest cashback of 10 times the salary, it can make him rich overnight. Although Wu Ye's salary is a bit low, the cashback multiple is high. With a salary of 23,000 yuan, 50 times the cashback is 1.15 million yuan. He has never seen so much money in his life, more than 1 million yuan. Of course, the most should be Zhao Liying's salary cashback, 10 times 2,625,000 yuan. That's over 20 million yuan. This is just too good. If he can bind more goddesses of salary rebates, he can just lie around and make money. Let other people make money for him. Thinking about this, Wang Hao laughed. Wu Ye, sitting on the sofa, saw this and also didn't understand why. Wang Hao, stop laughing, I'll take you to your room. After saying this, Wu Ye was about to get up. However, at the moment when Wu Ye was about to get up, she felt a sudden pain in her foot and instantly fell backwards. Wang Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, reaching out to embrace Wu Ye, who was about to fall. His hand rested on Wu Ye's waist, and Wang Hao could only feel that Wu Ye's waist was very soft. There was also a faint fragrance on Wu Ye's body, which was very mesmerizing. And fell backwards with Wu Ye. An extremely embarrassing situation instantly formed. Wang Hao's hands were around Wu Ye's waist, and their eyes met. For a moment, the air seemed to be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Wang Hao quickly got up. "Sister Wu Ye, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." At this moment, Wu Ye felt the breath that was unique to a man, and her heart was pounding wildly. Since her divorce from her ex-husband, no man has ever come so close to her. But Wu Ye quickly came back to her senses and said, "It's okay, I have to thank you, if it weren't for you, I might have fallen and hurt myself." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao innocently scratched his head. Then Wu Ye got up and took Wang Hao to his bedroom. The bedroom was very clean, and basically all the supplies were there, except that the things were a bit feminine, and she didn't know who had lived there before. "You can stay in this room from now on. Everything in here is new. If you don't like it, just replace it yourself. But don't throw away the sheets you replace, just bring them to me. I'll be living in the room opposite yours. If you need anything, just knock on my door or send me a message." "Well, thank you, Sister Wu Ye." "Sister Wu Ye, I'll transfer the rent for the first 3 months to you first, and after tomorrow, I'll give you the remaining 9 months' rent. Is that okay?" Wu Ye nodded. "No rush, you can pay me whenever you have the money. I need to use the bathroom now." Wang Hao said repeatedly, "Sister Wu Ye, I'll go after you're done washing up." "Okay." After saying that, Wu Ye went back to her room, grabbed some clean clothes, and headed straight for the bathroom. Wang Hao closed his door and lay down on the soft bed. He thought back on the events of the past few days and felt a little incredulous. Just as he was pondering, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Hao looked at it and it turned out to be a message from a few roommates. Although he no longer lives in the dormitory, he really should let them know. So Wang Hao sent a message in the group saying, "I'm taking a leave of absence. I'll be living off campus from now on." Then he put the phone down. He rolled over, face directly against the quilt. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar smell. He had smelled this smell on Wu Ye just now. Instantly, he had a wild guess that this room had been slept in by Wu Ye. Then he took another strong sniff, and sure enough, it was the same smell he had just smelled on Wu Ye's body, which confirmed his guess. This made him instantly not want to change the sheets and covers. After a while, Wu Ye knocked on the door. She said, "Wang Hao, I'm done washing up, you go ahead." As soon as Wang Hao heard this, he also immediately stood up and opened the door. It was only the moment he opened it that he felt his blood rush. Wu Ye was wearing a dressing gown, which covered a large part of her body, but the skin that was exposed was very pink and tender. Wang Hao couldn't bear it. In fact, Wu Ye usually wears even sexier clothes at home than this, but now that there is someone at home, she is dressing more conservatively. "Sister Wu Ye, I'll go wash up too." "Yes, go." Just as Wang Hao was about to go to the bathroom, Wu Ye stopped him. "Oh, you haven't bought any toiletries, have you?" "I did. I was waiting for you, so I went to the supermarket downstairs and bought some." "Well, I thought you hadn't, so I have some new ones here." "No thanks, Wu Ye." After saying that, Wang Hao plunged headlong into the bathroom. As soon as he entered, a strong fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. Wang Hao looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a pair of black lace panties appear in his eyes. And a black lace bra. Wang Hao couldn't help but say that he couldn't bear it. Living here, he would have to withstand temptation every day. He went directly under the shower, turned on the cold water, and washed his head. Instantly, the burning flame in his heart was extinguished quite a bit. And just as Wang Hao was taking a shower, Wu Ye, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly remembered that she hadn't taken out the underwear and panties she was wearing today. Oh no! Chapter 10, the first time you get paid in cash, you become instantly rich. Wu Ye suddenly remembered that she had left her underwear in the bathroom. She froze in her tracks. At this moment, Wang Hao was already in the bathroom, so it would obviously be inappropriate for her to knock on the door. I hope Wang Hao didn't notice. After saying that, she lay on the sofa like a loser, playing with her phone. In a moment, Wang Hao came out of the bathroom with a towel to dry his wet hair. Wu Ye, have you eaten yet? Wu Ye, lying on the sofa, looked up at Wang Hao and said with a little bit of joy on her face, No, you haven't eaten either, there are some ingredients in the fridge. I'll cook something for us to eat together later. Wuya, if you don't mind, I'll cook. Wuya said with some surprise. You can cook? Well, I'm from the countryside, so I know a little. That's great, the spices are in the kitchen, and there are also ingredients in the fridge, you can cook. Okay. Wang Hao dried his hair and then went straight to the kitchen. He opened the fridge and looked at the ingredients inside. He also thought about what dishes to cook. There was pork, green peppers, and eggs in the fridge. In addition, he also saw the dried shrimp. When he saw these ingredients, he basically knew what dishes to cook. First, he would make shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried green peppers with eggs, and shrimp and egg soup. After deciding what dishes to cook, he got started, washed and chopped the ingredients, finishing all the green peppers and pork. After preparing the ingredients, he started the wok and heated the oil. He began to stir-fry. In fact, his cooking skills are not very good, and the only dish he is good at is stir-fried green peppers with pork. As he stir-fries, the fragrance slowly drifts out. Wuya, who is lying in the living room, also smells a fragrance, and her stomach grumbles instantly. She puts down her phone and slowly walks towards the kitchen. When she arrives at the kitchen door, she fixes her gaze inside the kitchen and sees Wang Hao standing by the stove, constantly stirring the food in the pan. The fragrance is exactly from the pot. Wang Hao, you're a good cook, I'm hungry just smelling it. Wang Hao, who was cooking, suddenly heard Wuya's voice. Wang Hao also turned his head and looked at the kitchen door. He saw Wuya leaning against the kitchen door looking at him. He smiled slightly and replied, No, I can only cook this dish. Sister Wuya, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Well, there's no rush. In no time at all, Wang Hao had finished cooking the meal. After setting the food on the table, he went to clean up the pot he had just used. After washing the pot, Wuya seemed to have finished her work too. She came to the table and looked at the dishes on it. Although the dishes were simple, they had a strong fragrance. Looking at the dishes on the table, the corner of Wuya's mouth rose slightly. She hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Since her divorce, she had suffered too much. She had been very depressed, but now that someone else was cooking, she felt so relaxed. Just then, Wang Hao carried 2 bowls of rice out of the kitchen and said, Sister Wuya, let's eat. Wuya nodded. Wang Hao, you've worked hard. After dinner, Wang Hao cleaned up the table and then went back to his room. Wuya was left alone in the living room. Back in his room, Wang Hao fell asleep on the bed. Wuya, sitting in the living room, had mixed emotions. Time flew. The next day, Wang Hao didn't go anywhere, just lying at home. Until almost midnight the next day. He stared intently at the screen of his phone. His bank card was linked to his phone, so if any money had come in, he would definitely be the first to know. Wang Hao stared at the screen. Time was passing by the minute. His heart was getting more and more nervous. Oh God, I'm depending on you to make me a top person, please come. Wang Hao hugged his phone and said to himself as he lay on the bed. 11:59 p.m. There is only 1 minute left, and Wang Hao counts every second. Until the last 5 seconds. His heart is about to jump out, no less than yesterday when he followed Wuya. The high heels clacked, and it almost took his soul. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The time officially came to 12 o'clock, and the month officially came to June. Seeing that the time had already reached 12 o'clock, the phone still did not receive a message. Wang Hao was instantly devastated. If it really didn't come, then he would have to find a part-time job to pay this year's rent. He was still a little reluctant to give up hope, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. Suddenly, his phone received a message. Wang Hao excitedly opened the message, but the next second he was instantly disappointed. Because the message his phone received was not sent by the bank at all, but an advertising message. After that, Wang Hao waited for a few more minutes, but still didn't receive any message. His heart was finally dead. System, are you playing with me? Why haven't I received any money? An angry Wang Hao quickly questioned the system. However, all he got in response was the system's silence. At this point, he was doubting whether he had even bound the system in the first place. He was plunged into a deep state of doubt. Gone was the excitement of the previous 2 days, replaced by endless disappointment. He didn't know what he had been expecting the previous 2 days. Why did he believe in such an intangible thing? No matter if it was the big star Zhao Liang or the beautiful young woman Wu Ya, how could he covet them? But then he thought back to the waitress at the hot pot restaurant. He thought back to Li Jiejia getting into Han Xianzi 300, and the cold ridicule of his schoolmates. He thought of his parents' expectations for him when he came out. Many things were like a movie, unfolding before his eyes one after the other. Wang Hao hated himself for being incompetent and for being a dog licker. He was unwilling to accept it. But even if he was unwilling to accept it, what could he do about it? He had originally said that as soon as his current salary was deposited into his account, he would buy a car and a house to help Wu Ya get through the difficult times. But now, he was extremely disappointed. Ding! Ding! Just then, the phone received another message. But this time, Wang Hao was not as excited as before, but was instead very calm. Because he knows that he can't daydream anymore. Despite thinking so, he still picked up his phone and checked the message. Holy shit! The moment he saw the message, he swore directly. He had given up hope, but he didn't expect it to come again. The message received on his phone was exactly from the bank, which meant that the first salary rebate had arrived. He had become instantly rich. Chapter 11 The principle behind the goddess's increased salary rebate. Your savings card with the last digit 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 1.15 million renminbi at 009 on June 1, with a remaining available balance of 1.15 million.00 yuan. Longxi Bank. Your savings card with the last digit 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 26.25 million renminbi at 010 on June 1, with a remaining available balance of 27.4 million.00 yuan. Longxi Bank. Wang Hao, who had been incredibly depressed, was stunned when he saw the message on his phone. He was shocked. Holy shit! He let out an expletive. Then he quickly covered his mouth. Wu Ya had fallen asleep, and if he spoke too loudly, he might wake her up. Wang Hao looked at the bank text message in his hand. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. How could someone go from one extreme to the other? Then he must be incredibly excited or incredibly depressed. And coincidentally, Wang Hao is the first kind. With this money, he will be able to do the things he likes, and everything he had previously thought about will no longer be wishful thinking. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. It made him, who was already in an excited state, even more excited instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving salary rebates for the first time, and the host is rewarded with an additional binding opportunity. Wang Hao, who had originally received salary rebates, was very excited, and now even more excited. This is a pleasant surprise. He can only say, who else? But he feels that these 27 million are definitely not as good as this binding opportunity. He must find a goddess who can earn a lot of money a month. Thinking about it, Wang Hao asked the system to open his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 27,409,711 yuan. Fixed assets, none. Number of remaining bindings, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27,400,000. Goddesses of salary cashback already bound, Zhao Liang, Wu Ya. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you bound to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind from them. Obviously, the column for liquid capital has undergone earth-shattering changes. It is no longer in the same state as before, with nothing in it. There is also a new column for the number of bindings. And a column for the total funds obtained through salary rebates. Wang Hao really wanted to let out a yell right now, to let out all the emotions in his heart. But then he thought that Wu Ya was still sleeping, and he gave up. After reading the message, Wang Hao was ready to rest. After putting his phone down, he closed his eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, all he could think about was the message from the bank and the current balance on the data panel. There was nothing he could do, so he forced himself to think about something else. He thought again, and now he had one more chance to bind, and this time he would definitely find a goddess who had a high monthly salary and whom he could meet once a month. But where would he find such a goddess? In fact, he could choose from many goddesses in the entertainment industry. For example, Yang Mi, who was not only a diva, but also had her own company and an absolutely sky-high monthly income. But he definitely can't get in touch with her now. Next, there are celebrities like Lu Shirsher, Zhao Lucy, and Bai Meng Yin, who must be able to earn a lot of money a month, but he doesn't even have a chance to get close to them. He is in a difficult situation. And he can't bind with men. As he thought about this, Wang Hao fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock the next morning. The first thing Wang Hao did when he woke up was to open his phone and check the messages he received last night. When he saw the 2 messages, Wang Hao's heart was finally put at ease. Now he didn't have to worry about the system being fake anymore, he just needed to worry about what to do with the money. If the money had been won in the lottery, then he would definitely choose to take 10 million and put it in a fixed-term deposit to earn interest, but this money was the goddess's salary refund from the system. Then there was no need for him to save the money in the bank for the interest. Because the money he would earn in the future would definitely be more than that. Forget it, let's go buy the car of my dreams first, and then go to a hot pot restaurant. After saying that, Wang Hao got dressed and got ready to go wash up. As soon as he opened the door and came into the living room, he saw Wuya had already made breakfast. There was some congee and a glass of milk. Wang Hao, let's eat together. Wang Hao didn't plan to eat, after all, he was so rich, he definitely had to eat well for breakfast, but then he thought about having to pay Wuya rent. While eating, I can also take this opportunity to ask her how much she owes. Doing her a favor might improve her feelings towards me, and then the cashback multiplier for my salary will go up. Okay, I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth first. Go ahead. After Wang Hao had washed up, he sat directly at the dining table, and Wuya also prepared his bowl and chopsticks. While drinking the porridge, Wang Hao said, Sister Wuya, I will transfer this year's rent to you in a while, a total of 24,000 yuan, right? Well, if you are short of money, you can take your time, I am not in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a little heartbroken for Wuya. Even though she was having such a hard time herself, she was still thinking about others. Although he had only known Wuya for less than 2 days, the beautiful young woman had made a very good impression on him. For whatever reason, Wang Hao felt that he had to help her. It's okay, Sister Wuya, although I know it's presumptuous, I still want to ask, how much money do you still need? Upon hearing this, Wuya gave a sheepish smile and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Wang Hao didn't plan to ask again, after all, she didn't want to say. So he didn't insist. Then, Wang Hao picked up his phone and transferred the money to Wuya. Wuya, who had received the notification, also picked up her phone and checked it out. It was just that it didn't matter if she didn't look at it, but after she did, she was shocked. Wang Hao, why did you transfer so much money to me? Wang Hao had directly transferred 240,000 yuan to Wuya at once. This directly shocked Wuya. Sister Wuya, I'll pay the rent for 10 years. Wang Hao laughed, then continued to eat his congee. Wuya's diamond-like eyes never left Wang Hao's. And Wang Hao, who was eating his congee, also heard the system's prompts. Ding, Wuya's favorability plus 10. Ding, Wuya's favorability plus 5. Current Wuya's favorability, 75, current Wuya's salary rebate multiple, 75 times. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Hao thought to himself, just as expected, this goddess's cashback multiplier is related to her favorability. The higher her favorability, the higher her cashback multiplier. It seems that if he wants to earn more money, he not only has to bind more goddesses of cashback, but also increase their favorability towards him. Thinking of this, his mood became even more excited. Suddenly, Wang Hao heard a sob, and immediately looked in the direction of Wuya. Chapter 12, with a wave of his hand, he took the big G directly. Wang Hao didn't expect Wuya to cry. He was suddenly at a loss. He didn't know whether to go up and comfort her or not. In the end, he could only put down the bowl in his hand and comfort her with a stiff face. Sister Wuya, things will always pass, you have to look forward, there will be a better you there. But after Wang Hao finished speaking, Wuya still kept sobbing. He really didn't know what to do. Sister Wuya, don't you still have to go to work? Hurry up and eat. Wang Hao had never seen a 30-year-old woman cry like a weeping willow. This was the first time he had seen it. But I must say, Wuya really looks pitiful in her current state. She cried for a long time. Wuya slowly raised her head and said, Wang Hao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. Those people called me today, saying that if I don't pay them back, they're going to come looking for me and call my family. Hearing this, Wang Hao finally understood why Wuya had increased her favorability so much. It was a fluke. Sister Wuya, it's okay. I made you look like a fool. Afterwards, after Wang Hao finished breakfast, he went to his room and changed his clothes, then prepared to go buy a car. He was going to pick up his dream car. After getting the car, he would try to see if he could meet Zhao Liying to maintain the bond. Are you busy today, Wuya? This was the first time Wang Hao had ever bought a car, and he felt bad about doing it alone. Wuya, who was tidying up the table, looked at Wang Hao with some confusion when she heard what he said. She didn't know what Wang Hao was trying to say. At this time, Wuya felt that Wang Hao might have a crush on her, otherwise why would he pay so many years of rent all at once? Could it be that Wang Hao has some ulterior motive? Wang Hao, I'm going to go to work after I finish cleaning up. Do you have anything else? Wang Hao scratched his head and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just that I want to go buy a car, but it's the first time I've gone car shopping, so I wanted to ask if you have time, but if you don't, that's fine. After he finished speaking, Wang Hao planned to go buy the car on his own. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wuya also felt a wave of shame. Wang Hao just wanted her to go with him to buy a car, but she thought Wang Hao had feelings for her. It was simply speechless. However, she did have things to do today, and there was work at the dance studio, so she couldn't go with Wang Hao. Well, Wang Hao, I still have work at the dance studio, so I may not be able to go with you. If you can wait, I'll go with you on my day off. Well, that's fine. Sister Wuya, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go now. After saying that, Wang Hao opened the door and left. Wuya looked at Wang Hao's departing back. Her emotions were mixed. She didn't understand, clearly before Wang Hao couldn't even pay the 24,000 rent for 2 days, so how could he suddenly come up with 240,000? And Wang Hao paying 10 years rent at once was obviously trying to help her. How could she not see it? It's just that the money she owed was a bit too much, and the 240,000 yuan Wang Hao just gave her could only pay back 1/5 of it. Sigh. After a sigh, Wuya went back to her room, changed her clothes, and then went out too. On the other side, after Wang Hao went out, he directly took out his phone and searched for the Force store in the Magic City. The Force store closest to him was 15 kilometers away. There was no choice, he could only take a taxi and head directly to the Force store. In no time, Wang Hao hailed a taxi and arrived at the nearest Force shop. As soon as he got out of the taxi, Wang Hao looked at the name of the Force shop, Shanghai Auto Service Force shop. Wang Hao walked in with a confident stride. With money in his pocket, he was much more confident. The salesperson at the Force shop saw that someone was coming and the salesperson came up to him. Hello sir, do you want to buy a car? One of the female salespersons in professional attire walked up to him and whispered. Wang Hao had never seen anything like this before. He also became a little nervous in an instant. But thinking about the money in his pocket, he instantly regained his confidence. Yes. I wonder if you have a favorite model. Wang Hao directly told her what he was thinking. Do you have a G63? Wang Hao's words took the saleswoman by surprise. Usually people who come in like this have basically already made up their minds, so the chances of a deal are very high. May I ask your last name, sir? My name is Wang Hao, and you? My name is Lin Wanner. Mr. Wang, I can see that you are not old, you are really young and capable. Wang Hao embarrassedly scratched his head. No, I am still in college. Mr. Wang, you have come at the right time, we happen to have a G63 in stock today, let me take you to see the car. Okay. The other sales in the Force shop were also extremely envious when they saw Lin Wanner take Wang Hao to see the car. Just now, when they saw the clothes on Wang Hao, they concluded that Wang Hao could definitely not afford a car. Who would have thought? Wang Hao followed Lin Wanner to a large G. As soon as Wang Hao saw the car, he was very excited. This was the car he had always liked. Back in the village, he always thought that if he could drive a large G back, he would definitely be very popular. Maybe even the girl he liked in high school would go home with him. Thinking about this, Wang Hao waved his hand directly. This is the car, just swipe the card. After saying that, Wang Hao directly handed the bank card to Lin Wanner, who was also shocked by Wang Hao's actions. What kind of godlike operation is this? He just looked at the outside of the car and didn't even look at the interior, and then directly wanted to take it? She didn't even introduce it, and the deal was done, it was really too dreamlike. Lin Wanner was so excited that even her hand holding the bank card was shaking. Mr. Wang, the starting price for this car is 4.5 million. Are you sure you want it? Nonsense, I've already given you my bank card, so just hurry up and get it ready for me. Can I drive it away today? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner said excitedly, "No problem, Mr. Wang, you can drive it away today. I'll go prepare the contract for you now." After saying this, Lin Wanner excitedly went to prepare the materials. To be honest, this was the first time Wang Hao had experienced this kind of shopping, and it was simply amazing. No wonder those rich people don't look at the price when buying things. The other salespeople on the side were dumbfounded. It had only been a few minutes, and a 4.5 million dazhong had been sold like that? They felt a lot of regret. If they had received Wang Hao, wouldn't this sale have gone to them? For the rest of the day, Wang Hao kept signing contracts and whatnot with Lin Wanner. It wasn't until the evening that the Dargan car really belonged to him. Wang Hao sat in the driver's seat and gently stroked the steering wheel, feeling his dream car. After buying the car, the next thing to deal with was the hot pot restaurant. Thinking about this, Wang Hao said goodbye to Lin Wanner, and the two added a contact method before leaving the Force shop. Driving towards Bolon Square. Chapter 13 The Still Arrogant Waitress. Wang Hao looked at the time, and it was almost time to eat. It so happened that he didn't get to eat hot pot last time, so this time he had to eat his fill. However, Wang Hao was driving for the first time after learning his driver's license, so he was very careful. Along the way, he basically never drove faster than 60 miles per hour. This also caused him to be scolded by many people. Seeing this, Wang Hao instantly got angry. Next time the goddess's salary is returned in cash, he must get a god car so that they will have to stay away when they see it. Especially the Porsche 918, Ferrari LaFerrari, and McLaren P1. When there is more cash to return in the future, these god cars must be obtained. Then go back and woo the goddess he had a crush on in high school. Since it was the first time he had driven to Baolong Plaza, Wang Hao didn't even know where to park, and in the end, he just had to follow the navigation. It wasn't until half an hour later that Wang Hao parked the car. It has to be said, having a car is a different feeling. The moment he sat in the car, Wang Hao instantly felt that the whole world lit up, and even the air was sweet. Just as Wang Hao parked the car, a voice suddenly came from behind him. A clear female voice interrupted him as he was closing the car door. Wang Hao turned around and looked back. He saw a woman wearing a white floral dress, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, a pair of white lace socks with a pair of black leather shoes, staring at him. Wang Hao was also puzzled. He didn't remember meeting the other person, so why was she calling out his name? Although this woman wasn't very pretty, she was at least 80 points. She also looked very pure. Wang Hao closed the door of the Deji and asked, "Who are you? Are you really Wang Hao?" Wang Hao nodded. Seeing that the woman did not respond, he continued, "Who are you?" "I'm a student at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and I'm your junior." Wang Hao was flabbergasted. How could even his junior recognize him? He wasn't the only one who was flabbergasted. The junior from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics was even more flabbergasted. Before, she also knew Wang Hao from a photo, because at that time Wang Hao was very famous. After all, he was the dog-licking king of the University of Finance and Economics. But when she saw Wang Hao driving a large G, the schoolmate from the University of Finance and Economics instantly felt that this rumor did not match at all. This is not the dog-licking king, this is clearly her man. "Hello, senior, my name is Song Ningxuan." Song Ningxuan quickly walked up to Wang Hao, extended her white and tender little hand and greeted Wang Hao. "Hello? Senior, is this your car?" Song Ningxuan curiously surveyed the Deji behind Wang Hao. She naturally knew the Deji. "Well, I just bought it today." "Wow. Senior, you're so rich, this car must cost at least 2 million. Wang Hao waved his hand. "It's okay, schoolmate. I'll go first, we can chat again if we have the chance." Song Ningxuan saw that Wang Hao was leaving and quickly stopped him, saying, "Senior Wang Hao, are you going to eat?" "Well, I'm going to eat too, let's go together." Before Wang Hao could refuse, Song Ningxuan directly pulled him towards the upstairs of Baolong Plaza. "Senior, what do you want to eat?" "Let's have hot pot, there's a hot pot restaurant up there, let's go there." "Okay." Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao, who looked calm and collected, and instantly felt that she must seize the moment. However, she would not be too proactive and intimate until she was sure that the large goo in the parking lot was Wang Hao's. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan arrived on the third floor of Baolong Plaza in no time. This time, he went straight to the hot pot restaurant from yesterday. Song Ningxuan followed him the whole time. When they arrived at the hot pot restaurant, Wang Hao saw the waitress from yesterday. The waitress was still serving other people, but she seemed to be looking at the value of the dishes. However, Wang Hao was very strange. Why did she look at the dishes according to the value of the person and not go to a more upscale place? It was really strange. But it was none of his business. He had to take revenge for yesterday. At this time, the waitress also noticed him, but she didn't pay any attention to him. Seeing that he was here, she still stood there calmly. Wang Hao didn't care about her, after all, this time he was prepared to find the owner of the store directly. So he went directly to another waiter. "Is your manager here?" Upon hearing this, the waiter was a little puzzled, but he still said patiently, "Sir, may I ask what your business is?" However, before Wang Hao could speak, the waitress from yesterday immediately jumped out. She mocked, "What could his business be? He's just trying to complain about me." "I'm not afraid of you, go ahead and complain." After saying that, the waitress turned her head. After hearing this, the male waiter also understood roughly. Knowing that he couldn't handle this matter well, he went to call the manager. "Sir, please wait a moment." After saying that, the male waiter left. Song Ningxuang stood behind Wang Hao, a little confused. She had no idea what was going on. Didn't they say they were here to eat hot pot? Why are they arguing now? But before Song Ningxuang could figure out what was going on, the waiter walked over to her and Wang Hao with a woman in uniform. "Hello sir, may I ask what happened?" The female manager asked politely. Wang Hao didn't mince words and directly stated the reason for his visit. "Are you the manager of this hot pot restaurant?" "Yes sir." "Then you should have your boss's number, right?" "Of course." "Then can you call your boss and tell him that someone wants to buy his restaurant?" Upon hearing this, everyone froze. Not only the waiter, but also the female manager and Song Ningxuang froze. Only the waitress who had mocked Wang Hao yesterday stood there laughing out loud. "Ah, I'm dying of laughter, a poor loser also wants to buy this hot pot restaurant, I'm really impressed." Hearing the waitress's words, a crowd of people instantly surrounded them. This kid really doesn't know his place, he actually wants to buy the hot pot restaurant. Yes, just look at the clothes he's wearing, they're just a bunch of random brands from the street stalls. In this day and age, there really are all kinds of people. Seeing everyone around him saying this, Song Ningxuang really wanted to say that Wang Hao came here in a big car, so how could he not be able to afford to buy the hot pot restaurant? But she wasn't sure if the big car belonged to Wang Hao, so she could only stand by his side. Wang Hao didn't respond to those who were mocking him, but instead continued to say to the female manager, "Why don't you give me your boss's number, and I'll call him myself?" The female manager was also unsure, so she nodded. "I'll give it a call for you." After saying that, the female manager picked up her phone and called the hot pot restaurant owner. Chapter 14, Buying the Hot Pot Restaurant. Do. While the phone was ringing, the waitress laughed out loud, "Ha ha, if he can buy the hot pot restaurant, I'll lick his feet clean today." The waitress was not at all panicked. Yesterday, that couple had dinner and specifically talked to her about Wang Hao. She also knows that Wang Hao is just a dog licker and a poor boy from the countryside. How could he really have the money to buy the hot pot restaurant? It would take a lot of money to buy the restaurant, especially in this materialistic city, and it would cost even more. He would never believe that Wang Hao could buy the hot pot restaurant. Song Ningxuang, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. Song Ningfang understood that she must choose a side now, otherwise, once this matter was over, then he and Wang Hao would really just be classmates from school. Song Ningfang thought for a while. She decided to stand by Wang Hao's side. "What are you shouting about? Brother Hao said that if he wants to take over the hot pot restaurant, he will definitely be able to do so. You're a snob." Song Ningxuang took Wang Hao's arm and scolded the waitress. Hearing Song Ningxuang speak up for him, Wang Hao was also slightly stunned, but he instantly understood that she had probably chosen a side. And the side she chose was his. Come to think of it, not to mention that Song Ningxuang and the waitress in front of her didn't know each other, even if they did, she would probably still stand on his side, because Song Ningxuang saw him get off the big G. It has to be said that Song Ningxuang is also a smart woman. Feeling the turbulent waves in Song Ning's chest, Wang Hao was also a little distracted. But now is not the time to think about this. "Ha, don't worry if I can't plate it, but you'd better remember what you said. If I can plate it, you'd better be able to do it, otherwise, I have a bad temper." The onlookers saw that Wang Hao was so confident. They immediately started chatting and discussing. "He's so confident, he can't really afford the hot pot restaurant, can he?" Yeah, that's what I think too. It feels like he's playing the fool. I don't think so. The pretty waitress isn't at all panicked. The waitress naturally heard their discussion, but she wasn't at all panicked. Instead, she smiled and said to the crowd, "Don't believe him, he's just a dog-licking king." The waitress directly told everyone about Wang Hao's scandal. Just after she finished speaking, the phone finally connected. After the female manager answered, she told the boss what had happened here. "Boss, a customer here says he wants to buy your hot pot restaurant." After the female manager finished speaking, a man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Are you serious?" "Boss, how dare I joke with you, would you like to come take a look?" "Okay, you take care of the customer, I'll be right there." "Okay, boss." After hanging up the phone, the female manager evacuated the crowd at the door, otherwise when the boss came, it wouldn't look good to see so many people gathered outside the hot pot restaurant. However, after the female manager evacuated the crowd, the people didn't leave, but stood not far away and continued to watch. It was like watching a show. The waitress looked at Wang Hao with a mocking look. However, what she didn't know was that she would pay the price for what she had said next. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in the crowd's field of vision. When the female manager saw the middle-aged man, she quickly came to his side and told him what had happened. "Boss, here's what happened." After hearing this, the boss's eyes narrowed. He stared at the waitress with piercing eyes. The waitress felt uncomfortable being looked at like this by the boss, but since he was the owner of the hot pot restaurant, she didn't dare say anything and could only silently lower her head. Wang Hao also sighed in admiration when he saw this. This was the difference between having status and not having status. Before, the waitress's attitude towards him was not so humble. Instead, she was very arrogant. Now, in front of the hot pot restaurant owner, she is meek as a lamb. It's unbelievable. After looking at the waitress, the middle-aged man walked straight up to Wang Hao. When he saw Wang Hao's attire, he did not show a look of disdain. Instead, he extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Zhao Dahai, I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant." "My manager said you want to buy my hot pot restaurant?" Wang Hao extended his hand and shook Zhao Dahai's hand. "Hello, Boss Zhao, my name is Wang Hao. You know what happened today, so let's not beat around the bush. I want to buy your hot pot restaurant." "What do you say?" Zhao Dahai was also slightly stunned. Although his hot pot restaurant is not worth much, it will not be less than 2 million. Someone who can casually come up with 2 million would be the lick dog king they call him. It's impossible no matter how you think about it. "Well, I'm older than you, so it's okay to call you Brother Wang, right?" "Big Brother Zhao, feel free." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai burst out laughing. "Ha, okay, Brother Wang, I won't ask for much from you. When I first opened this hot pot restaurant, I spent 1.9 million. Since you want to take it over, I won't ask for much from you either. You can just pay 2.3 million. Wang Hao didn't hesitate for a second and responded directly, "Okay, 2.3 million it is. I'll transfer the money to you right now." "No problem, I'll have someone prepare the contract right away." This move directly stunned the people around him. Holy cow, who told me that he was the dog-licking king? How can someone so rich be a dog licker? Exactly, let me be his dog licker. No, are you guys stupid? He hasn't even paid yet, how can you be sure that he can come up with 2.3 million? That's 2.3 million, not 230,000. Exactly. The people around him had divided into different opinions. They were arguing heatedly. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Song Ningxuan. Wang Hao's title as the lickspittle of the rich in the Magic City was known to everyone. Now he has simply waved his hand and spent 2.3 million to buy the hot pot restaurant. This doesn't look like the same person at all. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao in admiration. In no time at all, Zhao Dahai had his secretary prepare the contract and everything else. Wang Hao looked at the secretary who brought the contract to Zhao Dahai and was also incredibly envious. The female secretary is tall and wearing a professional outfit, which is very eye-catching. Wang Hao thought, when he starts his own company in the future, he will also find a beautiful female secretary. As the saying goes, if there is something to do, the secretary will do it. If there is nothing to do, the secretary will do it anyway. I think that should be the case. Wang Hao took the contract from Zhao Hai's secretary, pretended to read it, and then signed his name. Then he transferred the 2.3 million payment to Zhao Hai. At this moment, the hot pot restaurant belonged to Wang Hao, and Wang Hao finally had his first fixed asset. Seeing the two of them complete the transaction, everyone around them was stunned. Of course, there were two people who were most shocked. Chapter 15 in the future, keep your eyes open. Song Ningxuang now finally believed that the Diji was Wang Hao's. For someone who could just wave a hand and directly buy a hot pot restaurant, buying a Diji seemed very reasonable. At this time, Song Ningfang looked into Wang Hao's eyes and could hardly keep from smiling. She couldn't wait to take Wang Hao for her own. She tightened her grip on Wang Hao's hand. The waitress looked on in disbelief. She couldn't believe that something like this had really happened to her. She had originally thought that Wang Hao was just an ordinary person and would never be able to afford a hot pot restaurant, but he had simply bought it with a wave of his hand. This was a huge blow to her. Wang Hao bought the hot pot restaurant, so what kind of revenge will she receive next? She dares not imagine it. Thinking about this, the waitress suddenly fell to the ground, and her big white rabbit breasts shook. Wang Hao didn't care about this, but instead opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 20.209711 million. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in the Powerlawn Plaza in Shanghai. Number of remaining binding times, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27.4 million. Goddesses of salary cashback already bound, Zhao Liang to be bound this month, Wu Ye bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you have bound to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind from them. After opening the data panel, his assets have indeed changed. Unexpectedly, he spent nearly 7 million in one day. He is numb. But he is curious as to why the bank hasn't called him. Didn't they say that once you have money, the bank will call you? However, now is not the time to think about this. After all, there are still things to be dealt with. Brother Wang, the hot pot restaurant already belongs to you, so I'll be leaving first. I'll come over to your place in a couple of days for dinner. After Zhao Dahai and Wang Hao exchanged contact information, Zhao Dahai left with his secretary. At this time, the people in the hot pot restaurant gradually dispersed. Only the female clerk, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze, looked utterly dejected. She knew that getting fired was a trivial matter, but if she offended this kind of rich person in the city, then her fate would often be miserable. At this time, the waitress Xia Zhenli kept falling. If she had known, she shouldn't have looked down on people. She regretted it. She shouldn't have treated customers differently. However, Wang Hao watched all this coldly without saying a word. He is not a small-minded person, on the contrary, he is very easygoing. As long as others are nice to him, he will be 10 or 100 times nicer to others. Do you know you were wrong now? Wang Hao's cold voice reached the waitress's ears. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the waitress immediately raised her head and responded, I know I was wrong, boss, please forgive me. I never intended to do anything to you, but I won't keep you in my hot pot restaurant anymore. In the future, please keep your eyes open. Upon hearing this, the waitress kept thanking him and left in a flustered manner. Song Ningxuang, who had been holding on to Wang Hao, looked at him with some confusion and asked, Brother Hao, why did you let her go like that? What else could I do? What else did you want to do? Song Ningxuang smiled awkwardly, as if she agreed. If you didn't let her go, what else would you do? The reason Wang Hao did what he did was actually to save face. He didn't really have any intention of buying this hot pot restaurant. After all, his goal was not the hot pot restaurant. He wanted the goddesses to work for him and make money for him, lots and lots of money. So no matter what the hot pot restaurant was like before, or what it will be like in the future, it's no big deal, just find someone to manage it. Okay, don't think about it so much. Aren't you hungry? I'm hungry, let me treat you to hot pot. Wang Hao said with a smile. This is his own restaurant, so he can eat as much as he wants and whatever he wants, how awesome is that? Song Ningxuang gave a slight smile, took his arm and walked towards the hot pot restaurant. The female manager also smiled brightly. Boss. Wang Hao also responded with a smile, go ahead and get to work. How was the hot pot restaurant before, and how is it now? Just hand over the books to me every month, and I'll give you my phone number and green bubble. Upon hearing this, the female manager also let out a sigh of relief. Her biggest fear was the trouble that would come after changing bosses. Now it seems that Wang Hao is a very easygoing person who was not stuck up. Who wouldn't like such a boss? Good boss. By the way, what's your name? Boss, my name is Yuan Yao. Well, you prepare some food for me in Songningshuang. Okay, boss, you come with me. After that, Yuan Yao took him and Songningshuang to a relatively quiet location and then asked him what flavor he wanted. Then she went and arranged for someone to serve him. Wang Hao and Songningshuang sat face to face. Songningshuang's eyes stared at him intently, as if she wanted to see right through him. Then Songningshuang whispered, "Senior, you're not like the rumors at school." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao gave a small smile. Oh? How are you different? The school always spreads rumors about you, but in my opinion, they're just jealous of you and targeting you. Wang Hao's mouth corners rose. Isn't this the advantage of being rich? He obviously didn't do anything, but Songningshuang automatically made up her own mind. She believed that it wouldn't be long before the title of King of the Licking Dogs would be disproved. When he goes back to school in a few days, it is expected to cause a sensation. He is not going to keep a low profile, after all, he has to get back everything he lost. Senior, where are you going later? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao thought about it. Since Song Ningfeng had stood by his side at a critical moment, he would give her something. After all, you can't be stingy when you're rich. Maybe I'll even let Song Ningxuan make money for me in the future. Let's go shopping in the mall in a little while. You can buy me a surprise if you buy me 2 outfits. When she heard this, Song Ningxuan was overjoyed. Because she believed that a surprise from a rich guy like Wang Hao would definitely be a surprise, not something like roses. Is there really a surprise, senior? Of course there is, but you have to help me pick out the outfits. No problem with that, senior, you trust my judgment, and I'll definitely make you the most handsome guy in the room. Looking at the lively Song Ningxuan in front of him, Wang Hao sighed to himself, if I didn't have money, how could I have seen all these scenes? From this moment on, his determination to make money grew even stronger. Just as the two were chatting, Song Ningxuan's phone rang. Chapter 16 Wang Hao was kissed. Song Ningxuan picked up the phone on the table and looked at it. Her face twitched unconsciously. Why didn't she answer the phone? Wang Hao suddenly came up with a sound. Song Ningxuan smiled awkwardly. It's okay, a nuisance call. Wang Hao's mouth corners rose, and he didn't expose Song Ningxuan's lie. After Song Ningfeng hung up the phone, Yuan Yao came over with the waitresses carrying the pot base and meat. There were a lot of things. Drinks and food. Yuan Yao arranged everything in place. Yuan Yao, you go ahead and take care of your business, don't worry about me, I'll leave after I'm done. Also, I'll count the money for this table, so it'll be easier for you to reconcile the accounts. Yuan Yao didn't expect Wang Hao to say that. Suddenly, she felt much better about Wang Hao. A slight smile. Okay, boss. After that, Yuan Yao went back to her own business. Wang Hao and Song Ningxuan started eating hot pot. However, while eating hot pot, Song Ningxuan's phone kept ringing, so she turned it off. Wang Hao didn't say anything about it. It was her choice what she did. Besides, he didn't know who was calling Song Ningxuan, so there was no need to say anything. After hanging up the phone, Song Ningfeng used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat, put it in the bottom of the pot, and then dipped it in her own dipping sauce before passing it to Wang Hao. Try the dipping sauce I made, it's delicious. Wang Hao didn't refuse, either, and took a bite of the piece of meat Song Ningfeng passed him. It's good. You're from the south too, right? Hey, how did you know that? Song Ningxuan was surprised. Because we southerners all like to make the dipping sauce like this. So you're from the south too, then? Yes, I'm from your province. Hey, I'm from Yun province. We're really close. Yeah, I heard that you people in Yun province really like spicy food. Is that true? That's for sure true, I can eat spicy food really well. Really? Then try some of mine. Sure. An hour later. After Wang Hao paid for the meal, he left the hot pot restaurant with Song Ningxuan. He had a great time eating. Especially since there was a beautiful woman feeding him. It was simply amazing. As soon as they left the hot pot restaurant, Song Ningxuan took the initiative to hold his arm. It smells like hot pot all over my body, let's go buy 2 sets of clothes to change. What? You need to change your clothes if you smell. Song Ningxuang was stunned. The thoughts of the rich are really different, Song Ningxuang sighed. After that, Wang Hao and Song Ningxuang strolled around the mall. But Song Ningxuang first helped Wang Hao choose a few sets of clothes before going to buy her own. Song Ningxuang didn't choose where to go buy, because she knew it would make people hate it. So she chose to follow Wang Hao, and wherever Wang Hao took her, she would follow. It has to be said that although Song Ningfang worships gold, she still knows how to advance and retreat. Wang Hao also really likes such a woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she also knows how to advance and retreat. Speaking of being beautiful, it seems that he has not yet seen Song Ningfang's data. Thinking of this, he directly told the system to release Song Ningfang's data. System, open Song Ningfang's data for me. Ding, generating data. Name, Song Ningxuang. Age, 21. Face value, 89. Favorability, 71 normal friend. Height, 170. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, none. Seeing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Hao finally understood why the system hadn't given him a prompt. Emotionally, Song Ningxuang doesn't have an income yet, so there's no way she can return cash. This is a bit awkward. But it's fine, he's not going to bind Song Ningxuang at this stage. After all, the kind of person he's looking for now is a goddess who is beautiful, earns a high monthly salary, and can be seen often. So Song Ningxuang is naturally ruled out. After observing Song Ningxuang's data, Wang Hao asked, "What brand of clothes do you want to buy?" However, Song Ningxuang shook her head and said, "No, I have a lot of clothes." "Are you sure? If you miss it, you won't get it." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang hesitated. "No, I won't buy it." And finally decided to give up. However, Wang Hao had no intention of not buying it for her. Since she wasn't buying clothes, he would buy her a bag. Isn't it said that women's bags can cure all ills? Is there a problem buying a bag? Wang Hao then took her directly to a Louis Vuitton store. Song Ningfang was also dumbfounded. "I don't know what Wang Hao wants to do." "Senior, why are we here?" Wang Hao usually reads a lot of novels, and in this situation, he also wanted to learn from the plot in the novel. So he reached out and gave Song Ningxuang's perky but a little tap. Wang Hao's heart immediately started racing. And he wasn't the only one whose heart was racing. Song Ningxuang's pretty face also instantly turned red. After the tap, Wang Hao said, "Go ahead and choose. Buy whichever ones you like, and pick a couple extras too." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuang blushed shyly and said, "Really, brother Hao?" Hearing Song Ning's voice, which made him feel tingly, he couldn't help but squeeze her top notch but again. But there were a bit too many people there, so he couldn't go too far. "Well, go." After Wang Hao said that, Song Ning happily went to choose a bag. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought of Wuya at home. Would it increase his favorability if he gave her a bag? But after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he had not known Wuya for long, and if he gave her a bag like that, she might get the wrong idea and their relationship might even worsen. He would wait until Wuya had some time and ask her out for dinner. Then, just like when they were dating, he would see if it would improve their relationship. While he was thinking, Song Ningfang had already chosen a bag. "Brother Hao, I've already chosen one." Wang Hao looked at the 3 bags in his hands and said to the saleswoman, "Wrap these 3 bags up for me." The saleswoman was also very surprised. After all, these 3 bags were not cheap. However, before the saleswoman could come back to her senses, Wang Hao's voice rang in her ear again. "Also, wrap up the most expensive bag in your store." "What?" Hearing Wang Hao's words, the women who were still choosing bags also immediately looked in his direction. "Sir, are you sure? The total price of the most expensive bag in our store is 310,000. The saleswoman asked. Wang Hao did not hesitate for a second. "Wrap it up." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman happily wrapped up the 4 bags. The 4 bags cost a total of 398,100 yuan. The saleswoman rounded down the total to 398,000 yuan. The moment Song Ningxuang took the bag in her hands, she was still very confused. But after she reacted, she jumped up excitedly. She kissed him directly on the lips with her red lips. Feeling the softness on his lips, Wang Hao was also dumbfounded. Right now, all he could think about was that he had been kissed forcefully. Chapter 17 Brother Hao, remember to pick me up tomorrow. The two of them parted as soon as they touched. Wang Hao was also confused by this unexpected kiss. But afterwards, he licked the corner of his mouth. Smiling, he said, "It's sweet, I like it." Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan instantly blushed and lowered her head. The people nearby also cursed when they saw this. Wang Hao then slowly led Song Ningxuan away from the LV boutique. He then planned to go back. He took Song Ningxuan to the car. Back in the car, he first opened his own panel. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid capital, 19,811,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in the Baolong Plaza in Shanghai. Remaining binding times, 1. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27.4 million. System points, 0. Goddesses of salary cashback already bound, Zhao Liang to be bound this month, Wu Ye bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 29 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you bound to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind from them. There is only 19.81 million in liquid funds left. Today alone, he spent nearly 8 million. Song Ningxuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw Wang Hao daydreaming. The girl said, "Brother Hao, what are you thinking about?" Hearing Song Ningxuan's squeaky voice, Wang Hao came back to his senses. "It's nothing, I just thought of something." "Where are you going now?" "Brother Hao, where are you going?" "I still have things to do, I'll take you back to school first." Upon hearing Wang Hao say this, Song Ningfang also felt disappointed. If she could get closer to Wang Hao, then she might become the envied rich wife of everyone. However, there's no rush, and Song Ningfang also knows this truth. Subsequently, Wang Hao drove the car, taking Song Ningfang towards the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In fact, in the city of Shanghai, which is full of materialistic people, there are many people driving large luxury cars, so not many people pay attention to Wang Hao's car. Driving a large car in the city can be considered middle class. Wang Hao is now in this stage. Song Ningxuan, who is sitting in the passenger seat, has a smile on her face. She took the initiative to lean her pale feet over to Wang Hao's side, and when Wang Hao saw this, his eyes lit up. He casually placed his hand on them. Instantly, he felt how soft they were. Song Ningxuan, who was sitting next to him, was also beaming with a smile. She cooed, "Brother Hao, how are Ningfeng's legs? Ningfeng can let you feel them up close tonight." Wang Hao couldn't take it anymore. Song Ningfeng, this schoolmate, is too good. If this continues, he won't be able to resist taking Song Ningfeng to have in-depth exchanges. This won't do. He's not that kind of person. Even if they want to have in-depth exchanges, they can only do it at home. It's not safe to go to a hotel. Wang Hao felt that it was time to buy a house. Let's talk about this later. If we keep spending like this, the remaining 10 million yuan will be gone soon, and there are still 29 days until next month's salary is returned in cash. So we have to plan well. The money returned in cash from his salary is not enough for him to spend recklessly. He has to plan carefully how to spend it to maximize his benefits. In no time, Wang Hao arrived at the gate of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics in his big G. The moment he stopped, many students looked over in his direction. "Holy shit, it's a G63, it's so cool. I love it, this is my favorite car, if only I could have one. And look, that's a temporary license plate, it must have been delivered today. Let me see. It really is, there are so many rich people in Shanghai." A group of students chattered away. Song Ningxuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt incredibly comfortable as she looked at the envious glances of the people around Deji. Wang Hao's hand was still on Song Ningxuan's fair leg. Song Ningxuan didn't hurry to get out of the car, and just sat there. It wasn't until a while later that Song Ningxuan whispered, "Brother Hao, I'm going to go back now." Hearing this, Wang Hao reluctantly removed his hand from Song Ningxuan's fair leg. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ningfang brought her delicate cheeks close to him and then kissed Wang Hao on the cheek. "Hee, Brother Hao, remember to pick me up tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you at school." After saying this, Song Ningfang opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz and got out of the passenger seat. However, the people who were admiring the car at this time also noticed the door opening. They wanted to see who had the ability to afford a Mercedes-Benz. When they saw the person get out of the car, they were shocked. "Holy shit, is my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't that the flower of our class? How did she get out of the Mercedes? Dude, what class is she in?" Finance too. Holy shit, it really is Song Ningfeng. Wait, isn't Song Ningfeng already in a relationship? How did she get out of someone else's car? Holy shit, I think I've hit the jackpot. What? Are you serious, man? Why would I lie to you? This is a huge surprise. No, I can't eat this melon all by myself, I want my classmates to have a taste too. Naturally, the surrounding chatter reached Song Ningxuan's ears. But she didn't care at all, because she had already planned to distance herself from that person, and she had never been with that person anyway, it was just that person who was willing. After getting out of the car, Song Ningxuan waved at Wang Hao. Wang Hao naturally responded to her, waved at her, and then drove away. After Wang Hao left, Song Ningxuan turned around and prepared to go back to the dormitory. It was only when she turned around that she realized that there was actually a group of people behind her watching her. She didn't bother with these people either. She just left. However, just as she was about to leave, someone behind her called out her name. Song Ningxuan, why did you get off that big car? The person who called out to her was Wang Weiqing, a classmate from her finance class. Wang Weiqing, what's our relationship? You don't care where I got off, and it's none of your business that I took my boyfriend's car, you're crazy. After saying that, Song Ningxuan took the bag she bought today and turned around and left. Seeing this, Wang Weiqing also picked up his phone and called his roommate. Wang Weiqing's roommate Zhao Chang is the one who often sends things to Song Ningxuan. After Song Ningxuan returned to the dormitory, she immediately posted a friend's circle message. She took a photo of several bags, especially the 310,000 yuan bag, and then attached a photo of the hand-holding she secretly took while shopping with Wang Hao today, and posted a friend's circle message. Accompanying text, you promised me wealth and I will accompany you for life. After clicking OK, she put her phone on the bed and then concentrated on looking at the bags. Chapter 18 The Haggard Wuya. Ningfeng, you've struck it rich, buying so many bags. Song Ningfeng's roommate exclaimed after seeing Song Ningfeng's bags. My boyfriend bought them for me. Song Ningfeng said proudly. What, Zhao Chang bought them for you? No way, how could Zhao Chang have so much money? Who told you that my boyfriend is Zhao Chang? Isn't he? Zhao Chang brings you breakfast every morning, is always there for you, sends you messages every day, and he even brags about you in class. No, we're roommates, didn't you know? Looks like we were thinking too much. But you have to introduce us to your boyfriend, right? Is he from our school? On the other side, Wang Hao drove his big car to Fengshan Community, which is across the street from the school. Although parking in the community will cost money, Wang Hao doesn't care about the few dollars. When he buys a house in the future, he won't have to worry about this anymore. After parking the car, Wang Hao walked towards home. Before long, he was back at the door. Wang Hao entered the password and the door opened. To his surprise, it was already past 9 o'clock and Wuya had not returned yet. Wang Hao first changed into a pair of slippers, then went back to his room and tidied up a bit. And then took a shower. When he had finished, it was already 10 o'clock. Wuya had not returned yet, so Wang Hao thought he would cook her something to eat. He looked in the fridge and took out some meat and a potato. He fried some vegetables and then made a soup. At 10:20, he had finished cooking and Wuya still hadn't returned. He took out his phone and called her. As soon as the phone rang, he heard the ringtone from the door. He turned his head and saw that Wuya had already arrived at the door. Seeing this, Wang Hao also walked over. At this time, Wuya was obviously a little drunk. Wang Hao quickly went over and helped Wuya. He took the bag she was holding and hung it on the rack by the door, then took out a pair of slippers and took off her high heels and put them on for her. After that, he helped Wuya sit on the sofa. Sister Wuya, wait a minute, I've made you some congee. After that, Wang Hao went into the kitchen and poured a bowl of freshly cooked congee for Wuya. At this time, Wuya's face was red. She had obviously drunk a lot. I really don't know how she got back here. This is so dangerous, she could have been taken away if she wasn't careful. Especially a beautiful woman like Wuya. Wang Hao, I want some water. Wuya said in a daze. After that, Wang Hao took good care of Wuya. He went to the bathroom, used a towel to wet a washcloth, and then wiped Wuya's face. He even fed Wuya some congee. After Wuya fell asleep, Wang Hao took her back to her room to rest. He covered the finished meal on the table and went to rest himself. Wang Hao lay on the bed. He picked up his phone and started to check his Weibo account. He wanted to see if he could find out Zhao Liying's next schedule from Weibo. If he could, then he could spend some time to meet her by chance, and then he would be set for the month. It was a beautiful idea, but reality is cruel. He checked Weibo for a while, but there was still no useful information. There was nothing he could do, so he had to put down his phone and rest. Early the next morning, Wuya stretched and yawned. She felt sore all over. She could only remember being called out for a drink last night because of the loan. If she didn't go for a drink, then she would have to change 1,000,000 yuan all at once. But with the 10 years rent that Wang Hao had paid, she only had 300,000 yuan on her. Where would she find 1,000,000 yuan? So she could only drink with them in the hope of extending the repayment period a little. Naturally, she knew that something would definitely happen after drinking, so she made preparations. After half of the drink was gone, she ran away on the pretext of going to the toilet. Afterwards, she remembered that the alcohol had already taken effect when she arrived at the door, and she couldn't remember much. But she vaguely remembered that Wang Hao was taking care of her at the time. Thinking of Wang Hao, Wuya's haggard face finally revealed a faint smile. Just as Wuya was searching for words, a voice came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Wuya, are you up? I've made you some kanji. Hurry up and drink it. You must be feeling sick from drinking so much yesterday. Hearing this, Wuya immediately replied, the door is open, come in. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, then slowly pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Wuya in the room. At that time, she was lying in bed, her face showing signs of emaciation. Wang Hao felt very distressed. So he said, Sister Wuya, you rest first, I'll bring you some kanji. Wang Hao, thank you. It's nothing, I should thank you for trusting me enough to share an apartment with me. Wuya smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Wuya understood that with 240,000 yuan, Wang Hao could rent a very nice place no matter where he went, but she owed him so much money that she had accepted his money all at once. Wang Hao went to the kitchen, poured a bowl of porridge for Wuya, and then carried it to her room. Sister Wuya, be careful, it's hot. Wang Hao handed the porridge to Wuya, but when he saw her haggard face, he couldn't bear to do it, so he said, Sister Wuya, you lie down, I'll feed you. As soon as he said this, Wuya's face instantly turned red. A young woman in her 30s actually blushed. Wuya didn't know what was going on, and she inexplicably nodded. Seeing this, Wang Hao sat down by the bed, then took the spoon, blew on it, and then handed it to Wuya's mouth. At this time, Wuya's eyes looked at Wang Hao in a different way. Wuya opened her mouth and drank the porridge that Wang Hao fed her. At this time, Wang Hao also heard the voice of the system. Ding, salary refund goddess Wuya's favorability +5. Wang Hao, who heard the system prompt, instantly became excited. This increase in favorability was a joyous event. Now Wuya's favorability had reached 80, and the cashback multiplier had also reached 80 times. He just didn't know when it would reach 10,000 times. Wang Hao was a little curious. Before long, a bowl of porridge was finished by Wuya. Sister Wuya, would you like another bowl? You probably didn't eat anything yesterday. Wuya nodded. Well, thank you, Wang Hao. No, wait, I'll go get you some. Wang Hao went out again and got Wuya a bowl of kanji. He then sat by the bed as before and continued to feed her. Sister Wuya, why did you drink so much yesterday? Upon hearing this, Wuya was silent for a moment. But after thinking for a while, Wuya still told him what happened. Chapter 19 Wuya's Confession. Wang Hao, I. When it really came to saying it out loud, Wuya still didn't know how to say it. Sister Wuya, it's okay, who doesn't have difficulties sometimes? You know what happened to me at school, and I got through it, didn't I? Wuya thought back to the other day inside Rising Star Coffee Shop, when Wang Hao told her about his past. She suddenly burst out laughing. The smile directly made Wang Hao, who was sitting by the bed, stare in awe. This is what the four great beauties of ancient times were like. A smile can conquer a city. A smile can conquer a country. A smile can make all living beings fall. Wuya saw that Wang Hao was staring in awe, and said softly, silly. Wang Hao kept shaking his head, it's not that. Sister Wuya, you're just so beautiful that I'm in awe. Nonsense. Wuya said, her mouth curling up slightly. Then she told Wang Hao about the situation she had encountered. Wang Hao, as you know, my ex-husband used my identity to borrow money from loan sharks. After I divorced him, I have been paying it back, but the repayment deadline is approaching recently. But I don't have that much money. I had no choice but to go drinking with them, hoping they would give me a few more days. But when I got to the place, I realized something was wrong. So I ran to the bathroom halfway through the drink. When I got home, the alcohol kicked in. At this point, Wu Ye gave Wang Hao a glance, intentional or not. Sister Wu Ye, this is really dangerous. You're a woman, and you're so pretty. If you get drunk, you'll be in danger out there. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye sighed and said, I know that, but I still have to pay back the money I owe, otherwise if it gets to my family, my parents won't be able to stay in the village. Sister Wu Ye, how much do you still owe them? With the 240,000 you gave me, I still have a few tens of thousands here. I paid back 300,000 yesterday, so I still owe 700,000. Damn it! Wang Hao directly swore. He never imagined that Wu Ye's ex-husband would use her identity to borrow so much money. He's nothing but a beast. Sister Wu Ye. Wang Hao just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Ye. Wang Hao, do you want to hear my story? Looking at Wu Ye's haggard face, Wang Hao nodded. He put the bowl in his hand on the bedside table, then sat in front of Wu Ye and looked straight at her. Wang Hao, I'm a child from a rural family. Since I was young, I've loved dancing, so in order to get out of the countryside, I studied and danced as hard as I could. So I was admitted to the dance department of Modu University. When I arrived at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, I realized that there are really people outside of people and days outside of days. At the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, I am not as good as others at anything except looking good. No one else is as rich, and no one else has better grades. I was jealous when I looked at my roommates in the dormitory with their bags and cell phones all day long. So I worked even harder. However, the appearance of a man broke all this. At first, he pursued me like crazy, and I never agreed. Because at that time I was still thinking about improving myself, but his generosity and good looks successfully attracted me. After his repeated pursuit, I agreed to marry him in my senior year. At that time I was only 24 years old and knew nothing. However, because I was relatively conservative, after dating for 3 years, I had only held his hand and had never even kissed him. So he often quarreled with me. It wasn't until I was 29 years old that he and I got a marriage license. But on the day we got married, I received a reminder on my phone that I needed to pay off a loan, so I checked it out. After checking it out, I found out that he had used my identity to take out a loan and gamble with it. After finding out, I didn't even think about it and divorced him directly. Originally, he was supposed to pay this money back, but who would have thought that he would go to jail for gambling, so I had to pay it back instead. And the deadline for repayment is just a few days away. By the time she finished speaking, Wu Ye had already burst into tears. Wang Hao gently shifted his body, moved closer to her, and gently embraced her in his arms. Feeling Wang Hao's warm chest, Wu Ye leaned against it and wept heartbreakingly. To be honest, Wang Hao actually felt quite sorry for Wu Ye. She was clearly such a hard-working person, and she was also very pretty, but fate seemed to have played a big joke on her. It made her encounter such a thing. Wang Hao didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply let her lean on him like that without saying a word. Wang Hao took 2 sheets of paper and handed them to Wu Ye. Wu Ye wiped away her tears. Sorry to make you laugh. Sister Wu Ye, you're saying that, and no one would want to encounter such a thing. In fact, I'm not much different from you. But, that person found someone better than me, and she made her own choice. Don't think so much, you'll always meet the right person. Wang Hao nodded with a smile. Sister Wu Ye, in your current state, you're not going to work today, are you? No. Then you should rest well today. Okay. Are you going out today? I don't plan to go out either, I want to check some information at home. Okay, then I'll cook for you tonight. Well, okay, I haven't had Sister Wu Ye's cooking yet, I'm looking forward to it. Wu Ye smiled. Then Sister Wu Ye, I won't disturb you while you're resting. Oh, that's right, didn't you say yesterday that you went to buy a car? I already bought it, it's parked in the parking lot. Then take me for a spin this afternoon. Wu Ye's sudden comment made Wang Hao a little stunned. But he still nodded. Because he also wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could increase his favorability a little bit and increase the cashback multiplier. Wu Ye's monthly salary is only 23,000 yuan. If she wants to get more salary rebates, she can only increase her salary rebate multiple by increasing her favorability. Wang Hao will cherish every opportunity to spend time alone with Wu Ya. Then it's settled. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao left Wu Ya's bedroom, put the dishes back in the kitchen, washed them, and then returned to his own bedroom. Today, he was going to do some serious searching to see if he could find out Zhao Liying's next move. If he could, then he would fly or drive there to consolidate this month's binding. Otherwise, there might not be as much cash for next month's cash back. Of course, there was still one more chance to bind, and he had never been able to find the right person, so he would have to go find someone to bind with. Thinking about this, Wang Hao picked up his phone. Weibo, Baidu. He looked up everything he could. Suddenly, a message appeared in his eyes. Chapter 20, I'll give you $1 million. Wang Hao looked at the message that appeared in front of him, and he was very surprised inside. The content of the message was exactly what he had been thinking about. Wang Hao directly clicked on the details of the message. Surprise! Zhao Liying will go to Shangri-La in Yunnan province on June 29 to film a new movie. However, in the blink of an eye, the moment Wang Hao clicked, the message instantly disappeared. He instantly understood that someone must have taken care of the news that revealed Zhao Liying's whereabouts. But Wang Hao had already seen the message. He was also a little glad that his hand speed was a little fast, otherwise he wouldn't have seen the message either. Now he finally understood why it was so difficult to find out the whereabouts of celebrities. It turned out that someone was specifically dealing with their whereabouts. June 29, Shangri-La, Yunnan province. Isn't Song Ningxuang from Yunnan province? Although Song Ningxuang is from Yun province, Wang Hao is not planning to bring her along. Even if he were to go, he would probably take Wu Ya with him. After learning Zhao Liying's whereabouts, Wang Hao put his phone down. He slept in late yesterday and needs to catch up on some sleep. After putting his phone down, he quickly fell asleep. 10 o'clock. Wang Hao opened his eyes. After sleeping for 2 hours, he was fully revived. He looked at the time and realized it was only 10 o'clock. He just picked up his phone to prepare to watch some short videos for a while and see the two beautiful female anchors he had previously followed. As soon as he turned on his phone, he saw a message from Song Ningxuang. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, have you got up yet? Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, I'm already in the classroom, getting ready for the first class. It's a shock to see. Song has sent him no less than 30 messages since last night. And he hasn't replied. Wang Hao laments, I used to be just like this when I was licking Li Jiejia. I became rich overnight, and already I have women licking me. But he really likes the feeling. He picks up his phone and sends Song a message, just woke up. Instantly, Song sends a message right back. Song Ningxuang, brother Hao, you've woken up. Let's go out to eat at noon. Wang Hao, I have something to do at noon. I can't go see you today. I'll talk to you when I go back to school in a while. Song Ningxuang, okay. Disappointed. Wang Hao, okay, I'll give you a surprise then. Song Ningxuang, really? You're so nice, brother Hao. I love you. Heart. Wang Hao looked at the chat messages on his phone and his mouth curled up. He felt like he was a bit like the god of the sea, Wu Ya and Song Ningfang. But that was good, it would improve his popularity and they would help him make money, killing two birds with one stone. He had originally wanted to watch some videos of beautiful women, but after chatting with Song Ningfang, he didn't manage to do it. When he looked at the time again after chatting, it was already 11 o'clock. He got ready to go. As soon as Wang Hao opened the door, he saw Wu Ya open her door too. The two of them just looked at each other. Then they laughed. Xiao Hao. Sister Wu Ya. Let's get ready and go. Okay, Sister Wu Ya, you go ahead, I'll just play with my phone a little longer. Okay, I'll call you when I'm done. No problem. After that, Wu Ya walked into the bathroom wearing a nightgown. Wang Hao went and sat down on the sofa, watching videos for a while. After Wu Ya was done washing up, he did the same. It wasn't until 12 noon that Wang Hao and Wu Ya finished packing. Then the two of them went out together. Wang Hao didn't feel like eating at home at noon, so since they were going for a drive, they might as well eat out. Since Wu Ya wasn't in a very good mood, he decided to take her to the beach for a stroll. The two of them arrived at the parking lot. Wu Ya asked, Xiao Hao, where's the car you bought? It's over there. Wang Hao pointed to the big car not far away. When Wu Ya saw the car Wang Hao was pointing at, she was stunned. She covered her mouth with her hands, not knowing what to say. It wasn't until they got to the car and Wang Hao pressed the key that Wu Ya finally believed him. Xiao Hao, is this the car you went to buy yesterday? Yesterday, Wu Ya thought Wang Hao was just going to buy a scooter, but she didn't expect him to buy a big car. What kind of family is this? No, since Wang Hao is so rich, why does he have to share an apartment with her? She doesn't understand. Right, yesterday I wanted to ask you to go with me, but you said you were busy. Wu Ya's mouth twitched. She was indeed a bit busy, otherwise how would she pay back the money? Come on up, Wu Ya, I'll take you for a ride. Wu Ya nodded and sat in the passenger seat. But when she got in, she asked, Xiao Hao, can I sit in the passenger seat? Wang Hao said with a smile, sure, in the future, you'll be the only one who gets to sit in the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya instantly smiled. What a smart mouth. But Wu Ya was still very happy. No matter what Wang Hao's goal was for sharing the apartment, he had been treating her very well so far, so she didn't want to dig too deep. Xiao Hao, where are we going? I'll take you out to dinner first, and then in the afternoon we'll go to the beach. I've never been to the beach since I was little, so it'll be great to go with you, Wu Ya. What? It's you who's taking me, right? Wang Hao then took Wu Ya out to dinner, spending nearly 10,000 yuan. It broke Wu Ya's heart. He kept telling him not to spend so much next time. Wang Hao teased, now you want to be my housekeeper? It made Wu Ya blush. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ya, who was wearing a strapless wrap skirt in a fan pattern, and sighed inwardly. Wu Ya had a great figure, with the right curves in the right places. On the way to the beach, Wang Hao drove with his hands free. Once they arrived at the beach, he found a parking space and parked the car. Before getting out of the car, he picked up his phone, found Wu Ya, and directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Wu Ya, who received the prompt tone, was also taken aback. And quickly looked at Wang Hao. How, what are you doing? Sister Wu Ya, I've paid your 1 million back for you, so they won't come after you again. And you still want to go drinking, how dangerous. And I didn't give you the 1 million for free, you have to pay me back when you earn money. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wu Ya, who was full of tears at this moment. She didn't know what to say. She and Wang Hao had only known each other for less than a month, and Wang Hao trusted her so much. Not only did he pay the rent directly for 10 years, he even lent her 1 million to pay it back. Wu Ya put her phone away and gave Wang Hao a hug. She kept saying thank you. Wang Hao patted Wu Ya's back gently and comforted her, saying, Wu Ya, it's okay. Suddenly, he felt a softness on his face and instantly went dumb. Chapter 21 Paying Back a Debt. That wonderful feeling only lasted a moment. When he came to his senses, Wu Ya was already sitting in the passenger seat with a blush on her face. Wang Hao never expected that such a conservative woman as Wu Ya would take the initiative to kiss him. This was simply incredible. You have to understand that neither Wu Ya nor her ex-husband had ever kissed, and the closest they had ever come was holding hands, so he never expected Wu Ya to take the initiative to kiss him. Suddenly, Wang Hao heard the voice of the system. Ding, salary refunded goddess Wu Ya's favorability +2. Heard that the favorability has increased. This is simply a pleasant surprise. Wang Hao likes it very much. For some reason, Wang Hao feels that Wu Ya kissing him and Song Ningxuan kissing him are two different feelings. Sister Wu Ya, you smell so good. As soon as these words came out, Wu Ya's face, which was already a little flushed, instantly turned redder. Oh, stop it. Seeing Wu Ya like this, Wang Hao also stopped talking. Sister Wu Ya, let's get off the bus and go for a walk. However, Wu Ya said, Xiao Hao, can we go return the money first? After we return the money, I'll accompany you here again. Wu Ya looked at Wang Hao with her very expressive eyes. Wang Hao naturally knew what was on her mind. After all, she was preoccupied, and even if they were just playing, she wouldn't be happy. It would be better to sort things out with her first, and then they could go out and be happy again. Thinking this, Wang Hao nodded. Okay, so tell me the address, and we'll go right now. Okay. Wu Ya then told Wang Hao the address of the loan company. Wang Hao drove there. Along the way, Wu Ya felt very excited, thinking that once she had paid off the loan, she would feel happier than ever. From the age of 29 to the present age of 32, she has been repaying the loan. She has paid a lot in recent years, but the person she lent to borrowed too much, and even though she has been working hard day and night for the past few years, she has only repaid more than half. Wu Ya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked in the direction of Wang Hao from time to time. At this time, she felt that if she had met Wang Hao in the beginning, then would things have turned out differently? Would she have a happy family? She drives her children to school every day and comes back to teach them dance. Sister Wu Ya, what are you thinking about? Wang Hao's voice interrupted Wu Ya, who was daydreaming. Wu Ya gave a small smile. It's nothing, I just thought about paying off the loan, and I feel so much more relaxed. Well, you won't have to be so tired in the future. Well, thank you, Xiaohao. Sister Wu Ya, how many times have you said thank you? Ha? That many times? Yes, at least 10 times from the parking lot to here. Ha ha. Then I'll say less next time. After chatting for more than an hour, the two finally arrived at the company where Wu Ya's ex-husband had taken out a loan. Wang Hao parked the car and followed Wu Ya inside. After a while, Wang Hao and Wu Ya arrived at the office of the credit company. They saw a fat man sitting at a desk. Next to him was a secretary serving him tea. The secretary's collar was about to come undone. At this time, the view was unobstructed. The man saw Wu Ya coming. The smile he had been wearing when interacting with the secretary disappeared instantly. Instead, he had a face of displeasure. Wu Ya, it's about time you paid back the 1 million you owe. You drank until midnight last night and then ran off. You really gave me face. In that case, there's no need to discuss any extension. Wu Ya tugged on Wang Hao's arm and whispered in his ear, Hao, this is the owner of this credit company, Qin Guang. Well, let's pay off the money and leave, and we won't come here again. Good. Qin Guang saw Wu Ya whispering with a young man and mocked, Young man, what is your relationship with Wu Ya? Do you know how much money Wu Ya owes us? Wu Ya was very angry when she heard Qin Guang's words, but there was nothing she could do. The person who ran the credit company must be quite influential. She and Wang Hao had no one to rely on, so they would just stay away from people like this after paying off the money. Wu Ya is my sister, so cut the crap. We're here to pay back the money. Give us your company account, and we'll transfer the money to you. Oh? You have the money to pay back? Don't worry about it. Seeing that Wu Ya didn't say anything, Qin Guang patted the secretaries but. Go, give them the company account. The amount they want to pay back today is 750,000 yuan. Hearing Qin Guang's words, Wu Ya roared, Qin Guang, didn't I pay you back 300,000 yesterday? Wasn't it 700,000? How did it become 750,000? However, Qin Guang said very calmly, what we said yesterday was that you would accompany us for drinks and give you time to delay repayment, but you ran away halfway through. The interest today is 50,000. It doesn't matter if you don't pay it back, I will find your hometown. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya glared at Qin Guang with clenched teeth. Wang Hao on the side reached out and took Wu Ya's hand, giving her a reassuring look. 750,000 is 750,000, give me the company account. After saying this, the female secretary gave Wang Hao the account of the credit company. After Wang Hao took it, he operated the phone and transferred 750,000 to the credit company. After Wang Hao transferred the money. In a short while, the secretary received the message. Walking over to Qin Guang's side, he whispered in his ear, Boss, the money has already been credited. Hearing this, Qin Guang patted the secretary's bottom again and said, I know. Then he took the loan receipt and other documents from the drawer and returned them to Wu Ya. After getting the receipt, Wang Hao and Wu Ya left. The secretary looked at Wang Hao and Wu Ya as they left and immediately fell into Qin Guang's arms. She said in a sweet voice, Boss, didn't you like Wu Ya? Why did you let her go so easily? What do you know? Last night, Wu Ya even came to drink with us to exchange money, but today she came to pay it back. There must be something fishy. And the person next to her looked very calm, obviously someone who has seen the world. If you don't investigate such people thoroughly, would you dare to take action? If I meet the second generation of any family, would my small credit company still be able to do business? The secretary heard this and kept flattering, You are still the boss who thinks about everything. Hey, that's right, today I will be even more considerate, let's go, baby, I'll take you home to see a big baby. The female secretary said coquettishly, Oh, it's still early, I'm still working now. On the other side, Wang Hao and Wu Ya, who had just come out of the credit company, were also relieved. The two smiled at each other and then drove away from the credit company. From today onwards, Wu Ya no longer had to bear so many debts. And the only debt she had to bear was Wang Hao's. Chapter 22 Wu Ya's Candlelight Dinner. Suddenly, while driving, Wang Hao heard the system's voice again. Ding, salary cashback goddess Wu Ya's favorability +3. Wang Hao just felt that this time it was not in vain. This trip has increased his favorability by 5 points. The cashback multiplier has also been directly increased by 5 times. When Wu Ya's salary is cashed back next month, he will be able to get a lot more money. It's just too good. Xiao Hao, let's go to the supermarket and buy some food. We'll eat at home tonight. Okay. Then I want to eat king crab and Australian lobster tonight. I've never had any of these since I was a kid. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya was also a little surprised. No way, Xiao Hao, you're so rich, how come you've never had any of this before? Hey, actually, I can't lie to you, Wu Ya, I only recently earned all this money, I invested some of it, and I'll get dividends every month from now on. Wu Ya couldn't believe what she was hearing as she watched Wang Hao drive. She had seen Wang Hao's ID card, and he was only 23 years old. At the age of 23, he was able to earn so much money on his own, so Wang Hao was really very capable. After that, the two of them chatted while shopping at the supermarket. Since they needed to restock the house with a lot of things this time, Wang Hao drove, so the two of them bought a lot of things. They bought 1 king crab and 2 Australian lobsters. There were also all kinds of daily necessities and so on. When Wang Hao and Wu Ya returned home, they were both out of breath. After putting the things in the living room, Wang Hao and Wu Ya just collapsed on the sofa. They looked at each other and both laughed. This time, Wu Ya felt very relaxed. The huge debt she was carrying had disappeared. No, it should be said to have been transferred to Wang Hao. But that was enough to make Wu Ya happy. After all, Wang Hao would not be like Qin Guang. After a short rest, Wu Ya stood up and prepared to tidy up the things she had just bought. Seeing this, Wang Hao naturally stood up as well. How could he, a grown man, let a beautiful young woman work so hard? She should save her strength for the evening. Sister Wu Ya, you just sit back and relax, I'll take care of these things. With that, he reached out and pushed Wu Ya onto the sofa. Wu Ya could not persuade Wang Hao, so she could only sit on the sofa, resting her hands on her chin, watching Wang Hao busy about. During this time, the corners of Wu Ya's mouth occasionally revealed a smile. At this moment, Wu Ya felt that she had finally met the right person in her life. She was also very glad that she had not given herself away so easily before. Otherwise, she would definitely be the one to regret it. Looking at Wang Hao busy about, Wu Ya really felt that the two of them were now like husband and wife. However, soon Wu Ya shook this thought out of her head. After Wang Hao finished tidying up, Wu Ya stood up. Xiao Hao, you go rest for a while, I'll call you when I'm done cooking. Wang Hao, who had just finished tidying up, also felt a bit tired, so he agreed. Okay, then I'll take a shower and go rest for a while, you've worked hard. Sister Wu Ya. Wang Hao then took a shower and went back to his room to rest. However, Wang Hao, who had returned to his room, didn't rest right away, but checked the system. He directly asked the system to open his data panel. Basically, there was no change on the panel, except for the change in the current account. Previously, he transferred 1 million to Wu Ya to pay off the debt. When he arrived at the credit company, he transferred the money, which means that he spent a total of 1.75 million. However, Wang Hao believed that Wu Ya would definitely return the 1 million to him, because that was her character. After checking the data, Wang Hao closed his eyes and fell asleep. In his sleep, Wang Hao felt someone shaking his body. He lazily rolled over, as if he wanted to continue sleeping. Wang Hao, get up, dinner is ready. Hearing Wu Ya's voice, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had not slept so soundly for a long time. He didn't want to get up. Sister Wu Ya, why are you here? Seeing Wang Hao say this, Wu Ya also laughed and covered her mouth. Idiot, it's already nighttime. Eat dinner and then sleep. Get up quickly. Okay. But when Wang Hao arrived in the living room, he was dumbfounded. He saw the dining table full of all kinds of food. Not only that, but Wu Ya had turned off the living room lights and lit a few candles on the table. Next to the candles were goblets and roses. He was confused. What is this? A candlelit dinner? Hey, Hao, sit down, let's have a drink tonight. Wang Hao didn't care, he just thought that Wu Ya was happy because she had paid back the money and was preparing a feast. He sat down at one end of the table. He picked up the red wine on the table and poured a glass for Wu Ya, then poured himself a glass. Usually, Wu Ya and Wang Hao don't drink very often. But today, the two of them were happy and wanted to drink some. Wu Yi looked at Wang Hao with a glass in her hand and said softly, Xiao Hao, thank you for helping me so much. I'll transfer the 1 million back to you in a bit. Just as he had expected. Wu Yi was already preparing to transfer the 1 million back to him. But he wasn't going to take it either. He wanted to see if the system would count the money he gave Wu Yi as her salary. If it did, then he would be rich. If it doesn't, then it'll be considered as a way to make Wu Yi happy, and it might even increase her favorability. Of course, it's not like you can just give it to her. After all, a strong-willed woman like her, if you just give it to her, it's an insult. Wang Hao raised his glass and clinked it with Wu Yi. Wu Yi, you can keep the 1 million for me, and I'll ask you for it when I need it. Ha? Wu Yi didn't react for a moment, but soon she came back to her senses and quickly refused. No, Hao, you should keep the money yourself. It's too much, I'm scared. Wang Hao smiled and said, Sister Wu Yi, I trust you. Ding, salary refund goddess Wu Yi's favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Hao's smile on his face became even brighter. Well, okay, just let me know when you need it. Well, Sister Wu Yi, you're wearing something really pretty today, I want to woo you. As soon as he said this, Wu Yi's face instantly turned red. After that, the two of them enjoyed a beautiful candlelit dinner. During that time, Wang Hao kept on shelling for Wu Yi. Wu Yi also gladly accepted his feeding. When the two were full and satisfied, they were obviously a little drunk. At this time, Wu Yi was better off, as she could hold her alcohol better than Wang Hao. Wang Hao, who didn't drink often, was already drunk. Woo! Sister Wu Yi, you're so pretty, I like you so much. Drunk Wang Hao suddenly blurted out these words, causing Wu Yi, who was sitting across from him, to be momentarily taken aback. Chapter 23 Wu Yi's Kiss. Although Wu Yi was also a little drunk, she was still basically sober. When she heard Wang Hao say that, she was also a little surprised. Xiao Hao, what did you just say? However, at this time, Wang Hao's consciousness had gradually become blurred. Seeing this, Wu Yi also stood up and walked over to him to support him. Wu Yi looked at Wang Hao's face, which was not particularly handsome but very refreshing, and kissed him. Unfortunately, Wang Hao was unable to fully appreciate the kiss of this stunning young woman. He was completely drunk. After giving him a kiss on the cheek, Wu Yi helped him back to the room. But by this time, Wu Yi was also almost there, and she had no strength left, so she also collapsed. The two just fell asleep like this. Early the next morning, Wang Hao rubbed his still somewhat sore head, recalling what happened last night. But he didn't have a clue. Suddenly, Wang Hao seemed to feel something, and he turned his head to look. He was instantly shocked. He was completely dumbfounded. Wu Yi was now lying next to him, and his hand was resting on her softness. This made Wang Hao instantly flustered. After reacting, Wang Hao just wanted to quietly leave. If Wu Yi caught him, his hand would be useless. Thinking about it, Wang Hao was about to pull his hand back. However, this movement had already woken up the sleeping Wu Yi. Wu Yi opened her eyes dazedly. The next second. Aha! She screamed loudly. Since she was young, she had never had a man kiss her, let alone sleep in the same bed with a man, and that man was grabbing her big white rabbit with his hands. Wu Yi instantly screamed. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly pulled his hand out and covered Wu Yi's mouth. Explaining, Sister Wu Yi, I didn't mean it. We got drunk yesterday, so don't scream if I let go of your hand. Wu Yi nodded in response. Wang Hao also let go of Wu Yi. But as soon as Wang Hao let go of Wu Yi, she immediately fled and returned to her room. Wang Hao also shook his head helplessly. In fact, he didn't want it to be like this, but he didn't feel a thing last night. He just didn't know if the two of them had done it last night. What if they did? Wang Hao's mind was in a mess, he didn't know what to do. He sat by the bed and thought for a while before slowly getting up. He had to face it. It was just that he didn't see Wu Yi after he came out. Because he had been sitting in the bedroom for about half an hour, Wu Yi should have gone to work. Thinking about this, Wang Hao tidied up the table. After tidying up, he went to wash up and then sat on the sofa thinking about his next goal. There was still quite some time before the next salary cashback, and he could take his time looking for a binding opportunity this time, so there was no need to rush. Anyway, this time he definitely couldn't bind himself to a female celebrity. Although they earned a lot of money, their whereabouts were unpredictable, and he might not even be able to see them once a month. Of course, if they came looking for him, then that was another matter. And there were only 5 days left until the end of his holiday. He had to make use of those 5 days. Although he really wanted to get back at Han Xian right now, he didn't have much money and no power at all. Going after him like that would be like trying to fight a giant with a pebble. He needed to think long and hard about it. But as he thought about it, the events of last night with Wu Ye kept coming back to his mind. And his head still hurt a little. So he simply went back to his room to rest. But before he did, he sent Wu Ye a message. Wang Hao, Sister Wu Ye, I'll pick you up after work. Send me your location when you finish work. After sending the message, Wang Hao fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up again, it was already 4:30 p.m. Wang Hao quickly picked up his phone and checked it. He was afraid of missing a message from Wu Ye. Wu Ye, okay. This was Wu Ye's reply to him, and there has been no other message so far. Then Song Ningxuang sent him quite a few messages, but Wang Hao felt too lazy to reply, so he didn't. After waking up, he went to wash his face, then sat on the sofa waiting for Wu Ye to send him a message. After about half an hour, Wu Ye finally sent him a message. Wu Ye directly sent him a location, and Wang Hao immediately went downstairs after receiving it. He didn't know why, but now he really wanted to see Wu Ye, as if she were his woman. He also didn't know why he felt this way. Logically speaking, he has just escaped from the life of a dog licker, so does he have to start a new life of a dog licker now? That's not very likely. However, what Wang Hao doesn't know is that actually, the favorability is mutual. Wu Ye's favorability towards him has increased, so naturally, his favorability towards Wu Ye has also increased. Once the favorability increases, the two will look forward to meeting. Wang Hao arrives downstairs and drives the big car towards Wu Ye's location. As he started the car, a roar sounded. Wang Hao felt that now that he had money, it was also time to improve his parents' lives. After the busy days were over, he would go take care of his parents. He would make arrangements and then let them go home to enjoy their blessings. After more than 10 minutes of rushing, Wang Hao finally arrived. As soon as he arrived, Wang Hao saw Wu Ye standing on the side of the road waiting for him in a black knee-length skirt. But a woman as beautiful and elegant as Wu Ye would attract attention wherever she went. As soon as he arrived at the location, he saw an E300 pull up in front of Wu Ye. A man in his 20s with dyed yellow hair opened the driver's door and got out. He even made a pose that he thought was cool. It was as if he hoped to attract Wu Ye's attention. The young man with yellow hair walked up to Wu Ye. Said affectionately, "Beautiful sister, I wonder if I can add you as a green bubble and get to know you better." As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, Wu Ye's face, which had been expectant, instantly turned dark. "Sorry, I don't need a green bubble." Huang Mao heard this and was not disheartened. So he continued to pester Wu Ye, saying, "Beautiful sister, let me take you for a drive in my car. It's an E300, which is worth more than 500,000 yuan. At this, Huang Mao seemed very proud. He looked at Wu Ye with a confident face. He seemed to think that once he mentioned his car, this beautiful young woman would be able to be won over by him. Then he would be able to get her tonight. However, the response to Huang Mao was still Wu Ye's cold words. "Sorry, my man is here to pick me up, goodbye." After saying that, Wu Ye walked straight up to the Deji that had just stopped. At this time, Huang Mao was also dumbfounded. Chapter 24, My cousin is getting married, remember to bring a girlfriend back. Huang Mao, who had been full of confidence, saw Wu Ye get into a big car. He was instantly dumbfounded. After Wu Ye got in, Wang Hao drove up to Huang Mao and said with a smile, "Don't go hitting on every pretty girl you see and asking for green bubbles, or you'll get into trouble." Hearing this, Wang Mao panicked even more. Not to mention that his E300 is rented, even if it were his, he wouldn't dare to start a conflict with the owner of the big G. That would be looking for trouble. Yes, you're right, I was wrong." Seeing Huang Mao's panicked expression, Wu Ye, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also laughed. Seeing this, Wang Hao left with a foot on the accelerator. "Xiao Hao, did you see Huang Mao's expression just now? It was so funny." Yeah. It's just that after what happened last night, the relationship between the two of them seems to have become a bit awkward." Sitting in the car, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. Just as Wang Hao was silent, his phone rang. But he was driving and couldn't answer the phone. So he said to Wu Ye, "Sister Wu Ye, can you answer the phone for me?" "Okay." Wu Ye picked up the phone, and when she saw the name of the caller, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face actually turned red. And then she picked up the phone. As soon as the call connected, his familiar voice came through. "Hey, son, what are you doing?" Dialect. As soon as Wang Hao heard the voice of his own mother, he hurriedly responded too. "Mom, I'm driving, what's up?" Dialect. "Driving? What car?" Wang Hao didn't know how to explain to his own mother, but after thinking about it, he told her about buying a car. "I bought a car myself. I'm driving back to school now." Dialect. "You bought a car? When did that happen?" Dialect. "The day before yesterday. I recently invested in a business and made some money, so it's convenient to have a car." Dialect. "Oh, that's fine. How much did you pay for the car?" Dialect. "Oh, Mom, I'm driving right now. We can talk about this later. The car isn't expensive, it's not much money." Dialect. "Oh, that's right, let me tell you something. Your cousin is getting married in July, and we'll be going back from Zhejiang province then, so don't come to Zhejiang province, just go home directly." Dialect. "Okay, then I'll just drive back in July." Dialect. "And don't forget to bring a girlfriend back, got it?" Dialect. Got it, got it." Dialect. "Then I'll hang up first, it's not safe for you to drive." Dialect. "Mom, wait, I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you in a while, and you and Dad can buy more food." Dialect. "No need, just save it yourself, I'm hanging up." Dialect. After saying that, Wang Hao's mother hung up the phone directly. Wu Ya, who was standing next to her, also looked at Wang Hao with great curiosity. She asked, "Xiao Hao, I couldn't understand the dialect you were speaking with Auntie just now." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao knew exactly what was going on. Wu Ya just wanted him to translate. He laughed and said, "Haha, let me tell you what my mom told me." "Great. My mom told me that my cousin is getting married on the 20th of July, and she told me not to go to Zhejiang province during the summer vacation, but to go straight back home. She also told me to remember to bring my girlfriend back home." At first, Wu Ya was fine when she heard the first part. But when she heard the part about bringing her girlfriend home, Wu Ya instantly started to daydream. Wang Hao naturally had no idea what Wu Ya was thinking. He was concentrating on driving home. The two of them didn't go car shopping today, as they had bought too much yesterday and didn't need to buy more. It was already 6:10 p.m. when Wang Hao and Wu Ya got home. "Wu Ya, how did you go to work this morning?" Wu Ya, who had just put her bag down, said, "I took a taxi, because I was in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you." "Oh, so it's inconvenient for you to take a taxi every day?" "No, I usually ride my electric bicycle to work, but today I didn't have enough time, so I took a taxi." "I see. Well, how, are you hungry? If you are, we can reheat yesterday's food." "A little hungry." The two of them then reheated the food and ate. After they finished eating, Wang Hao and Wu Ya chatted in the living room for a while, and it wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that he went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Hao felt that he had to go out and find a salary cashback goddess that he could bind to himself. Otherwise, once he went to school, he would have much less time. If he missed the chance, he would earn a lot less money this month. It's just that Wang Hao didn't know what kind of salary cashback goddess he could find to bind to himself right now. The target he wants to bind needs to meet several conditions. First, the monthly income is relatively high, and then he must be able to see the cashback goddess every month to maintain the binding relationship. Then, he must be able to frequently increase the cashback multiple by improving his favorability. Wang Hao has thought about many occupations. There are very few cashback goddesses that meet his requirements. First, there are female celebrities, actresses, divas, etc., who definitely earn a lot of money, but they are unpredictable and he cannot ensure that he can see them every month. Second, he is not in a position to bind someone right now. Then there are female bosses and female CEOs, goddesses who pay cashback. These are even harder. Not to mention whether their appearance can pass muster, even if it can, he doesn't know them. Then there are workers like Wu Ya, their salaries are low, but if he looks carefully, he can still find them. The only bad thing is that the money you get from cashback is much less. In that case, there is no way for him to quickly earn points to redeem the binding times. Just when Wang Hao didn't know where to start, suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. The live streaming industry seems to be possible. As long as there is a boss to reward him, won't the income go up quickly? And he can also be the other person's big brother, give her gifts, and then negotiate with the other person. In fact, Wang Hao has a lot of ideas, but unfortunately, he is currently a bit short of funds, so he can't implement any of these ideas. He needs to get more money through cashback first. Then he can recruit more people. This way, he won't need to go out and find a goddess of cashback who can be bound. Thinking about this, Wang Hao decided not to go out. He wanted to check out the 2 female anchors who previously met the system's requirements for binding. Unfortunately, when Wang Hao opened TikTok, neither female anchor was live streaming. He could only keep swiping to see if he could meet another goddess of cashback who met the system's requirements. Chapter 25, high-value looking female talent anchors, competing with each other, frantically swiping gifts. Wang Hao was speechless. The current beauty enhancement technology is so powerful. He swiped for a while and swiped to several female anchors. The female anchors in the videos were all very beautiful and pure looking. He was curious why such beautiful women were not yet able to meet the system's binding requirements. Wang Hao thought for a while that the system's requirements were too high. But then he thought, if you have to score at least 80 points to be considered good looking, then if the system is really that strict, you'd need to choose a goddess with a score of at least 90 to bind to. So he asked the system to display the data of those female anchors. The moment he saw their real scores, Wang Hao couldn't hold back any longer. He had originally thought that they would score at least 80-90 points, but in reality, they scored less than 80, and some even scored less than 70. This shocking scene made Wang Hao instantly understand what a miracle it was. Alas, there really aren't many people with a real face value of 80 or above. Wang Hao sighed and continued scrolling down. His task today was to find the right female anchor and then negotiate with her. If he could negotiate a good deal, then he would be bound to her. In short, he had to complete this task in the next few days. Then he would go back to school and attend classes. He would take another leave of absence on the 27th or 28th and go to Shangri-La in Yunnan province, where he would chance upon Zhao Liying. However, after watching videos for a long time, Wang Hao still couldn't find a suitable one. He had no choice but to put down his phone. And so the day passed. Wang Hao watched a lot of videos, but he couldn't find a suitable female host. He even began to doubt whether he would be able to find a suitable female host this way. Early the next morning, Wang Hao took out his phone and started watching videos as usual. He watched videos all day long. Until the evening, Wang Hao still hadn't found a suitable one. And his unusual behavior over the past 2 days had also attracted Wu Ya's attention. So in the evening, Wu Ya knocked on his door. Wang Hao quickly put down his phone. He opened the door for Wu Ya. "Sister Wu Ya, what's wrong? You haven't even eaten in the past 2 days, and you've been cooped up in your room all day. I'm a little worried about you, so I came to check up on you." Hearing this, Wang Hao was very moved. Before, Li Jiajia would never have cared about him. No matter what he did, Li Jiajia would only think about herself. I never thought that in less than 2 days, Wu Ya would start to worry about him. "Wu Ya, I'm fine, I've been looking for investments recently. By the way, do you think that car is easy to drive? Oh, then even if you're busy investing, don't forget to eat. I made dinner, it's in the fridge, just heat it up and eat. The car is pretty good, it's just a bit big, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Okay, then I'll go out again when I'm hungry and reheat it. Ha, if you don't feel comfortable, I'll buy you a new one when I make money from my investments. No need, I don't usually drive, what's the point of buying a car? You go ahead with your work, I'm going to rest, remember to eat. Okay, good night, Sister Wu Ya." Good night. After Wu Ya left, Wang Hao closed the door and continued lying on the bed. Recalling what Wu Ya had just said, he felt warm all of a sudden. He felt that it should have something to do with Wu Ya's 85 favorability. Thinking about this, he felt that he had to be nicer to Wu Ya, so as to increase her favorability and get more salary rebates. However, his current task was not this. His task was to find the next suitable salary rebate goddess for binding as soon as possible. So he picked up his phone and continued streaming live. Unexpectedly, this time he was lucky, and as soon as he logged in, he found a goddess who met the system's requirements for binding. Ding, a goddess who meets the requirements for binding has been detected. Do you wish to bind? Wang Hao did not bind her immediately, but instead asked the system to present him with the woman's data. He had to take a good look. Name, Bai Weiner. Age, 23. Looks, 90. Favorability, 0 stranger. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, internet anchor. Looking at the data pulled up by the system, Wang Hao also sighed. This data is not very comprehensive. You can't even see how much money you've made this month. However, he didn't care. It was hard to meet the right one, so naturally he couldn't let her go. Wang Hao looked at his account balance, and there were still 18.06 million left. He was going to use this money for the right reasons. But before that, Wang Hao still asked the system some questions. System, will the money I spend be counted as income for the other person? Ding, no, the host's money will not be counted as the other person's salary, regardless of the channel. Sure enough, the system will not let him take advantage of any loopholes. He had originally thought that if he spent all the money, he would be able to make a lot of money next month, but this method really doesn't work. Since it doesn't work, then he can only find a goddess who makes a lot of money. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated. He decisively charged 1 million shaking coins. Wang Hao understood that a noob like him would not be noticed if he floated a single word in someone else's live broadcast room. So he had to charge money. And this was also a prerequisite for meeting. Wang Hao took a closer look at the name of the live broadcast room. Bai Wanner's live broadcast room was called Wanner a Little Sweet. The name was very nice. At this time, Bai Wanner was playing PK with a woman named Mei Mei who's good at twisting. When Wang Hao saw the comments in Bai Wanner's comment area, he instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that Bai Wanner and her sister, who were both good at dancing, had some conflicts in their guild, and Bai Wanner had to fight a PK with the other party. Bai Wanner's health bar had been hit by the other party and was no longer visible. The people on the other side then flooded Bai Wanner's live broadcast room, taunting Bai Wanner. At this time, Bai Wanner was also very helpless. She didn't have a big brother because she didn't want to meet him offline, and as a result, no one was there to help her fight the PK. Based on the current situation, she was afraid that she was going to lose very badly. And after this loss, she is afraid that she will have to leave the guild and pay a large amount of liquidated damages. Thinking about this, Bai Wanner is very helpless. But there is nothing she can do about it. Wanner is a bit sweet, you might as well surrender, or you will lose very badly. Exactly, without a single big brother, and still trying to fight with our sister in a PK, it's just a pipe dream. That's right, look, she can't even see her health bar. Go back to farming. The anchorman thinks you look so pretty, so if you make a sacrifice, maybe there will be a big brother to help you. You are now 100,000 points behind the other side. Wang Hao couldn't bear to read the obscene comments on the screen anymore. If he were spoken to like that, he would definitely have cursed back. Thinking about this, Wang Hao waved his hand, and 100 carnival tickets were thrown out. Chapter 26 The feeling of being the big brother. Oh my, which big brother is here? He has instantly used up all of my sister's blood, she is really a big shot. No, that account was just a newbie account, and now it has used up so much. Didn't you say that Wanner offended someone by being a little sweet, that's why she doesn't have a big brother? Yeah, what isn't this a big brother? At this time, Lin Wanner was also very confused. She didn't know anything at all. She looked at the floating carnival on the screen in a daze. After a while, she said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Hao, for the carnival." After saying that, Bai Wanner stood up and bowed. One carnival is 3,000 yuan, and 100 is 300,000 yuan. Bai Wanner had never seen so many carnivals before. At this time, she was obviously a little excited. Wang Hao crooked his mouth and smiled. So this is what it feels like to be the big brother. Suddenly, Bai Wanner said, "Brother Hao, I've sent you a private message. Take a look." Wang Hao was in no hurry. He wanted to wait until the end of the battle. After all, he didn't want to see Bai Wanner lose. Sure enough, as he expected, at the very end, his sister chose to steal the tower, and in one go, she swiped nearly 100 carnivals. This was probably from her guild. Naturally, Wang Hao was not willing to be outdone, and directly swiped the remaining 700,000. That's more than 200 carnivals. Without a shred of suspense, Bai Wanner also won the battle. After the battle, Mimi, who was good at twisting, began to do the punishment. Mimi, who was good at twisting, apologized to Wanner a bit sweetly in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, and also gave all the gifts she just rewarded to Bai Wanner. After that, Bai Wanner also went off the air. In a rented room in the Magic City. A very beautiful woman with a mobile phone in her hand. It seems like she is expecting something. Suddenly, a green bubble sounded, and she excitedly picked up her phone and read it. When she saw that the add friend function showed +1, Warner was also very excited. Before, she had offended her boss, and as a result, she had been exploited by the company. In the past 2 years, she had come to understand. She was someone who lived off her youth, and she definitely needed to sacrifice something. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that she still had a choice, and she wanted to choose a boss who would treat her well. Warner immediately agreed to the friend request. Then she sent a message directly to the other person. Warner, hello, my name is Warner. Wang Hao, I know, I heard you're a talented anchor? Warner, yes, I got my start singing. Wang Hao, can you sing for me next time? Warner, sure. An hour later. Warner looked at the chat history on her phone and her face was full of a smile. This time she and the other person had a lot of conversations and learned some basic information. And from the other person's words, she also knew that the other person was not very big. She was able to accept it. She also made an appointment with the other person to meet at a restaurant in the Magic City tomorrow. This is the first time she has met her brother offline, and she feels very nervous. But thinking that the other person is not very old, she doesn't feel as much pressure. After Warner finished chatting with the other person, she went directly to the closet, opened it and started selecting tomorrow's clothes. On the other side, after Wang Hao put down his phone, the whole person also relaxed a lot. After searching for several days, he finally found a suitable goddess of cashback. When they meet on site tomorrow, he will take a look and if possible, he will bind it down. After putting down the phone, Wang Hao fell asleep. He has expended too much energy these past 2 days. He needs to rest properly. After putting down the phone, he fell asleep directly. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Wang Hao calculated the time, and tomorrow would be the last day of his leave. He had to hurry and finalize the binding today, and then go back to school. But as soon as he looked at the time, he instantly cursed to himself. Yesterday, because it was so late, he didn't tell Wuya not to drive to work and leave the car with him. Now Wuya had already gone to work, and he guessed that the car had already driven away. It seems that for a while he will have to take a taxi or ride a small electric moped to get there. Wang Hao washed up, warmed up the breakfast that Wuya had prepared, and ate some breakfast. Then he was ready to go. Yesterday he and Warner agreed on a time of 11 o'clock today, and it is now 10 o'clock. It is also time to go. Otherwise, it would be bad to be late. It's just that Wang Hao is now very torn between taking a taxi or riding a small electric moped. Wang Hao looked at the restaurant where they had agreed to meet yesterday. It wasn't very far, only about 10 kilometers, so he should be fine riding his moped. Besides, it was Wuya's moped. Let's give it a try. So, Wang Hao set off on a small, feminine pink moped. Of course, he didn't forget to bring his helmet. It was about a 10-kilometer ride, and Wang Hao took about half an hour to get there. When he arrived at the agreed-upon Western restaurant, there was still about 10 minutes to spare. Wang Hao was just about to park his e-bike and go in. Then he heard 2 mocking voices reach his ears. Wang Hao, didn't you say we were over? Why are you here bothering Jejia and Xian again? Hearing Li Jejia's voice, Wang Hao now felt extremely disgusted. He was no longer the same as before. Wang Hao, if you bother Jejia again, I'll make sure you don't graduate. Without saying a word, Wang Hao, Li Jejia, and Han Xian just came up with a barrage of insults. Now Wang Hao may not be able to bring down Han Xian and his family's business, but he is not as afraid as before. Ha, which one of your eyes saw that I came here to see Li Jejia? I came here to eat. Get it? Loser. Han Xian and Li Jejia's faces turned green when they saw that Wang Hao had the nerve to argue back. Li Jejia mocked, Ha, Wang Hao, I know that my leaving has hit you hard, but you can't daydream like this. The minimum charge for no one in the Western restaurant here is more than 1,000 yuan. Can you afford it? Don't come and embarrass yourself. Yes, don't look at your own class. Han Xian also mocked along. At this time, the two of them were like jumping clowns, constantly jumping around. Wang Hao looked at Li Jejia and Han Xian viciously. He vowed that once he had obtained some funds through salary rebates, he would make Han Xian and Li Jejia kneel before him and beg for mercy. But for now, he would first slap them in the face. Because Wang Hao saw a figure. Although he had not seen this figure in real life, he had still given the other party 1,000,000 yuan yesterday. Wang Hao's mouth curled up. The show was about to begin. Chapter 27 Offline Meeting, White Swan by Wan Air. By Wan Air. Wang Hao waved at Bai Wan Air. Bai Wan Air, who was walking towards the Western restaurant, was stunned. But Bai Wan Air quickly reacted. Yesterday she met Wang Hao here, and just now that person directly called out her name, so the person in front of her must be Wang Hao. When she saw Wang Hao, Bai Wan Air was still relieved. In her eyes, although Wang Hao is not very handsome and not very tall, at least he is young and looks very fresh. Not only that, Wang Hao is also rich. Bai Waner came to Wang Hao with a smile on her face and said sweetly, "Brother Hao. Waner, you're here early." Brother Hao was here even earlier. Li Jejia and Han Xian, who were standing nearby, were envious when they saw Wang Hao chatting so intimately with a very beautiful woman. Han Xian was very unhappy. He didn't understand why Wang Hao, a bumpkin from the countryside, could pick up such a pretty girl. Li Jejia was also very unhappy. "Why is it that after I dumped you, you found a woman who was even prettier than me? Beauty, do you know Wang Hao?" At this time, Bai Wanye, who was talking to Wang Hao, was also taken aback and looked at Han Xian with some confusion. "Brother Hao, who is he?" "It's okay, he's just a dog, let's go." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Bai Waner understood. Wang Hao must be at odds with the man and woman in front of him, otherwise why would he say such a thing? Bai Waner decisively took Wang Hao's arm. She smiled and said, "Well, Brother Hao." Han Xian's face turned red with anger when he heard Wang Hao call him a dog. "Wang Hao, who are you calling a dog? Whoever you call a dog, why do you keep bringing yourself in? Do you want to be the dog so badly? You." Han Xian trembled as he pointed at Wang Hao. Li Jejia, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She rebuked, "Wang Hao, even if I followed Shen Ge, you still can't scold him like that. Besides, haven't you volunteered to be my dog for the past 3 years? I advise you to apologize to Shen Ge quickly, and I might consider letting you be my dog again." Upon hearing Li Jejia's words, Bai Waner also looked at her in surprise. Bai Waner really couldn't figure out what kind of woman could say such things. No one could say such things. Bai Waner looked at Wang Hao and then at the self-righteous Li Jejia, who thought she was the white swan. That arrogant look was like she was giving Wang Hao alms. Doesn't she know that Wang Hao is very rich? "Brother Hao, why is this woman screaming all the time? It's so noisy, let's go inside quickly." Wang Hao looked at this sensible Bai Waner and his mind was even more determined to bind her. "It's fine, she's just a self-righteous woman, let's go, you can eat whatever you want today." Bai Waner said with a smile, "Hey, thanks, Hao Ge. Beauty, that guy has no money, don't let him fool you." Upon hearing this, Bai Waner was even more puzzled. Wang Hao has no money? Last night, in less than 10 minutes, Wang Hao spent 1 million on her. You say Wang Hao has no money, isn't that funny? Bai Wanya looked at Han Xian like she was looking at a fool. That's right, before he bought me a mobile phone, he had to eat instant noodles for 3 months and work for 3 months. Don't be fooled, beautiful girl. However, Bai Wanya was not shaken at all. After all, last night she really received a gift of 1 million. "Brother Hao, they're really noisy, let's hurry up and leave, otherwise we won't have anywhere to go if we get bitten later." Wang Hao didn't realize that Bai Waner didn't curse with foul language. This woman is good. Let's go. Bai Waner was wearing a white strapless knee-length skirt and a pair of nude-colored high heels. It's not an exaggeration to say that she was the white swan. Compared to Bai Waner, Li Jejia looked like an ugly duckling. Han Xian and Li Jejia watched as Wang Hao and Bai Waner walked towards the Western restaurant. Han Xian said angrily, "Jejia, let's go in and have a look. I want to see if Wang Hao can afford to pay." "I don't believe he can afford it. Let's go." With that, Han Xian and Li Jejia, both blushing, also walked into the Western restaurant. When Wang Hao and Bai Waner entered, a waiter came up to them and said, "Hello, sir, how many in your party?" "2. 2, please come in." "2, how about the window seats?" "Sure, by the window," Wang Hao said. After the two sat down, Wang Hao directly ordered the most expensive dishes, a total of 4 or 5. The price of each dish was around a few hundred yuan. This Western restaurant is not Michelin, otherwise it would be more than this price. "Do you want some red wine?" Bai Waner looked at Wang Hao and whispered, "If you want to drink, how good, I'll drink it." Let's drink it tonight, I still have to ride my bike home later." By bike? Yes, I came by moped. Hearing this, Bai Wanner thought to herself, are all the rich these days so low-key? Brother Hao, then you have to take me later. Ah, no problem. Han Xian and Li Jia, who had just come in, sat next to Wang Hao and Bai Wanner and kept staring at them. Han Xian was thinking that later on, when Wang Hao couldn't pay, then he would pay, and he would show off in front of the beautiful woman. Maybe I can even get to eat it. As he thought about this, Han Xian couldn't help but laugh. Li Jia, who was sitting next to him, looked at Han Xian's appearance and knew exactly what he was thinking, but since he was rich, she didn't dare say anything. On the other side, Wang Hao started chatting with Bai Wanner. Can I call you Wanner? Well, you can call me whatever you want, Brother Hao. Wang Hao laughed. There are some things that are hard to talk about here, let's go somewhere else to chat after we finish eating. Okay. After saying that, the two of them didn't say anything else and just ate. To be honest, this was also Wang Hao's first time eating Western food, and he wasn't very sure about it. In order to avoid embarrassment, he could only try not to say anything. After a while, after Wang Hao and Bai Wanner finished eating, it was time to pay the bill. Han Xian, who was nearby, revealed a smug expression, because he was sure Wang Hao couldn't afford to pay. Han Xian just looked at Wang Hao. He couldn't mock Wang Hao now, otherwise even if he helped pay the bill later, the beautiful woman would probably not have a good impression of him. He had to hold back. However, what he was hoping for was destined to fall through. What happened next directly left Han Xian dumbfounded. He saw Bai Wanner take out her phone and pay the bill directly. Han Xian was stunned. He couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman not only had dinner with Wang Hao, but also got so close to him, and not only that, but also took the initiative to pay for the meal. Li Jia was also dumbfounded. She felt that this dog liquor deserved it. However, by the time they came back to their senses, Wang Hao had already left the restaurant with Bai Wanner. Chapter 28 Bai Wanner wanted Wang Hao to support her, to ask for it, to bind. Wang Hao took Bai Wanner to a small pink electric bicycle. The moment he took out the key, Bai Wanner was dumbfounded. Are all the rich people nowadays so low-key? They even ride pink electric bicycles, it's unbelievable. But Bai Wanner didn't care, as long as Wang Hao was rich, that was fine. She was no longer as innocent as before. After entering this circle, she had been exposed to a lot. Get on, Wang Hao said after pulling out the pink electric moped. Bai Wanner didn't hesitate, and sat directly on the back seat, wrapping her arms around Wang Hao's waist. After Bai Wanner got on, Wang Hao rode the moped directly out of the restaurant. As for where to take Bai Wanner next, he had already thought about it. So he went straight to his destination. After about 20 minutes, Wang Hao and Bai Wanner arrived at the 5-star Marriott Hotel in the Magic City. He went straight to the front desk and booked the presidential suite for a month. The price for one night in the presidential suite is 17,000 yuan. That's 510,000 yuan for a month. Bai Wanner, who was standing nearby, saw how generous Wang Hao was and became even more convinced of his identity. Now she felt that as long as she followed Wang Hao, she would have what she wanted. And after observing just now, Bai Wanner felt that Wang Hao would not be the kind of irresponsible man. After all, she had listened in on the conversation between the man and woman and Wang Hao a little, and she understood a little. If Wang Hao knew what Bai Wanner was thinking, he would definitely curse. He asked Bai Wanner to come here just so that she could make more money, so that he could get more salary rebates, and if Bai Wanner didn't work, where would he get the money from? But Wang Hao didn't know any of this. After the hotel was closed, the butler of the presidential suite took Bai Wanner and Wang Hao to their room. Sir and madam, if you need anything, just let me know, the housekeeper whispered. Okay, I got it. After Wang Hao finished speaking, the housekeeper left the room. When they arrived in the presidential suite, Bai Wanner curiously surveyed her surroundings, and then, for some reason, her face instantly turned red. She even peeked from time to time at Wang Hao, who was standing in the doorway. But the next second, she froze. She saw Wang Hao tell her to sit on the sofa. She thought Wang Hao wanted to do it on the sofa. So she said in a mosquito-like voice, well, that is, this is my first time, so, can we go to the bedroom? When she said this, Bai Wanner's face instantly turned red like a red apple. Wang Hao was moved just by her coy appearance. Especially that sweet look. But he knew that now was not the time to think about that. The most important thing was to first negotiate the terms and conditions with Bai Wanner. What are you thinking about? Sit down first, let's talk. Bai Wanner was confused. Before, those men just wanted to take her down when they saw her, but why was it different with Wang Hao? Could it be that Wang Hao wasn't interested in her? Bai Waner was in deep thought. Wang Hao looked at Bai Waner, who was just staring blankly, and didn't know what to say either. He sat down on the sofa by himself. After a while, Bai Waner, who had come back to her senses, sat down next to Wang Hao. Are you still in your union? Bai Waner nodded. Brother Hao, I'm still in the Yuntian Union. My contract doesn't expire for another year. To be honest, Bai Waner regrets signing the union. If she hadn't signed the union, she would have earned a lot over the years of doing live broadcasts, but after signing the union, she has earned nothing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have this idea. Brother Hao. Brother Hao, can you support me? Wang Hao, who was standing nearby, was shocked when he heard Bai Waner's words. What the hell is this? A moment ago, he also heard Bai Waner say that this was the first time for her. Could it be that he really has found a gem? However, he would not believe everything that others said. One should be cautious, but one should not be suspicious. One should be careful. You want me to support you? Bai Waner nodded firmly. Can you tell me why? Upon hearing this, Bai Waner told him what had happened after she signed with the guild. After listening, Wang Hao also felt quite sorry for her. She had been exploited by the guild like this. It was unbelievable. But this was also quite normal, as Wang Hao often saw online broadcasts of anchors having similar experiences. It seemed that he would have to set up a live streaming company in the future, and then take in those exploited by the guild and give them a binding salary and cashback goddess. Tell me your conditions. Bai Waner looked up at Wang Hao sharply. Before coming, she had already made up her mind, but now she hesitated again, because she didn't want to miss Wang Hao. Once she missed Wang Hao, she was afraid that the men she met would all be old men with big bellies. She was wondering if she should lower her standards a bit. But after thinking about it for a while, she still decided to tell him her previous conditions. I want an apartment and a car, and you have to help me pay the penalty. Give me 20,000 yuan pocket money every month. Wang Hao actually understood. These things are unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the rich, these things are within reach. It's just that a large flat in the Magic City is worth tens of millions of yuan, and his current money is not enough. But he can also not buy Bai Waner a house for now. He can buy it for her after her salary is returned to him in the future, and buying her things with her money is equivalent to free sex. Okay, I promise. But the house can't be bought until next month. Of course, you don't have to worry, this month I'll buy you a car worth no less than 2 million first. I'll also pay your union's penalty for you, and I'll even get your account back for you. But I also have a request, you have to live normally in the future. I don't want a single penny of the money you earn. If you earn more money in a month, I'll give you more pocket money. For example, if you earn 1 million yuan a month through live streaming, then I won't take a single penny of that 1 million yuan. On the contrary, I will give you an allowance of 1 million yuan. In short, the more you earn, the more I will give you. But I have one request. Since you want me to support you, you can't dress too revealingly, understand? Bai Waner listened to Wang Hao's words. The whole person fell into a deep silence. She didn't expect that there would really be such a good thing in the world. Brother Hao, are you serious? Of course, I can guarantee you this, but I hate it when people betray me, you understand? Bai Waner nodded. Okay, Brother Hao, Waner will follow you from now on. The conditions that Wang Hao gave her were really too tempting, and she agreed without hesitation. Just after she agreed, Wang Hao also communicated with the system. System, bind Bai Waner. Ding, binding the goddess of salary rebates in progress. Chapter 29 Back to School. Binding successful. System, open Bai Waner's data. Ding, generating data on Bai Waner, the goddess of salary rebates. Name, Bai Waner. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Favorability, 73 ordinary friend. Height, 168. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online anchor. Current cashback multiple, 73 times. Total amount of funds received this month, 2,300 yuan. Time remaining until salary is cashed back, 26 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. Good guy, this is 73 times the salary cashback right off the bat. If she makes $1 million a month, then she can't just cash back nearly $100 million. It's fantastic. It's just that the $1 million he spent yesterday doesn't count, and it would be great if it did. But there's still a lot of time this month, and he's in no hurry. Okay, since you're the reason, then that's the decision. HM. Bai Wanner nodded. With that, she stood up, walked up to Wang Hao, and put her fair hand on his shoulder strap. Wang Hao looked at Bai Wanner dumbfounded. The next second, he was dumbfounded. He saw Bai Wanner's white dress slide down, revealing her perfect figure. Wang Hao had never seen anything like this before. He quickly covered his eyes. Indecent exposure, indecent exposure. Wanner, you put your clothes back on first, I'll talk to you later. Bai Wanner, who was blushing all over, was also very confused. She had already done this, so could it be that Wang Hao really wasn't interested in her? If not, why wasn't he moved? Although Bai Wanner thought this in her heart, she still got dressed. After Bai Wanner got dressed, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Wanner, who was still standing in front of him. Bai Wanner's perfect figure kept popping up in his mind. He shook his head and forced himself to calm down, saying, Wanner, this is not the time. After I help you take care of everything and buy you a house, you can rest assured. Bai Wanner looked at Wang Hao with tears in her eyes. She had originally thought that Wang Hao simply wanted to support her, but she never expected that Wang Hao would care so much about her feelings. This touched her deeply. Brother Hao. After saying this, Bai Wanner directly embraced Wang Hao. Wang Hao gently patted Bai Wanner's back. After a while, the two of them finally parted ways. Wanner, this afternoon we'll go and take care of your affairs, and in the meantime, you can stay in the presidential suite. At the beginning of next month, I'll take you to buy a house. As for the car, I'll come find you in a couple of days when I have some time and take you shopping. What do you think? Bai Wanner looked at Wang Hao without blinking. Okay. I'll listen to you, Brother Hao. Wang Hao smiled. Then he went out with Bai Wanner, and this time he went directly with Bai Wanner to the Yuntian trade union where Bai Wanner had previously worked. After paying the compensation, he also spent a lot of money to help Bai Wanner get the account back. Although the account belonged to Bai Wanner before, he was cheated when signing the contract later. After all this, there was not much money left in Wang Hao. After finishing up, the two returned to the presidential suite. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao felt that it was time to go back, otherwise Wu Ye would ask questions. Before leaving, he still had to give Bai Wanner a piece of his mind. Wanner, for the time being, just focus on streaming. Remember what I told you, the more you earn, the more pocket money I will give you every month. Ah. Brother Hao, aren't you sleeping here tonight? Wang Hao shook his head. I still have things to do today. Okay. I'll give you 100,000 yuan, which is your pocket money for this month. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just call me, got it? Okay. However, just as Wang Hao was walking to the door, Bai Wanner stopped him. Suddenly, he felt a soft body in his arms. The next second, Bai Wanner kissed him directly. Naturally, Wang Hao responded. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Wanner's face was as red as a monkey's butt. Then she ran back to her room as if she was escaping. Wang Hao was actually very confused, but he still felt very comfortable. Bai Wanner's little mouth was very soft and warm. He really liked that feeling. Seeing that Bai Wanner had returned to her room, Wang Hao said, I'm leaving, and left the presidential suite. He went downstairs and rode a pink electric moped away from the Marriott Hotel. Bai Wanner, on the other hand, stood by the bed in the hotel and looked in the direction Wang Hao had left. After Wang Hao disappeared from her field of vision, she returned to the bed and lay down. Wow, it feels so good and so soft. Bai Wanner felt that she had made the right decision. If it weren't for Wang Hao, she wouldn't have had to pay such a large penalty. At this moment, Bai Wanner was very happy and picked up her phone to call her sister. Hey, sister, I've terminated my contract with Yun Tiangong. What? Wanner, didn't you have another year left on your contract with Yun Tiangong? How come you terminated it? Hey, do you want to know? Don't keep me in suspense. Come to the Marriott Hotel. I'll send you the room number, hurry over. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Bai Wanner messaged Wang Hao. Bai Wanner, Brother Hao, my sister is coming to the hotel to find me. After waiting for a while, Wang Hao didn't reply to her message. Thinking that Wang Hao must be riding his bike, Bai Waner put down her phone and went to take a shower. On the other side, after more than half an hour of rushing, Wang Hao finally returned to Fengshan community. After parking the pink electric bicycle, Wang Hao walked towards the house. In a short while, he arrived at the door. After entering the password, the door opened. As soon as the door opened, he saw Wuya sitting on the sofa looking at her phone, as if she was struggling with something. She didn't notice Wang Hao's return. Wang Hao changed his shoes and walked up to Wuya and called out. Wuya! Wuya, who was daydreaming, only reacted. Ah, Xiaohao, you're back. Well, Wuya, what were you daydreaming about? No. Nothing, let's eat now that you're back, I've been waiting for you for a while. Hearing this, Wang Hao saw the food on the table and was moved. Good. After dinner, Wang Hao and Wuya sat in the living room and chatted for a while. After taking a shower, they went back to their room to rest. Tomorrow is the first day of school. He needs to go to bed early today. He didn't even check his phone today, and fell asleep as soon as he got into bed. While he was asleep, his phone kept sending messages. Wang Hao just didn't know it. When Wang Hao woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. After washing up, he was ready to go to school. Chapter 30 Song Ning's boyfriend is the dog licker? He left his car to Wuya. After all, the school is right across the street, there's no need to drive. Wang Hao said goodbye to Wuya and went straight to school. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. These past few days, he actually figured it out. No matter what others think of him, he can just live his life, there's no need to care so much about what others think. As his feet stepped into the school gate, Wang Hao felt as if he had been away for a long time. After entering, Wang Hao remembered that he seemed to have seen someone send him a message yesterday, so he picked up his phone. He opened the green bubble and checked it. It was a shock to see it. Song Ningxuang and Bai Wanya had sent him nearly 20 messages last night. Wang Hao also picked up his phone and replied. He didn't reply much to Bai Wanya's side, as long as she made money, that was fine. As for Song Ningfang, he had just arrived at school and hadn't had breakfast yet. Feeling a little lonely, he planned to ask Song Ningfang to join him. Wang Hao replied to Bai Waner. He told her to rest well and that as long as it wasn't a man, she could invite as many women as she wanted to the hotel to keep her company. Then he sent a message to Song Ningfang. Wang Hao, hey, little sister, I'm at school and I'm about to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Do you want to come? It didn't take long before Song Ningfang replied to his message. Song Ningfang, brother Hao, you're back at school? I'll be right there, wait for me in the cafeteria. Wang Hao, okay, don't worry. Song Ningfang, okay. After replying to the message, he looked at his mother's WeChat. Some time ago, he had transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother. He told her that he had earned it from doing business, and after a long conversation, she said that she would keep it for him and give it to him when he got married. Wang Hao had originally wanted to give his parents some money to change their lives, but they had been thrifty all their lives. If he gave it to them, they would just save it. He could only wait until his cousin got married and then go home to take care of them. Wang Hao put his phone in his bag and then walked directly towards the cafeteria. Because it was morning, there weren't many people at the school gate. But whenever he met someone, he could always hear those people pointing and whispering at him. He doesn't believe that his nickname of Dog Licking King didn't get a boost from Li Jejia. The entrance to the cafeteria. There are still quite a few people in the cafeteria. Wang Hao just stands at the entrance to the cafeteria, waiting for Song Ningxuang to arrive. But he seems to have underestimated his popularity at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. As soon as he stands at the entrance to the cafeteria, there are quite a few couples pointing and talking about him. But Wang Hao doesn't care. Let them say whatever they want. Look, there's the Dog Licking King, what's he doing here? It really is the Dog Licking King, what's he doing here? He's not here to buy Jejia breakfast again, is he? Yeah, he used to come here a lot to buy Jejia breakfast. Yes, that's right, a dog is a dog, you can't change it. Ha, as the saying goes, a dog can't stop eating its own vomit. Ha ha ha. Listen to those people mock him. Wang Hao is now feeling nothing. One day, when he buys a sports car and drives it to school, he'll slap them in the face. Just as everyone was laughing at Wang Hao, a beautiful figure walked towards him. When they saw the person coming, many people were stunned. They saw the person wearing a small white skirt, a pair of white socks with black leather shoes. The delicate face wore a smile. She was simply a man harvester. Holy shit, which class is this girl in? She's really pretty. Hee. She's really something. I wonder if I can add her as a green bubble. I want to discuss the philosophy of life with her and study the secret of life continuation. Fuck you, just say you want to chat her up. What's with all the deep thoughts? No, look, she's heading towards licking the dog king. What? As Song Ningxuan walked towards Wang Hao, many people broke their defenses. Song Ningxuan is very beautiful today, especially with a sweet temperament. Wang Hao really likes it. No, I know this beauty, she is the class flower of the finance class, Song Ningxuan. The class flower, then why is she going over to lick the dog king? How would I know? It's not like she can't stand lick the dog king, she's going to go scold him. I feel like it's probably the case, otherwise why would Song Ningxuan go over to lick the dog king? Song Ningfang, who had just arrived, naturally heard the comments of those people, but she was unmoved. Wang Hao was able to buy the hot pot restaurant with a wave of his hand, even if he was being talked about. Everyone thought that Song Ningfang would scold Wang Hao. However, Song Ningfang's next move was to dumbfound them. They saw Song Ningfang walk over to Wang Hao's side, intimately take Wang Hao's arm, and sweetly call out, "Brother Hao, why haven't you come to school these past few days?" Everyone who saw the scene had their brains shut down. What kind of operation is this? Song Ningfang is holding onto Wang Hao, and she's calling him Brother Hao. They're all dumbfounded. No, man, what's going on? Why is Song Ningfang holding onto Wang Hao? No, my goddess, how can you be so self-degrading? That's the dog-licking king. Ah. Wang Hao looked at the hateful expressions on those people's faces, and his mouth unconsciously curled up. He whispered to Song Ningfang, who was holding onto him, "Look, you're holding onto me, and you've made me their public enemy." Song Ningfang smiled sweetly, "Ha, let them be jealous. Brother Hao, let's go eat." "Okay, let's go." As he said this, Wang Hao's hand rested on Song Ningfang's waist. Suddenly, everyone's eyes went straight. They were really jealous of Wang Hao. After Wang Hao left, the news quickly spread in the city. Oh my god, Song Ningxuan's boyfriend is the dog-licking king? No, what makes the dog-licking king qualified? Exactly, it's better to choose me than the dog-licking king, I have good stamina. After they finished talking, they took out their phones and posted the photos they just took on the confession wall at school. Suddenly, everyone at school who knew about it instantly exploded. The one who was most shocked was Song Ningxuan's roommate. They couldn't believe that Song Ningxuan's boyfriend was the legendary dog-licking king. However, Wang Hao didn't care about any of this. Right now, he just wanted to eat well. Brother Hao, what do you want to eat? I'll have a bowl of congee and 2 pork buns with cabbage. Okay, Brother Hao, wait a minute, I'll go buy it. Great. Wang Hao smiled as he watched Song Ningxuan being so understanding. It seems like he should give Song Ningxuan some pocket money. Thinking about this, Wang Hao remembered that he spent quite a lot of money yesterday, and he hadn't noticed how much money he had left. So he asked the system to display his data panel. Chapter 31 Song Ningxuan's roommate. Ding, data being generated. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 23. Height, 169. Weight, 52.5 kilograms. Liquid capital, 11.07 million 1,211 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in the Baolong Plaza in Shanghai. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 27.4 million. System points, 0. Goddesses of salary cashback already bound, Zhao Liang to be bound this month, Wuya bound this month, and Bai Weiner bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 25 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you have bound to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. Yesterday, I spent more than 6 million yuan when I went to take care of things for Bai Weiner. 1 million of it was Bai Weiner's liquidated damages. The remaining 4 million or so was the money used to buy back the account. Shen Sheng didn't care about the money, because Bai Weiner with an account could earn it back for him in a month or so. There was still more than 10 million left, and he didn't know what to spend it on. Just as he was pondering, Song Ningxuan walked up to him with 2 bowls of porridge and a few buns. Brother Hao, let's eat. HM. Wang Hao was indeed a little hungry. His stomach had been grumbling while they were outside. So he took the porridge and buns and started eating. Song Ningxuan didn't eat, but kept staring at Wang Hao instead. After finishing the porridge, Wang Hao realized that Song Ningxuan had been staring at him the whole time, and he didn't know why. Why are you staring at me and not eating? Hee, it's been a long time since I saw you, brother Hao. Wang Hao was speechless. To be honest, the number of times he and Song Ningxuan had met did not exceed one hand. The fact that Song Ningxuan could be like this now was entirely because he was rich, but Wang Hao did not dislike this. This can be put in a bad way as each taking what they want, or in a good way as love at first sight. Brother Hao, I can't finish eating this. Song Ningfang took a bun she had already eaten and handed it to Wang Hao, saying. Wang Hao had already finished his congee and buns, but he was still a little hungry. He thought that since they had already kissed before at Baolong Square, what was wrong with eating something? So he took Song Ningfang's bun and ate it. Seeing this, Song Ningfang's face beamed with a happy smile. Hee, brother Hao, is my bun delicious? Delicious. Wang Hao responded while eating. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hao planned to go to class first, and then look for Lin Shuo at noon. Ningfang, I'm going to class, do you have class today? Song Ningfang shook her head and said, I don't have class today, but my roommates and I have an appointment to go shopping for a while. Go ahead, Wang Hao, I'll take you to dinner. Well, my roommates may want to eat with me too. That's fine, let's all eat together, it'll be more fun with a big group. Okay, I'll talk to them later. By the way, I'll transfer some pocket money to you, so you can buy a few more clothes when you go shopping. I like to look at them. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's face immediately turned red. Great. After saying that, Wang Hao took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Song Ningxuan. When Song Ningxuan saw the amount, she was full of surprise. She excitedly kissed Wang Hao on the cheek and said, thank you, brother Hao. Go. Brother Hao, I'll see you tonight. After Song Ningfang left, Wang Hao went straight to the classroom. Before, he sat with a few roommates during class, but now he chose to sit alone. There was no choice, the whole class knew that he was the dog-licking king. No one wanted to sit with him. And Li Jejia was also in the same class as him, it was unbelievable. When the students in the class saw that Wang Hao had returned to class, they all started talking excitedly. Holy shit, the dog-licking king is back. What did he do all week? Who knows, I guess he got dumped by Li Jejia and ran off crying. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. So what if he hears? Exactly, he's just a dog licker, from a rural family, with no prospects. Exactly, a waste of his parents' money. I think people like him should be expelled. Wang Hao listened to the sound of their gossip, and his heart was upset. After a while, he must come to school in a sports car with a beautiful woman and slap them in the face. Make them all shut up. He believes that the story of him and Song Ningfang will soon spread throughout the school, and he wonders what the expressions of these people will be then. Wang Hao is looking forward to it. The morning passed quickly. Wang Hao sat alone by the window, listening to the teacher lecture. He felt that his whole person had become much more cheerful, and no longer had Jejia Li's green tea in his head. After the class, he went to Lin Shue's place to get the fake sick leave note back. Thanks, Shui. Well, you go back in. Shui, have you eaten yet? Lin Shui, who was working, looked up at Wang Hao and asked, Not yet, why? It's nothing, I want to take you to dinner. Looking into Wang Hao's sincere eyes, Lin Shui couldn't refuse, and she also wanted to do some ideological work on Wang Hao. This was a good opportunity, so she agreed. However, she only agreed to go to the cafeteria with Wang Hao. After all, in Lin Shui's eyes, Wang Hao was just a student with no source of income and definitely no money. After that, Wang Hao waited for Lin Shui for a while, and after they were done, the two went to the cafeteria to eat. While eating, Lin Shui occasionally enlightened Wang Hao, telling him not to let these things get to his heart. Wang Hao was also very grateful to Lin Shui. After they finished eating, Lin Shui asked Wang Hao to go to the office and take a break. It wasn't until the afternoon class that Wang Hao left the office. The afternoon class was the same as the morning class, and Wang Hao was still sitting alone by the window, enjoying his solitude. From time to time, the sound of his classmates' discussions could be heard in the classroom. But he didn't care. It wasn't until 5 p.m., after the class, that Wang Hao messaged Song Ningxuan. Wang Hao, Ningxuan, I'm done with class. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, we're at Baolong Square right now, come find us at Baolong Square. Wang Hao, okay, I'll be there in a bit. Song Ningxuan, okay, no rush, brother Hao. After ending the chat with Song Ningxuan, Wang Hao headed straight for Baolong Square. This time, he still didn't drive, as Wu Ya had taken the car. He felt that it was time to buy a new car, but the money he had was definitely not enough to buy one of the big three cars, so he could only wait for next month's salary to be returned in cash. Before long, Wang Hao arrived at Baolong Square. As soon as he arrived at Baolong Plaza, Wang Hao saw Song Ningxuan. She was still as fresh and lovely as ever. And there were three pretty figures by her side, so I guess they must be her roommates. Wang Hao walked over towards them. Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan, who was originally looking at her phone, quickly looked up when she heard Wang Hao's voice. She quickly ran up to him, pulled him over to her three roommates, and introduced him to them. Chapter 32 Treating Guests. Sisters, this is my boyfriend, Wang Hao. Song Ningfeng, when she was telling them that Wang Hao was her boyfriend, her eyes couldn't help but look in Wang Hao's direction. She was really afraid that Wang Hao would stand up and deny their relationship. But Wang Hao didn't do that. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend at school, and now that he has a girlfriend, he can slap those people in the face, and Song Ningfeng is also very pretty. There is no need to deny it. And it seems pretty good to have a beautiful girlfriend. Hello, my name is Wang Hao, I believe you should know me. Upon hearing this, the three roommates of Song Ningxuan also had a spasm on their faces. They did know Wang Hao, but the way they knew him might not have been very friendly. One of the girls, wearing a black short skirt, white leather shoes, and a pair of white lace socks, greeted Wang Hao. Hello, Wang Shui, my name is Zheng Mumu, I'm a roommate of Ning's. Hello. Then the other two girls also introduced themselves to him. The other two girls were both wearing a pair of jeans, which directly highlighted their good figure, and a white short-sleeved shirt on top, which was very beautiful. I have to say that the girls in this dormitory of Song Ning's are very supportive. Everyone is very nice. The other two girls are called Li Meng and Du Xiang. The three of them are all natives of Shanghai. I think Ningfang told you already today, I'm treating today, what do you want to eat? Wang Hao was going to take them to a hot pot restaurant to check it out, but he was afraid they didn't want to eat hot pot, so he asked first. And they were carrying a lot of things in their hands, presumably bought while shopping today. It's not practical to go to dinner carrying so much stuff. Du Xian, Wang Hao, why don't we take the stuff back to school first? It's not convenient carrying so much stuff. Li Meng, yeah, I feel my hands getting a little sore. Song Ningxuan looked at Wang Hao. She felt sure that Wang Hao would have driven here, in which case they could put all their things in the car and go to dinner. What she didn't know was that Wang Hao's car had long been taken by Wu Ya. After sleeping in the same bed with Wu Ya last time, Wu Ya basically never refused anything from Wang Hao. I don't know why. Maybe she already considers herself Wang Hao's other half. There may be another reason. I didn't drive here today either, so why don't we take it to my shop and come back for it after dinner? Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, the three girls, except Song Ningxuan, were stunned. His shop? He still has a shop here. You have to know that in a place like the Magic City, it's really amazing to have a shop. Zhang Mumu, Senior Wang, you still have a shop here? Well, I bought it some time ago, when Ningxuan was still by my side. Upon hearing this, the three Zhang mums turned their attention to Song Ningfeng. Song Ningfeng nodded and said, well, how about a hot pot restaurant a few days ago? What? The three were very surprised. They had also learned before that it would cost at least 2 to 4 million to open a hot pot restaurant in this place called the Demon Capital. In other words, Wang Hao is quite wealthy. They just couldn't understand why Wang Hao, despite being rich, would still be that Li Judge's lapdog. They finally understood why Song Ningfang could afford such expensive bags, and she even bought several at once. One of them even cost more than 300,000 yuan. Okay, that's settled, let's take the stuff to the store first, and come back to get it after dinner, or you can have hot pot if you want. Zheng Mumu, Wang Shuiyuan, we don't want hot pot, we want Western food. Wang Hao froze for a moment. He still nodded and said, Western food is fine, let's go after we put away the stuff. After that, Wang Hao took the four girls to his hot pot restaurant. The waiters in the hot pot restaurant all knew Wang Hao, after all, the last time there was such a big commotion, they all had a laugh. When they saw Wang Hao coming, one of the waitresses came running towards him. Boss. Seeing this, Zheng Mumu and the other two were convinced. Before, they were still a little suspicious, but now they believed. The restaurant was doing very well. Boss, business has always been very good in this store. Really? You've worked hard. Go get the store manager. Okay, boss, just a moment, I'll go now. After the waitress went in, the store manager came out with her a little while later. Boss, why are you here? It's okay, you take them to a place to put the things away, we'll come back for them later. Okay, boss. The store manager took Song Ningxuang and the other three and took the things inside, then came out. After they came out, Wang Hao did not leave immediately, but continued to talk to the store manager. Yuan Yao, how is the salary calculated in the store? Boss, the waiters get 7,000 yuan a month. My salary is 15,000 yuan a month. Wang Hao didn't want to make money from the hot pot restaurant, so he simply gave them a pay rise. How about this? The waiters get an extra 1,000 yuan a month, and your salary will be increased to 20,000 yuan. What? After Wang Hao finished speaking, Yuan Yao covered her mouth. This surprise came too suddenly. She didn't react either. It was only when she reacted that Wang Hao had already left with Song Ningxuan and the others. Yuan Yao looked in the direction Wang Hao had left in surprise. Then Yuan Yao's mouth slightly lifted up. On the other side, Wang Hao directly took a few girls and got into a business car, which just happened to fit the few of them. He took a few people to the Western restaurant where he had dinner with Bai Wanner last time. The waiter was still the same waiter from last time. The waiter still had a pretty strong impression of Wang Hao. After all, last time, Bai Wanner by his side was like a white swan. Unexpectedly, this time, Wang Hao came with 4 women, and they all looked very good. The waiter was dumbfounded. Sir, how many people? 5. Let's have a private room. Okay, sir and madam, please follow me. After saying that, the waiter led Wang Hao and the girls to a private room, which was very elegant. The environment was very nice. You can order whatever you want. It's just that the girls are a little embarrassed. After they ordered a few things, they stopped ordering. Wang Hao looked at the dishes they had ordered and then said directly, "Bring all the dishes you have here." As Wang Hao's words fell, the girls all looked at him. They were very surprised. Immediately afterwards, Wang Hao continued, "Do you want to drink some wine?" Chapter 33 June is fleeting. After Wang Hao asked if they wanted to drink, the 3 of them looked at Song Ningxuan. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, let's drink then. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao laughed. So he ordered another bottle of Romane Conti. After the order was placed, the waiter left. As soon as the waiter left, Li Meng and the others said, "Li Meng, Wang Hao, what if we order so much that we can't finish it all?" Zhang Mumu, yeah, this is too much. Du Xiang, yeah. Ha, it's okay, we can take it home if we can't finish it all. Wang Hao laughed. Upon hearing this, the girls also laughed. Wang Hao, you're not what the rumors say. Zhang Mumu said curiously as she looked at Wang Hao. Ha, where am I different? I did lick dogs before, there's nothing to say, I just woke up now. Wang Hao talked to the girls for a long time. After dinner, he paid the bill. They spent a total of 543,700 yuan on the meal. The reason they spent so much was entirely because of the bottle of Romane Conti, which was the pride of the restaurant and was bought by Wang Hao. At this point, the girls were already a little drunk. Their faces were red, which was very cute. After paying the bill, Wang Hao took them straight back to school, and he asked Yuan Yao to bring the food from the hot pot restaurant. After all this, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao watched as Yuan Yao drove off, and he headed towards Fengshan community. By the time Wang Hao arrived at the front door, it was already 10:10. Before Wang Hao could enter the code, the door opened. Wuya, dressed in a white nightie, was standing in the doorway, just like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. Sister Wuya, why aren't you resting yet? Xiao Hao, come in first. Wang Hao nodded and walked in. Wuya crouched down and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for Wang Hao. After Wang Hao took off his shoes, Wuya put his shoes in the shoe cabinet. At this time, Wang Hao could even see a white rabbit. Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow. After changing his shoes, Wang Hao followed Wuya and sat down on the sofa. Xiao Hao, you go take a shower first. Okay, Sister Wuya, you work so hard every day, get some rest early. Well, it's okay, I basically didn't do anything today, you go ahead and take a shower, I'll wait for you. Okay. Wang Hao didn't know what Wuya wanted to do, but he felt that Wuya had changed a lot since the last time. Wang Hao didn't know how to face Wu Ye either. After all, he knew that Wu Ye was a very conservative woman. Although she was very beautiful, it was still her first time at the age of 32, which explained it. But since sleeping in the same bed with Wu Ye after getting drunk last time, the relationship between him and Wu Ye had always been very delicate. As a man, Wang Hao took a shower very quickly. It was done in 5 minutes. Wang Hao, you forgot your pajamas, so I got them for you. Just after Wang Hao finished showering, Wu Ye's voice came from the bathroom door. Wang Hao froze for a moment, then said, "Sister Wu Ye, you can just leave them by the door." Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao listened for Wu Ye's footsteps. After she left, Wang Hao slowly opened the door and brought in the pajamas. After putting on the pajamas, Wang Hao walked out of the bathroom. When he came to the living room, Wang Hao noticed that the pajamas he was wearing now were actually a matching set with the ones Wu Ye was wearing. This made him even more shocked. But he didn't think much about it. Wang Hao sat down next to Wu Ye. "Sister Wu Ye, is there something wrong?" Wu Ye shook her head. "Nothing, it's just that you didn't come back, I was a little worried about you." "Sister Wu Ye, Wang Hao wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Wu Ye looked at Wang Hao, hoping that he would say the words in her heart. But after waiting for a long time, she still didn't get the words she wanted to hear. Wu Ye was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. "Sister Wu Ye, can you spare some time at the end of the month?" Wu Ye, who had been a little disappointed, now had a puzzled expression on her face. "What's wrong?" "It's the end of the month. I want to go to Shangri-La in Yunnan province to play. If you have time, I'd like to invite you to go with me." Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ye, who had been a little disappointed, instantly felt better. "When are you planning to go?" "We're leaving on the 27th of June. How long will you be gone for?" "For a week. What do you say, Wu Ye? Do you want to come with me?" "Are you going alone?" "No, if you come with me, then it'll be 2 of us." When she heard the latter part, Wu Ye's spirits were lifted, but when she heard the former part, she was disappointed. "If you come with me, then it'll be 2 of us." Wu Ye was very happy. "Okay, I'll go with you." Wu Ye agreed without hesitation. In fact, she really wanted to go on a trip, but she was in debt and didn't have the money or time to go on a trip. And she felt that if she went out with Wang Hao, the relationship between the 2 of them might even get closer. When Wu Ye agreed, Wang Hao heard the voice of the system. "Ding, salary refund goddess Wu Ye's favorability +1. Hearing the voice of the system, Wang Hao was very happy. This time, he took Wu Ye with him because he wanted to increase Wu Ye's favorability. "Then, let's go to bed, Wu Ye. You have to work tomorrow, so you can't stay up too late." "Okay, good night, Hao." "Okay, good night, Wu Ye." After saying that, the 2 of them went back to their own rooms. Once back in his room, Wang Hao directly told the system to open Wu Ye's data panel. "System, open Wu Ye's data." Ding, data being generated. Name, Wu Ye. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Favorability, 86. Close friend. Height, 172. Weight, 46.5 kilograms. Occupation, dance teacher. Current cashback multiple, 86 times. Accumulated funds earned this month, 3,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary is cashed back, 25 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. In fact, Wu Ye's data hasn't changed much. It's just that the favorability, cashback multiplier, funds, and remaining time for cashback have changed. Everything else is the same as before. After looking at Wu Ye's data, Wang Hao fell asleep. With one blink of the eye, a day passed. With another blink of the eye, another day passed. Time flies, and before you know it, it's the end of the month. It's also time to leave for Shangri-La in Yunnan province. Wu Ye had already taken leave, and he had also spoken to Lin Shui. Today he was going to set off with Wu Ye. Wang Hao and Wu Ye packed up a bit, and then drove to the airport. After parking the car, they went directly to the waiting room to wait for their flight. He was looking forward to this trip. Chapter 34, Turbulence on the Plane. Wang Hao had bought business class tickets, so he and Wu Ye didn't need to queue. They had basically packed nothing, except that Wu Ye had brought some clothes for washing. Wang Hao had originally wanted her not to bring anything, saying that they could buy more there, but Wu Ye had said that they could save some money and had brought just one suitcase, putting Wang Hao's clothes in with hers. Xiao Hao, where are we going first? I've already made arrangements. Let's go to the hotel to rest first, and then go out for a stroll tomorrow. Well, I've never been to Shangri-La before. Me neither. This time our destination is Shika Snow Mountain. Great, but will it be cold? We didn't bring any thick clothes. It's fine, we can buy some if it gets cold there. Okay. After a while, it was time for the two of them to board the plane. Since they were flying business class, they were quick too. When they arrived at the boarding gate, Wang Hao looked at the people queuing up and felt very emotional. He had flown before and had queued up just like them. He had watched the people in business class go through the business class channel and felt incredibly envious. Now he was going through the business class channel himself, and he felt even more overwhelmed. People are really complicated. Wu Ye walked arm in arm with Wang Hao towards the plane. The flight attendant led him and Wu Ye to their seats. Wu Ye sat by the window, and Wang Hao sat next to her. As for why Wang Hao didn't buy first class, it was because he thought that if he did, he wouldn't be able to sit next to Wu Ye. It was better to buy business class. Economy class is not comfortable either. Economy class is mainly affordable, and the comfort needs to be improved. The comfort of business class is a bit worse than first class, but much better than economy class. After sitting down, Wang Hao leaned over, almost pressing against Wu Ye's body. His action made Wu Ye, who was sitting next to him, blush instantly. Wu Ye didn't know what Wang Hao wanted to do, but she didn't think much about it either. After all, they were on an airplane, and Wang Hao couldn't do anything out of line. It was just that Wu Ye's mind was a mess right now. All kinds of thoughts popped into her head. However, after helping Wu Ye fasten her seatbelt, Wang Hao sat properly. Seeing Wang Hao being so considerate, Wu Ye's face broke into a happy smile. After a while, the plane was about to take off. The voice of the flight attendant kept announcing. With the end of the announcement, the plane slowly moved, preparing to take off. The captain drove the plane to the runway and accelerated. There was a moment when taking off made people feel a little uncomfortable, but it was only a moment. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye next to him. She didn't feel uncomfortable, so I think she must have flown a lot before. Just as she was observing Wu Ye next to her, Wu Ye turned her head to look at him. At that moment, their eyes met. The two smiled at each other. Wang Hao didn't know where he got the courage, and he took Wu Ye's hand directly with one hand. This action of Wang Hao successfully made Wu Ye freeze. After a short period of days, Wu Ye's face reddened again. This time, Wang Hao heard the voice of the system again. Ding, salary refunded goddess Wu Ye's favorability +1. Wu Ye's favorability has increased a little again. It has now reached 87 points. To be honest, this favorability is really high, basically already the kind of person you can trust with your heart. In no time, the plane took off smoothly. Wang Hao never let go of Wu Ye's hand after he took it, and just kept holding it. However, Wu Ye fell asleep after the plane had flown for a while. Wang Hao, however, was not sleepy at all. The distance between the Magic City and Yun Province is more than 2,000 kilometers. The plane will need to fly for 3 hours to reach Yun Province. If all goes well, Wang Hao feels that this trip will definitely go well. Maybe he can meet other female celebrities besides Zhao Liying, such as Zhao Lucy, Zhu Jingyi, Yang Mi, Lu Shishir, etc. But what he wants to do most right now is to increase Zhao Liying's favorability towards him. That way, he will get a bigger cashback for this month's salary. He needs money now. What does he have to do to get Zhao Liying's attention? Wang Hao kept thinking about this question. But Zhao Liying is a big star, and if he wants her to like him, the first step is for him to get her to know him. Just this first step is a bit difficult. Of course, if he was rich, then this wouldn't be difficult at all. Wang Hao understands that this first step is often the most difficult. As long as he can get Zhao Liying to know him and increase her favorable impression of him, it will become much easier for him to get close to these female stars in the entertainment industry in the future. Of course, if he had his own entertainment company or some kind of merchandise company, he could also use the excuse of looking for endorsers to get to know them. But it's not very realistic to talk about all this now. After all, he doesn't have anything right now. He wonders if he could just say that he's a fan of Zhao Liying's, and if that would make Zhao Liying get to know him. But then he thought, that's impossible. After all, Zhao Liying has a lot of fans, how could she remember an unknown person like him? Thinking about this, Wang Hao began to scratch his head. This is really embarrassing. Just when Wang Hao felt at a loss, suddenly, he felt the plane shaking violently. Wu Ye, who was sleeping next to him, was also suddenly awakened. While the plane was shaking violently, the voice of the flight attendant came from the plane. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is passing through strong air currents and will experience violent turbulence in a moment. Please do not panic. The flight attendant read it out in Chinese and then in English. Wang Hao's hand was clutching Wu Ye tightly. Just then, a flight attendant walked over to Wang Hao and began to reassure the passengers in the business class. But before the flight attendant finished speaking, the plane began to shake violently. The flight attendant was wearing high heels, and the plane shook so violently that she almost fell. And the shaking of the plane became more and more violent. Wang Hao and Wu Ye both felt their hearts racing. What the hell kind of operation is this? They're not just going to disappear like this. Wang Hao was feeling very desperate at this moment. Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye next to him. At this time, Wu Ye kept her eyes closed, her face full of tension. The flight attendant next to him said directly to Wang Hao, "Sir, I'm sorry, I need to hold you from this side." The powerful jolts of the plane had made the flight attendant unable to stand steadily. She could only say to Wang Hao next to her. Wang Hao nodded. At this time, he wouldn't think about anything, after all, people had already said it. The next second, Wang Hao felt a very soft body hugging him tightly. Chapter 35. In the 35th chapter, the beautiful flight attendant really wanted to bind, but she couldn't. Ding, the system has detected the goddess Song Shirmian, who can be bound for cashback. However, at this time, Wang Hao simply didn't have time to listen to the system's voice. At this time, he only felt that he was constantly hovering between heaven and hell. On one side was the psychological pressure caused by the violent turbulence of the plane. On the other side was Wu Ye's pair of very soft jade hands and the flight attendant's soft, fragrant body in his arms. He was truly in pain and in ecstasy. Wang Hao was now afraid to speak to Wu Ye. After all, he was holding a woman in his arms, and if he spoke, Wu Ye would get angry, and it would be not worth it if her favorability decreased. It was just that Wang Hao felt that the corpse in his arms was constantly challenging his limits. Especially the fragrance on her body, which was like a catalyst. It was just the turbulence of the plane that prevented him from calming down and experiencing this wonderful feeling. Not only Wang Hao, but the people in the economy class were also very scared. They all kept their mouths shut, and some even felt that they were already dead. After all, if there was an accident, there was no way they could escape. There was no chance of survival. Under such circumstances, everyone was very scared. Even the flight attendants had never encountered such a situation before. But even under such circumstances, the flight attendants were still trying their best to calm the passengers down. Don't worry, this is just turbulence. After the turbulence passes, the plane will return to normal. The flight attendants shouted. Just feeling the jitters of the plane obviously could not calm everyone down. The flight attendants could only sit in their seats and continue to reassure the passengers aloud. The flight attendant who had just arrived in the business class did not have time to go back and was now holding Wang Hao tightly. After about 2 minutes, the plane gradually returned to normal. It no longer continued to shake. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. I thought this was it. Yeah. We are so lucky. Next time I'll never fly again. It was terrifying. I don't dare to fly either. After the ordeal, each of them let out their true feelings. That scene was really scary. No one can know how they survived. It can be said that they just narrowly escaped death. After such a disaster, some children even cried. This is likely to become a shadow for them, which will lead to a much lower possibility of them flying in the future. After the plane had stabilized, the flight attendants immediately got to work, reassuring the passengers. On the other side, the woman in Wang Hao's arms also left his embrace. She just blushed when she left. I don't know what happened. Sir, thank you. It's nothing, it was the least I could do. Wang Hao was a little embarrassed at this point, because he really couldn't control himself just now, causing the flight attendant to feel the presence of the young Wang Hao. This is why the flight attendant blushed. After the flight attendant left, Wang Hao looked at Wu Ye. Sister Wu Ye, are you okay? Wang Hao tightly gripped Wu Ye's hand, and had not let go since they got on the plane. Wu Ye shook her head. Xiao Hao, I'm fine. I just thought that the two of us were going to. Wu Ye didn't say the rest, but even if she hadn't, Wang Hao knew what she wanted to say. So he squeezed Wu Ye's hand even tighter. Wuya naturally felt it too, and a small smile finally appeared on her face. After what had just happened, the passengers on the plane became much more silent. Obviously, they had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Wang Hao naturally had not recovered either. At this moment, he was dumbly holding Wuya's hand. He was thinking, if what just happened was really an accident, then what would his parents at home do? He is the only one in his family. If something really happened to him, his parents would go crazy. Thinking about this, Wang Hao didn't dare to think any further. Even if he had a system now, he would not be able to survive in that situation. Wang Hao turned his head to look at Wuya again. This woman who had experienced life and death with him. She was also the goddess of salary rebates that he was bound to. Wang Hao felt that he needed to bring a woman back to make his parents happy, and it would be just right to bring her to his cousin's wedding. And he felt that the most suitable person was Wuya. After all, her favorability rating was already 87. He needs to find an opportunity to tell Wuya about this. At this moment, neither Wang Hao nor Wuya said a word, they just held each other's hands and pondered over some issues. Just then, Wang Hao remembered the sound he heard when the plane just bumped. So he immediately checked it out. System, check the data. Ding, data being generated. Name, Song Shermian. Age, 27. Face value, 91. Favorability, 32 ordinary friend. Height, 173. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, flight attendant. Seeing Song Shermian's data, Wang Hao instantly felt that she smelled good. He really wanted to bind and take a look. But alas, he didn't have any bindings left. He could only take a look and bind again next time he had the chance. Just as Wang Hao was checking the information, the flight attendant from earlier actually came to his side again. Hello sir, I am the flight attendant on this flight. I just wanted to thank you very much. Afterwards, Song Shermeng secretly handed him a note, even avoiding Wuya's gaze. Wang Hao also quickly put the note away. Then he said, "It's nothing." Wang Hao didn't dare to say his name, after all, Wuya was right next to him. Flight attendant Song Shermeng came to talk to Wang Hao for a few words and left. When she left, Wang Hao looked at Wuya. At this time, Wuya still had some unhappiness on her face. Wang Hao secretly rejoiced that Wuya had not seen the previous scene, otherwise her favorability rating would definitely have dropped. After that incident, the rest of the journey went smoothly. The flight attendants distributed some snacks, and Wang Hao and Wuya supplemented their stomachs a little. The 3 hours passed quickly. The plane landed smoothly in Yun province. Wang Hao took Wuya's hand and got off the plane. However, as they passed by the flight attendant in charge, she gave Wang Hao a knowing smile. Naturally, Wang Hao was not indifferent, and after giving her a smile, he got off the plane with Wuya. After getting off the plane, Wang Hao went to get the checked luggage. After that, he called a special car and went straight to the hotel he had booked earlier. Before booking the hotel, Wang Hao had already told Wuya that the two of them had only booked one room, but it was a more luxurious room. No need to worry. When Wang Hao and Wuya arrived at the hotel, it was already past 2 p.m. Wang Hao put the suitcase in the room and lay directly on the bed. Wuya stood next to him and watched the scene with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 36 Sister Wuya, can you come home with me during the summer vacation? Xiao Hao, go take a shower first, otherwise the bed will smell. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao, who had just lain down, stood up abruptly. He saluted Wuya. He said, "Yes, I promise to wash it clean." Seeing this, Wuya instantly forgot about what happened on the plane today and laughed again and again. Okay, go ahead. The hotel Wang Hao opened was a 5-star hotel, which was very safe, but he felt the need to check for pinhole cameras. He didn't want anyone to see Wuya's perfect body. If anyone is going to see it, it should be him. It's okay, Wuya, let's check first, otherwise I'm afraid there might be pinhole cameras or something. Ha! Wuya covered her mouth in shock. Then she kept looking around. Seeing this, Wang Hao laughed. It's fine, the hotel I opened is a 5-star hotel, and those people generally don't come to 5-star hotels to set up, but we still have to be careful. Upon hearing this, Wuya was somewhat relieved. But she was still very worried. Then, Xiao Hao, what are we going to do? It's fine, I bought a tool specifically for detecting pinhole cameras. Saying this, Wang Hao opened the suitcase and took out a tool specifically for detecting pinhole cameras from it. He turned on the computer, connected to the Wi-Fi, and then tested it. He learned all this from TikTok. After a lot of fiddling, he didn't find anything unusual. In fact, he spent nearly 10,000 yuan a day to rent this room, and if something like this happened, then it wouldn't be so easy to solve. Wu Ye stood behind him, nervously watching Wang Hao. Wang Hao said while tidying up. But Wu Ye still didn't feel very safe. She really wanted to go take a shower, but after Wang Hao said that, she instantly didn't dare to go. This made Wang Hao feel at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Wang Hao thought about it. In that case, he might as well just go buy a house. He happened to have a bit of money on hand, and buying a house wasn't very expensive. And as far as he knew, the price of property around Shangri-La was not very expensive, and buying a flat was not as expensive as buying a car, so Wu Ye could live there with peace of mind. Thinking is doing. In the afternoon, Wang Hao took Wu Ye directly to the real estate agency and bought a fully furnished flat that no one had lived in before. The transfer of ownership could not be completed until the next day, but he and Wu Ye could move in today. Wang Hao felt that having a flat and a car here would be more convenient. When Wang Hao and Wu Ye returned to the house they had just bought, Wu Ye's face was full of disbelief. This was something she had never thought of. Wang Hao had even bought a house for her without blinking an eye. By the time Wang Hao and Wu Ye had finished buying toiletries and other things like bed sheets and covers, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Hao and Wu Ye simply ordered takeaway. "Sister Wu Ye, you go and take a shower first, I'll go lay out the bed sheets." "Okay." Wu Ye went to the bathroom, slowly took off her clothes, and turned on the shower. Recalling everything that had happened today, Wu Ye felt like it was all a dream. As she thought about it, Wu Ye made up her mind and gritted her teeth. On the other side, Wang Hao came into the room and replaced the sheets and duvet covers he had just bought. It was then that he realized they had bought one set too few. Wang Hao sighed, and tonight he would have to sleep on the sofa. The newly bought sheets and duvet covers would need to be washed and then laid out, but they didn't have time to do that, and if they did, they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After making the bed, Wang Hao started to look around the house. Today was a bit rushed, but he did take a good look. The room is 200 square meters, and the unit price is 6,000 per square meter. The total price is 1.2 million. The main thing is that the owner of this house has not lived in it since it was renovated, and he is just selling it. It just so happened that Wang Hao was urgently looking for a house today, so the agent took him and Wu Ye directly over. After a while, Wu Ye took a shower and changed into the pajamas she brought. At this time, Wu Ye is like a lotus flower emerging from the water, beautiful and confident. What's more, Wu Ye also comes with her own innate young woman's holy body. Just looking at it makes you unable to control yourself. "Xiao Hao, you go and take a shower too, and after we finish eating, we'll rest." "Okay." Wang Hao finds his own pajamas from Wu Ye's suitcase and also goes and takes a shower. Wang Hao is relatively fast. He's done in 5 minutes. When he comes out, he's also wearing a pair of pajamas. After Wang Hao came out, Wu Ye walked over to him and took the clothes in his hand. "Xiao Hao, these clothes need to be washed." "Ah, Sister Wu Ye, I'll wash them myself." "It's fine, I was going to wash them anyway, so I'll do them for you. Remember to take them when the takeaway arrives." "Okay, thank you, Sister Wu Ye." Wu Ye smiled, then took Wang Hao's clothes and walked into the bathroom. Wang Hao sat on the sofa in black silk, waiting for the takeaway to arrive. After waiting for a while, the takeaway arrived. Wang Hao opened the door, got the takeaway, and then placed it on the table. After setting it down, he went to the bathroom to get Wu Ye to come out. But when he got to the bathroom, the next scene made him retreat directly. After a while, Wu Ye had hung up the laundry. "Wu Ye, come eat first." "Well, Xiao, if you're hungry, just eat, you don't have to wait for me." Eating with Sister Wu Ye makes the meal even sweeter. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye seemed to think of something and blushed. Wang Hao's face also revealed a smile. "Xiao Hao, what are you talking about?" "Hee, Sister Wu Ye, really, I'm hungry too, come quickly." Wang Hao patted the chair next to him, and Wu Ye also sat down next to him. After Wu Ye sat down, the two of them began to eat. While eating, Wang Hao thought about it and finally blurted out his thoughts. "Sister Wu Ye, can you come home with me during the summer vacation?" When Wang Hao said this, Wu Ye's chopsticks dropped as she was eating. She looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. In Wu Ye's eyes, Wang Hao's words meant that he wanted to bring her home to meet his parents, which was a confession. Xiao Hao, what did you say?" "Sister Wu Ye, can you go home with me during the summer vacation?" When Wang Hao said this, Wu Ya's eyes were filled with crystal tears. She couldn't believe that Wang Hao would say this. They are almost 10 years apart, is this really okay? Xiao Hao, I. Chapter 37 I do. Xiao Hao, do you really want me to go back with you? Wu Ya's face showed some disappointment. In her eyes, the age difference between the two of them was a bit too big. Even if Wang Hao didn't mind, it was hard to say whether his parents would agree. Sister Wu Ya, that's for sure. You're so pretty, if you go back with me, I'll definitely be twice as popular. Wang Hao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, she looked at Wang Hao blankly. Wang Hao just looked at Wu Ya. In the end, Wu Ya couldn't hold back and blushed as she laughed. Okay, I'm willing. Hearing Wu Ya say yes, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. If Wu Ya didn't go, then he would have to find Song Ningxuan, but he didn't really want to find Song Ningxuan because the relationship between him and Song Ningxuan was not as pure as that between Wu Ya and him. Moreover, Song Ningxuan did not have the same high favorability rating as Wu Ya. The main thing is that Wu Ya is very pretty, very energetic, and has a mature young woman's sense, but she is still a virgin. This is why Wang Hao likes Wu Ya so much. Such a woman is really hard to come by. If it's for living, Wu Ya is definitely the best choice. It's just that Wang Hao doesn't want to think about these things right now. After all, he has just received the salary cashback system. The reason for taking Wu Ya back is actually to support his parents' face when his cousin gets married. Of course, if I take Wu Ya back this time, then I guess I'll have to take her back for the New Year's holidays in the future too. Sister Wu Ya, you're so nice. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya smiled. In fact, the last time Wu Ya slept in the same bed as Wang Hao, she had already decided that she was in love with him, but she was a woman, and if Wang Hao didn't say anything, she wouldn't have either. Today, when Wang Hao said that he wanted her to go back with him for the summer holidays, Wu Ya had already taken it as a declaration of his feelings for her. She was naturally happy. Xiao Hao, if you take me back with you, will your parents? No, they will definitely forget about me as their son when they meet you, I'm sure. No way. Really, Wu Ya, tomorrow let's go buy a car and then we can go play, okay? That would be more convenient. However, Wu Ya shook her head. Xiao Hao, it's not easy for you to make money, let's save as much as we can. Hearing this, Wang Hao teased, Sister Wu Ya has started taking charge of the household. Wu Ya didn't refute when she heard this. Instead, she ate her meal on her own. Seeing this, Wang Hao picked up some food for Wu Ya. In this way, after the two finished eating, they prepared to go to bed. It was just that when it was time to rest, Wang Hao didn't know what to say. Sister Wu Ya, you go to bed in your room, I'll sleep on the sofa today. Wu Ya asked with some confusion, isn't there more than one room? Why do you want to sleep on the sofa? Wang Hao, however, gave an embarrassed smile. We bought a bit too much today, so we bought one less set of bedding. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Wu Ya was dumbfounded. One less set of bedding. This. The two were silent for a while. The air was quiet. They could even hear each other breathing. Well, Sister Wu Ya, you've had a hard day too, so go to bed quickly. This sofa is quite big, so I'll just sleep here. Xiao Hao, why don't you go to your room and sleep? It's fine, Sister Wu Ya, I'm a big guy, and I've slept on the sofa before. When I was little, we didn't have any money, so we even slept on the floor. Don't worry. But Wu Ya wanted to ask Wang Hao to sleep in the bed, but after thinking about it, she remained silent. After all, she could not sleep with a man before marriage. Last time it was an accident, but she would never do it when she is sober. In fact, Wu Ya really hopes to get together with Wang Hao. After all, she is not young anymore, and her family has been urging her. But the bottom line she has been sticking to for so long is not going to be broken. Last time, Wang Hao already broke the bottom line once for him. Oops, Wu Ya, don't say anything else, just go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll just go buy another set. With that, Wang Hao pushed Wu Ya into the room. Sister Wu Ya, get some rest, good night. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Hao, why don't you come and sleep on the bed? Originally, Wu Ya wanted to say let Wang Hao sleep with her, but the word stuck in her throat. No need, Sister Wu Ya, you go to bed early. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. After that, he went to the living room and lay down on the sofa. He turned off the lights and took out his phone, then took out the green bubble from his pocket that the flight attendant gave him on the plane today, and after a burst of operation, he added her. But the space did not immediately agree, so Wang Hao started to use TikTok. Last time he used TikTok, he had bound it to Bai Wanner. He wanted to see if he could find 2 more suitable female anchors, and if possible, he could bind them together in the future if he had the chance. Let them make money for him. But after he had been streaming for 10 minutes, there was not a single suitable one, and he really ran out of patience. Coincidentally, at this time, the flight attendant approved his friend request. Wang Hao started chatting with her. Song Shimeng, hello, handsome. Wang Hao, hello, sister, I don't know your name. Song Shimeng, my name is Song Shimeng, remember it. Wang Hao, so not only is my sister pretty, her name is also so nice, you really have it all. Song Shimeng, you're so sweet, but I still don't know your name. Wang Hao, pretty Shimeng, my name is Wang Hao, you can call me Xiao Hao. Song Shimeng, wow, you're so smooth, you must have fooled a lot of girls. Wang Hao kept chatting with Song Shimian. After nearly an hour of chatting, Wang Hao said goodnight to Song Shimian, put down his phone and went to bed. But before going to sleep, he thought about the new monthly cashback that would be available in 2 days. He was curious about how much Zhao Liying, Wu Ye, and Bai Weiner had earned. He originally wanted to see it, but in order to give himself a surprise, he planned to hold back. He would wait until the cashback was credited to get a good thrill. After this cashback is over, Wang Hao and Wu Ye will return to their hometown in the province. Cousin's wedding is also approaching. He is looking forward to the expression of the relatives in the village when he drives a sports car back with a beauty. Chapter 38 Beautiful scenery, beautiful people. Early the next morning, Wang Hao felt a bit heavy, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that he was covered with a quilt. This quilt was the one he put on the duvet last night. He was a bit surprised. But when he saw Wu Ye sitting on the sofa, he felt normal again. Sister Wu Ye, why are you up so early? I'm used to it, Xiao Hao, you hurry up too. Okay. Wang Hao got up, washed up, and then went out with Wu Ye. Since there was still a day before Zhao Liying's crew came to pick up the location, today he planned to have a good time with Wu Ye. In the past, he always wanted to go on a trip, but every time it was put on hold because he didn't have the money. Now that he has money and a beautiful woman to keep him company, he definitely has to enjoy himself. Wang Hao first went out to eat breakfast with Wu Ye. Then he took Wu Ye straight to the 4S store. This time, he didn't take too long to choose, and he didn't choose something too good either. After all, he doesn't come here often, just in case it's like before when he comes here in the future. In fact, it's fine for him to stay in a hotel, but he's afraid that Wu Ye will be scared. Wang Hao bought a Mercedes-Benz S450 this time, and the total price was 1.49 million. Originally, Wu Ye didn't want Wang Hao to buy it, but after Wang Hao's persuasion, she agreed. After buying the car, it was indeed much more convenient. Although it only had temporary license plates, it could still be driven on the road. Wang Hao drove directly with Wu Ye around Yun province. Although it wasn't Zhao Liying's time to come and take the scenery today, he also planned to go to Yunshamping with Wu Ye to have some fun. So he decisively drove the car towards Yunshamping. It was just a little late now, after all, they had spent quite some time buying the car. Sister Wu Ye, we may not be able to play tomorrow. I have a client to meet tomorrow, and we can go out the day after tomorrow, okay? Wu Ye, sitting in the passenger seat, softly said, How, you just go about your business. I'll just clean up the house tomorrow, and we can go play the day after tomorrow. Okay. How, you spend so much money, will you? Wang Hao smiled. Of course not, with them around, he gets a systematic salary rebate every month, so how could he go bankrupt? Not only that, but as the more money they make for him, the more goddesses of cashback he can bind to himself in the future, and the more money he can get through cashback every month. He just needs to think of a way to meet with the goddesses of cashback he has already bound every month to maintain the binding relationship. If there are few people around, it's fine, but when there are a lot of people, he can't go and find each one of them. Sister Wu Ye, don't worry, even if you really go bankrupt, you can support me. Wang Hao originally thought that Wu Ye would refuse jokingly, but he didn't expect her to agree directly. Okay, if you run out of money, I'll work to support you. At this time, Wang Hao was also confused. He now finally understood why everyone liked his older sister. Although Wu Ye was older, time had not left a mark on her at all, but instead had made her even more charming. She had a unique charm. Wu Ye, are you really willing to go home with me to meet my parents? Wang Hao knew what it meant to ask that, but he still asked anyway. He understood that with his system, he would probably meet many more women in the future, and there might even be many women who were prettier than Wuya, but no woman would ever be like Wuya. He also understood what it meant to take Wuya home, but he was still willing to do it. All he saw was Wuya nodding and saying, "Xiaohao, didn't I answer you last time?" He. After that, the two of them chatted idly. When they arrived at their destination, Wang Hao and Wuya got out of the car. After getting out of the car, Wuya, wearing a pair of jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, walked over to Wang Hao and intimately took his arm. Feeling Wuya's impressive breasts, Wang Hao's heart started racing. "Xiaohao, let's go." The two of them walked towards the entrance of the scenic area, but when they arrived they were dumbfounded. They didn't expect there to be so many people at the scenic area. The entrance to the scenic area was even surrounded by a sea of people. "Xiaohao, there are so many people." "Well, but it should be fine, we'll just line up and go in, it shouldn't be that crowded inside." "Okay." As Wang Hao said, after he and Wuya bought their tickets and went in, the crowd did thin out a lot. It's just that Wang Hao felt that coming to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain in July might be a bit of a letdown. But here they were. When Wang Hao and Wuya arrived at Yunshanping, they were amazed by the sight before them. At a glance, there was a large green lawn and patches of spruce trees, giving one a very relaxed feeling. The sky was a deep blue, with white clouds floating in the sky. The flowers, plants, and trees on the ground reflected each other. Wang Hao took Wuya's hand and stared blankly at the scenery in the distance. He felt like his whole being had been sublimated. At this moment, Wang Hao was truly content. This trip has not been in vain. The scenery here is beautiful, but he feels that the person next to him is even more beautiful. Thinking about him, he looked at Wuya. Wuya was also a little shy when she was looked at. "Xiaohao, let's take a photo." "Okay." Wuya took Wang Hao's arm, and Wang Hao took out his mobile phone and started taking photos. It just seemed that Wang Hao's technique was not very good. Wuya reached out and took Wang Hao's mobile phone, looked at the photo and laughed. "Ha, Xiaohao, why did you close your eyes?" "I don't take photos very often, huh?" "Never mind, I'll take the photos." After saying that, Wuya returned the phone to Wang Hao, took out her own phone, and started taking photos with Wang Hao. This time they took quite a few. But Wuya didn't seem very satisfied. "Xiaohao, why don't you let someone take a full body photo of the two of us?" "Sure, let me see." Wang Hao searched around and looked at the people around him. Most of them were couples, but there were also two girls together. Wang Hao found two girls. "Two beautiful ladies, could you please take a photo of us?" The two girls who were taking photos looked at Wang Hao. Then they nodded. "Okay. Thank you." Wang Hao gave his phone to one of the girls, and then he and Wuya stood by the fence. Wuya held his arm, and her head leaned closely against his shoulder. After that, they changed positions a few times and took a lot of pictures. After the photo shoot, Wang Hao took the phone from the two girls and said, "Thank you very much. Do you want to take a picture too? We can help you. Is that okay?" "Well, but I'm not very good at it." "It's okay." Wang Hao asked Wuya to help the two girls take pictures, and they left. Wang Hao, on the other hand, continued to hang out with Wuya. Chapter 39, A Chance Encounter. Evening was approaching quietly. Wang Hao and Wuya had spent the whole afternoon playing and taking pictures. For the first time, Wang Hao felt so relaxed, not having to think about anything, and no longer feeling the exhaustion of racking his brain over the matter, as he had done before for Li Jiejia. There was only a sense of being cared for and relaxed. After the two left the scenic area, they went for dinner. And then they went back. In fact, when they were at the scenic spot today, many men secretly ogled Wuya, and at that time, Wang Hao felt very uncomfortable. He already had a feeling that he didn't want other people to look at Wuya. If he wanted to look, he could only look at her himself. He didn't know when this kind of thought came to him. "Xiaohao, you go take a shower first, I'll go lay out the bedsheets." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Sister Wuya." Wuya gave a knowing smile and then walked into the room. After Wang Hao finished showering, Wuya went to wash up. After doing all this, the two of them went back to rest. After all, they were a bit tired today. The sun shone down on them. A new day had arrived. Wang Hao opened his eyes and stretched. While studying, he basically didn't exercise much. Yesterday, he walked with Wuya all day, and he felt a bit of soreness in his muscles. But today was also an exciting day, because he was going to create a chance encounter today. Whether he can meet Zhao Liying and improve his favorability depends on his actions. First is image. After Wang Hao got up, he went to Wu Ya's room and knocked on the door. All his clothes are with Wu Ya, so he needs to come and get them. The door is unlocked, come in. Wang Hao was a little stunned. He didn't expect Wu Ya to leave the door unlocked at night. Does she trust him so much? Wang Hao pushed open the door and walked in. He saw Wu Ya covered with a quilt, still resting. I guess she was a bit tired yesterday. Sister Wu Ya, I'll just take my clothes and go. Wu Ya nodded. Well, I've hung up your clothes for you, they're inside, just look for them. Okay. Wang Hao opened the closet and saw his clothes hanging next to Wu Ya's clothes, and there were 2 pairs of underwear that he really liked among Wu Ya's clothes. He really wanted to see Wu Ya wearing them. But he knew that was impossible. So he took his clothes and closed the closet. Sister Wu Ya, you rest well today, let's go play again tomorrow, don't go shopping today, when I come back, we'll go for a drive and go shopping. Okay, I'll be home waiting for you to come back. Okay. After saying that, Wang Hao left Wu Ya's room and closed the door behind him. When he arrived in the living room, Wang Hao first went to wash up, then took his clothes and went back to his room to change. Then he went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Well, although I'm not very handsome, I'm still passable. Wang Hao looked at himself in the mirror and muttered to himself. He reached up to fix his hair and turned to leave the house with style. He didn't go directly to Yulong Snow Mountain because he didn't know when Zhao Liying and the others would arrive, and whether they would let people in when they were filming. These were all unknown factors. Wang Hao had already thought of some ways. Previously, he had learned from the internet that Zhao Liying's current drama seemed to be lacking some investment, and he could take advantage of this. He drove to the Yulong Snow Mountain scenic area, parked the car, and then waited directly at the entrance to the scenic area. For this reason, he came relatively early, and before 8 o'clock, he arrived at the entrance to the scenic area and waited. If he waits here until Zhao Liying arrives, that would be perfect. If not, he'll just have to go inside the scenic area. Wang Hao just stood there waiting at the entrance to the scenic area. Although Zhao Liying and the others were supposed to come and pick a location, the scenic area hadn't closed, which was good news for Wang Hao. After all, if they couldn't be there in time, he would still have to go inside the scenic area. As he watched the people coming and going in the scenic area, Wang Hao never heard the voice of the system. But he wasn't in a hurry. If the last message was a fake, then the worst that would happen is that he would lose the one tied-in quota. After all, he still has Wu Ya and Bai Waner, the 2 goddesses of salary rebates that have already been tied in. If he can't wait for Zhao Liying, then he will invest so that Bai Waner and Wu Ya's salaries will become higher, thus allowing him to get more salary rebates. Wang Hao waited for nearly 3 hours, from 8 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock. The system didn't make a sound at all. Wang Hao was so tired from crouching down that his back was numb. From being full of confidence at the beginning to having no confidence at all, it had only taken 3 hours. In the end, Wang Hao couldn't stand it anymore and bought a ticket directly, heading towards Yunchuiping. He felt that Zhao Liying and the people from the crew should have gone in a long time ago, otherwise they wouldn't be there almost noon yet. In fact, Wang Hao also wanted to keep waiting. After all, even if he went in, he might not be able to find Zhao Liying and the crew she was in. But if they're waiting at the door, they should come out after they're done with the location shoot. But Wang Hao is worried that they might just stay in the scenic area. So in the end, Wang Hao chooses to go into the scenic area. When he saw the message earlier, it said that Zhao Liying was going to the Yunchuiping area to shoot the scene. He didn't hesitate anymore, and his destination was directly Yunchuiping. But when he arrived at Yunchuiping, he discovered that the area had been cordoned off. Seeing the scene, Wang Hao understood that Zhao Liying and the others were currently shooting here. It seemed that he had missed them in the morning. It was likely that Zhao Liying and the others had come too early. At this moment, Wang Hao didn't know what to do either. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait here for now. After all, he didn't know if Zhao Liying was busy at the moment, and he wasn't sure if he would disturb her if he went in. If he went in rashly, his favorability rating wouldn't increase. And he also needed to create an encounter. So, Wang Hao sat down not far from Yunchuiping. Pretending to be a tourist, he sat there taking pictures. It was already noon, and he didn't know if Zhao Liying and the others would come out for a stroll after lunch. It would be great if they did. After sitting down, Wang Hao played with his phone while quietly observing the direction of the film crew. In fact, Wang Hao could still vaguely see the people from the film crew sitting here, but he just couldn't see Zhao Liying. Wang Hao is also very grateful now that that last message was true, otherwise he would really have made a wasted trip. Just as Wang Hao was pondering, suddenly he saw the woman he had been dreaming about. At this time, she was wearing a white floral dress, beautiful and breathtaking. Wang Hao knew that it was time for him to make his move, otherwise how could he create a chance encounter? So he stood up, head down playing with his phone, walking towards her. Chapter 40 Zhao Liying's favorability rating increases. Sister Liying, you're amazing, you always get through it in one piece, and your expression management and emotions are just so effortless. Everyone who works with Zhao Liying constantly praises her. Zhao Liying and the actress completely failed to notice that a man was walking towards them. Wang Hao kept his head down and looked at his phone, and he didn't even look up. Duong. Wang Hao and Zhao Liying bumped into each other. Just before the two of them bumped into each other, Wang Hao retracted a little, but even so, Zhao Liying still fell backwards. Wang Hao quickly threw away the phone in his hand. With one hand, he embraced Zhao Liying's slender waist. The actress on the side was also scared and quickly covered her mouth when she saw this. It's the middle of a recording session, and if anything happens to Zhao Liying, it will affect not only the crew, but also Zhao Liying herself. However, at this moment, the man protected Zhao Liying. In that short moment, Wang Hao made a series of actions without any hesitation. Zhao Liying was also stunned at this moment. She never expected such a thing to happen. But after she came to her senses, she said to Wang Hao, "Thank you." Wang Hao took advantage of the situation and helped Zhao Liying up before taking his hands away and apologizing. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "Are you Zhao Liying?" Wang Hao said, feigning shock. Zhao Liying and the actress next to Zhao Liying laughed when they saw Wang Hao's expression. It was because every time a fan saw Zhao Liying, they would have that expression. "Well, I'm Zhao Liying." Zhao Liying whispered. "Oh my god, I've actually met the real person, I'm so excited." Then Wang Hao pretended to look for his phone so that they could take a photo together. Zhao Liying naturally noticed Wang Hao's situation, and when she looked over, she saw that his phone had already fallen to the ground. Zhao Liying knelt down and picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground. And then handed it to Wang Hao. "Here, your phone." Wang Hao took the phone from Zhao Liying and said, "Thank you. Can I take a photo with you? I'm a fan of yours." "Sure." Hearing Zhao Liying's reply, Wang Hao took out his phone and prepared to take a photo. But when he turned on the screen, he was dumbfounded. The screen was completely broken, and there was no way to see anything. It could be said that his phone was broken. Zhao Liying saw Wang Hao's dejected look and understood what was going on. She said, "Let's take a photo with my phone first. I'll add you to my green bubble and send it to you later." Hearing this, Wang Hao said excitedly, "Is that okay?" "Well, although I said earlier that you were also at fault, I was also at fault. If Ji Xiaoya and I hadn't been so caught up in our conversation, this wouldn't have happened. No, it's all my fault for walking around playing with my phone." Afterwards, Zhao Liying took out her phone and took a few photos with Wang Hao, and Wang Hao also took a few photos with Ji Xiaoya, and then Zhao Liying added his green bubble. "That Liying sister, are you here to have fun?" Zhao Liying smiled gently. "No, we are here to take the scenery, and we will leave after taking the scenery." "I see. Well. Then, Liying, I'm going to go play first. You mustn't delete my green bubble, or I won't be able to receive the photos." "Okay." After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left without a trace. After Wang Hao left, Ji Xiaoya, who was standing next to Zhao Liying, slowly said, "Liying, I feel like this is such a coincidence." Zhao Liying gave Ji Xiaoya a look. "There's no such thing as coincidence. It was just an accident, and that guy felt pretty good just now. See, you've said it yourself." "Okay, let's go for a walk, we have to start filming again soon." "Okay." Ji Xiaoya pouted and continued walking with Zhao Liying. On the other side, after Wang Hao and Zhao Liying parted ways, the smile on his face never stopped. Just now, he heard the system's announcement, but he never had the chance to check it, and now he finally has the chance to check it. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Face value, 97. Favorability, 30 stranger. Height, 165. Weight, 44.5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiple, 30 times. Cumulative funds earned this month, 3,700,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 2 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise the system will automatically unbind you from them. Zhao Liying's favorability has reached 30, and the salary cashback multiple has also reached 30 times. The most important thing is that Zhao Liying has earned 3.7 million this month. If this is cashed back, how much will it be? Wang Haosen's heart was about to jump out of his body. Not to mention that he has not yet counted the cashback from Bai Wanyi and Wu Ya's salaries. He feels like he's going to get rich this month. He is increasingly looking forward to binding many more goddesses of salary rebates in the future and how much salary rebate he will receive each month. Wang Hao calculated that if this is how the cashback is going to be this month, then just from Zhao Liying's salary rebate, he will be able to receive 111 million yuan in salary rebate. He has become a billionaire. This is not yet developed. Of course, he thinks that Bai Wanyi should also get a lot of salary this month. He wants a surprise, so he hasn't looked at it yet. Ding, the salary rebate goddess Ji Xiaoya has been detected and can be bound. The host is requested to make persistent efforts to obtain more binding times. Ding, salary rebate goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +2. Ding, the salary rebate goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +8. Ding, the salary rebate goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +20. A series of system prompts caught Wang Hao off guard. He realized afterwards that it was the system's previous broadcast, which he had not heard, and now the system was broadcasting it again to him. Wang Hao was speechless. But that's good, because he won't be afraid of missing anything in the future. Now he doesn't have to worry about that. What he has to consider is where to find Zhao Liying next month. If she suddenly goes abroad one day, that would be bad. It just so happens that today is the 29th. After the 30th, he'll send Zhao Liying a message to ask if she's still in Yunnan province, and maybe there's still a chance to strengthen the July binding. That seems to be all for today. Although the crew is short of money, he doesn't have much money left, so even if he goes, there's no way he can invest. It so happens that he needs to take Wu Ya shopping in a while, so it's just as well to go back now. So Wang Hao sent Wu Ya a message saying that he was going to head back and would be home in about an hour. Wu Ya replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you at home." Wang Hao left Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and got in his Mercedes-Benz and drove off.